doors be open.
Member for HoC, l'Honourable Député de HoC.
The Honourable Member for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 1st of February, Monday, I transferred to my colleagues an information bulletin to provide them information on the recent Gaza military operations. My objective was to show the horrors of war. As war can make victims of innocent civilians, and also because of the destruction. Before forwarding this information bulletin to all members, I wasn't fully aware of all the links in the email, which I should have been aware of. Some of these links sent readers to sites where there were videos with hate propaganda, which I do not condone in any way. That is why I would like to present my most sincerest apologies to my colleagues, members of Parliament, for having forwarded such an email. You can be rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that in future I will be very careful and that such an error will no longer reoccur.
Des subventions sur le même appel aux règles.
Any remarks on the same point of privilege? Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We heard the apologies from the Honourable Member for HoC. I'd like to raise a number of matters to Parliament in relation to this matter. The privilege of a Member of Parliament here is based on two elements, two things. The privileges that Parliament gives us. In our work, we get to use equipment and material which is the exclusive use of parliamentarians for the purposes of carrying out their mandate with respect to their ridings. We saw and we received on our Blackberries various and sundry emails and documents which included links. Now, there were a number of photos and texts. I consulted these. There were also a number of links that the member or her staff had set up, links that took us to other pages on the internet, dealing with movements that Canada has designated as terrorist organizations. These links are a serious matter. Canada's parliamentary policy is clear and straightforward. We are a policy of peace. We do not encourage in any way whatsoever terrorist organizations. Now, when you go on visit the member's site, and this is a site that millions of people can visit throughout the world, a foreigner can visit her site, see the name of the member and of her riding, and especially since they don't understand how a parliamentary system works, they may believe that that's a position of Canada as a whole. So it would suggest that these links are an encouragement that we are is something that we are actually promoting, and yet parliamentarians in this House have always stood up against these kinds of statements. Imagine someone in Asia who decides to surf the internet and visit the member for HoC's site. He will see some very sad things, but he or she will also see videos that encourage certain forms of terrorism that we have condemned. And this is a problem. Parliamentarians in this House of Commons must always support the policies of the Parliament. Because if a member decides to flout the rules of Parliament, how can we ask our fellow Canadians to abide by the rules? This is a serious matter. They look to us as an example. An eminent member of this Parliament who's well known in her region, who's well known for her position, is unfortunately giving the impression that this is the position of Canada and the Parliament. Parliament's position, Canada's position, is to not support terrorism. Now, this member has used this equipment, which was paid for by taxpayers. We have riding officers, we have officers on Parliament Hill, we have computers that are paid for by taxpayers. And she as a member of Parliament has promoted something that we have prohibited here within Parliament. We have banned Canadians and members of Parliament from taking such a stand, whether it be directly or indirectly. We cannot support terrorist organisations either directly or indirectly. I defer to your ruling, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important matter, but we have to send out a clear message. If a parliamentarian doesn't honour the rules of the standing orders of Parliament, how can the rest of the public do so as well? On the same matter, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-la-Grâce-de-Chine. Mr. Speaker, I rose yesterday in this House to raise this point of privilege. I spoke about it briefly at that time. And I'd just like to refer now to the member for HoC's statement. She admitted in this House that she failed in her basic duty as a member of Parliament to work diligently and rigorously with the material resources that the House has given us in order to fulfil our responsibilities as members of Parliament. So each and every member must ensure that the resources of this House are used, as I said, diligently and in such a fashion as to not violate our privileges, those that other members of Parliament enjoy and that are given to us by the grace of this House. So in light of the member of HoC's statements and her admission, that is, that she did indeed broadcast this information by email, by personal MP email via BlackBerry, that some information and pictures in the information bulletin that she broadcast incited hate against a particular religious group, that is, Jews, and glorified organizations which are categorized by legislation enacted in this House as terrorist organizations, that she failed in her duty as a member of Parliament. And this failing on her part may unfortunately damage the reputation of all members of Parliament and, more importantly, discredit the House itself. Mr. Speaker, in 2003, 29th of January, another member of Parliament, Jin Pangku, who at the time represented Saskatoon, the riding of Saskatoon-Humble, he was an independent member of Parliament. he raised a point of privilege, and he claimed that his privileges had been flouted by the deputy ministers from various departments that had given directives to their employees to not respond to an email that he had sent to everybody, that is to over 200,000 public servants, or to simply delete these emails because these emails blocked up the computer systems of these particular departments. Mr. Penku claimed that his rights were in fact being breached. Now, yourself, as Speaker of the House, made a ruling that the use of material resources such as internet services and computers, which are given to members of parliament so that they can carry out their responsibilities, that this was a violation when a member was sending out spam, and you deemed that it was indeed spam, and you gave the order that members should use these resources diligently and conscientiously and rigorously in the future, and that if the member of parliament were to continue to misuse such resources, that all internet services would be cut off. So I think that the member for HoC's statement, that is, that she failed in her duty, her basic duty as a member of parliament, to use the resources that we all enjoy in a rigorous fashion, and to ensure that it won't discredit the House itself, and to ensure that it does not violate the privileges of other members, deserves a punishment. Now, I think, and I'm suggesting, that the punishment should be a warning, and that is that in the future, a member of parliament that were to go to do the same thing would have his or her internet privileges cut off, which is what you decided to do with Mr. Penku. And I think that this member's failing is much more serious than Mr. Penku's violation, because the spam email that he sent did indeed block up the computer systems for some time, but it did not incite hatred against a particular religious group, nor did it glorify organizations which are categorized by this Parliament, according to a legislation enacted in this House, as a terrorist organization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois on the same point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be concise. I think that we have an opposition day that we are supposed to be dealing with today. It's on a very relevant matter that was called for by our colleague from the Liberal Party, and I know that the House is very anxious to get onto these matters. But from the outset, Mr. Speaker, I need to point out that the two colleagues that have just got up to speak, my colleague from Notre-Dame-la-Grâce, Chine, and my other colleague, well, we believe that they are basically going too far in their remarks. Quite clearly, there was a mistake made in good faith by this member. Now, you're a master of your own decisions, and you are the guardian of parliamentary privilege, Mr. Speaker, but it is our opinion that when you determine whether there has been breach of parliamentary privilege, you need to look to see whether the member deliberately and knowingly acted in this fashion. Yes, indeed, this email was sent out. Yes, indeed, it was forwarded, but my colleague from Charlesbourg-Cartier made a reference to her website, and I don't believe that that is the matter in question. On Monday, the 1st of February, she said I forwarded on to members of Parliament an information bulletin. She can't deny this. We all received a copy of it. But the question is, did she do so maliciously? Did she do so deliberately? And in addition, she's acknowledged that she neglected to check the various links contained in the email. And so in her statement today, she said, I failed to look at all the links in the email. I should have done this. What do you want her to do? What more do you want her to do? Our colleague from Notre-Dame-la-Grâce-le-Chine has got up and made a very passionate, impassioned statement. But this member has said, I present my sincerest apologies to this House. What else can she do? When any member of Parliament rises in this House to do so, well, what else can a member do? She also said, in the future, and that means that she's already turned the page, she's already looking toward the future. She says, in the future, I will be extremely vigilant, extremely rigorous, and I'll ensure that I don't make this same mistake again. And I'd like to close on this. I remember the PenQ situation. He had bogged down the system in the past before. He had blocked up the system, and there were 200,000 emails that were delayed in that day. And you settled that matter to everybody's satisfaction. So I think that we should close on this, move on. My colleague from HoC has made her apologies, and they were more than eloquent and sufficient. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank all the honourable members this morning who have made remarks on this matter. As I said yesterday, after the point of privilege was raised, I'll consider all representations, and I'll come back to the House soon with my ruling, of course.
Soumission.
A further submission?
Oui. Quelqu'un m'a expliqué ce mot il y a quelques...
Someone just explained that word to me a couple of days ago. I'm sorry, I apologise. Tabling of documents.
Mr. Speaker, as a part of a comprehensive effort to inform parliamentarians and Canadians of the government's performance, I have the honour to table in both official languages, on behalf of departments and agencies, 91 performance reports for 2007, 2008, and their companion piece, Canada's Performance. So what do you all need here? You need the statement as well.
For the document.
Of documents.
President of the Treasury Board has more?
No.
Oh, fine. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32 Sub 2, I'm pleased to table in both official languages 3 reports regarding leaks at the National Research Universal Reactor. I'm tabling today for full public disclosure that the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission is assuring that at no time was the public or the environment at risk, and that there is no radioactive material leaking into the Ottawa River associated with these leaks.
Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the 8th Conference of Parliamentarians to the Arctic region held in Fairbanks, Alaska, August 12th to 14th, 2008.
Dépôt, rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Deschamps, seconded by Mr. Bouchard, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to join with my colleague HoC Coutsimi-Lefior and table in this House a bill to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credits for new graduates working in designated regions. It's a privilege for me to have the confidence of my colleague, and I intend to continue all of the work that he began during the last session when he introduced a similar bill. When we know the dramatic situation in Quebec, both socially and otherwise, this is a breath of fresh air. All regions of Quebec will benefit from the serious work done by the Bloc Québécois. I would invite all of my colleagues who are concerned about the future of the youth in this country to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you. Ms. Deschamps, seconded by Mr. Bouchard, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Shall
the bill be read for a second time at the next sitting of the House?
Seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Hazardous Products Act, recreational snow sport helmets. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill entitled An Act to Amend the Hazardous Products Act, recreational snow sport helmets, which will ban in Canada the advertising, sale and import of ski and snowboard helmets that do not meet the Canadian Standards Association standards. Mr. Speaker, this is not only a medical and safety issue, it's good public policy. It is estimated that recreational head injuries cost Canadian taxpayers over $100 million each year. The Canadian Standards Association has set criteria for ski and snow sport helmets, and my bill will ensure that Canadians have approved headgear protection when they need it that is, in fact, the appropriate headgear. I look forward to working with members from both sides of this House to pass this bill and improve the safety of all Canadians, especially the young people who participate in these sports in winter.
Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Bellavance, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for loss of retirement income. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with joy that I once again introduce a bill that would create a 22% tax credit for loss of retirement income. Atlas Steels in Tracy and another mine in my region have seen their pension funds lessened when their employers closed down, and we were at second reading of this bill in the previous Parliament, and I'd like to thank my colleagues from the NDP and from the Liberal parties who decided to support this bill. We had gone through a number of stages. Unfortunately, an election was called, which is why we have to start over again with this bill, but we aren't going to quit. Only the Conservative government refused to support this bill. So, of course, in good faith, with all of the openness that we require, we're going to try to convince these people who were thwarted when their company closed its doors. These people deserve fairness and dignity, and that's why I'd like to thank my colleague for Bois-Richelieu, Nicolette Bécancourt, and my colleague for Chambly-Bourgeois, who both worked very hard along with me and with retirees to ensure that we can set up and bring in this legislation as quickly as possible. Mr. Bellavance, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This
Adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
Council Pro.
Shall the bill be read for a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Saint-Cyr, seconded by Mr. Ménard, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, coming into force of sections 110, 111, and 171. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Mr. Speaker, in June 2002, this House adopted an act to amend the number of commissioners and board members examining refugee status that went from 2 to 1. Previously, only one. Now only one member is allowed to rule on eligibility for refugee status, and we had asked for an appeal section for refugee status so that there would be no arbitrariness in the way in which people's lives were disposed of. Unfortunately, the Liberal government at the time and the Conservative government following the Liberals have never implemented this appeal section as was requested by the House, so my bill would be to ensure that this refugee appeal section will be implemented. We discussed it during the last session, and last Parliament, and I hope that we will have the cooperation of all members here in this House, and perhaps we could start by having second reading today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Saint-Cyr, seconded by Mr. Ménard Hochelaga, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Ms. Black, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Change the Name of the Electoral District of New Westminster, Coquitlam. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reintroduce a bill to change the name of my riding to include the vibrant city of Port Moody, known as the City of the Arts. Port Moody is a city steeped in history, from the gold rush on the Fraser River to the arrival of the first Canadian transcontinental train into British Columbia. It is very important that the name of my riding reflect all of the diverse communities which I have the honour to represent here in the House of Commons. And so I urge this government to expedite riding change names in this Parliament, as previous governments have done, and not ignore them again in the 40th Parliament as they did in the 39th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Black, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
The next sitting of the House.
Seconded by Ms. Davies, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Means of Communication for Child Luring. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to reintroduce this bill, which would strengthen the laws that protect our children. The luring of a child is the first step that is taken by those who would try to exploit, abuse, or hurt children. But as the laws now stands, this luring is only a crime if it's carried out by a computer. And as we all know, technology has changed. We know that other means of communication are now used by child predators, and it is time to modernize our laws to criminalize child learning in all of its forms. I urge all of my colleagues in the House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Black, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Black, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Luring a Child Outside Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to combat child sex tourism, we have laws, and I was in the Parliament when those laws were first proposed here. We have laws to prosecute children who abuse, to prosecute Canadians who abuse children while traveling abroad. But we know that the first step in abusing a child is the luring or the grooming of that child. That's why I'm introducing this bill to add child luring to the list of offences, criminal offences committed abroad. I look forward to the support of all of the members of this House in ensuring that Canadians who lure and abuse children abroad can be prosecuted at home for their heinous crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Black, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de
When
loi
shall the bill be read for a second time?
sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Senate public bills.
Motions.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, discussions have taken place with all parties, and I believe you'll find consent for the following motion. That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion, in the name of the member from King's Hants, all questions necessary to dispose of this motion be deemed put, a recorded division deemed requested, and deferred to 3 p.m. on Tuesday, February 10th, 2009.
Does the Honourable Chief Opposition Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. The motion is carried. Motions?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I've been here for 12 years. Come on. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I apologize for that. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'd like to present these attached petitions. There's over 2,500 names here, sir. There's two separate petitions, but they deal with the same issue. And I'd like to thank a very proud and strong Canadian, Roma Ranger, from my riding for helping spearhead this. She's a proud Canadian and was very concerned at the time in early December when thoughts of a coalition, or not thoughts, but a coalition was presented to Canadians. So the petition, I won't go through the whereases, but the therefore, your petitioners call upon members of Parliament to oppose any political arrangements that would replace Her Majesty's democratically elected government without first consulting Canadians in an open and democratic election. Mr. Speaker, the millions of Canadians were concerned about this, and I want to thank Roma and all the people that helped her bring these petitions forward.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I have the honour of presenting a petition relating to heavy truck traffic in the centre of the National Capital, and these petitioners from throughout the National Capital Region, for many reasons, are asking the government to require that the National Capital Commission proceed with an in-depth study of a bridge connecting the Canatech Industrial Park and the Gatineau Airport, which was option number 7 in the first phase of the environmental study of interprovincial crossings. And this position is now shared by Quebec and Ontario as well.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Petition. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of residents of Brandon Souris, asking that this House request the support in legislation to protect children and the vulnerable, and to impose harsh penalties on those involved in the dissemination of pornography, including internet pornography.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
And so ordered. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Friday last, during question period, I used language that offended the sensibilities of some of my colleagues. I regret any discomfort the words I used may have caused, and I would like to take this opportunity to withdraw those words without any reservation or condition, and have the record show those words withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Travaux des subsides.
Business of supply opposition motion.
concerning Canada-United States relations.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, moves that in view of the growing protectionism in the United States, which is reminiscent of the counterproductive behavior that led to the Great Depression of the 1930s, this House calls upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and the Congress in order to protect Canadian jobs and urge the United States to respect its international agreements, including the Canada-United States Trade Agreement, CUSTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and the World Trade Organization, WTO. Debate. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure that I rise today to speak to this motion. It's a tremendously important motion because for Canada, no trade issue or policy is more important or as complex as our relations with the United States. The amazing level of integration between our economies makes this a complex relationship, but by and large a very positive one. It
is why it's more important for us to strengthen our relations, particularly at this time during this economic crisis.
Economics and politics. We're friends, neighbours and family. We share common values. We believe in equality, democracy and the rule of law. We share common interests and we face common challenges, whether in security, the environment or economic policy. The fact is we trade $1.5 billion worth of goods and services every day across the Canada-U.S. border. And since 1989, Canada-U.S. trade has more than tripled to this year over $700 billion. That increase is about 10% every single year. We are each other's biggest trading partners. In fact, Canada is the most important destination for exports from 39 U.S. states. The Canada-U.S. trade relationship is responsible directly and indirectly for 7 million U.S. jobs. The U.S. economy is heavily dependent on trade and investment linkages with Canada, and this interdependence between Canada and the U.S. has only increased over time. 40% of our bilateral trade, in fact, is intra-firm, trade within divisions of the same company or corporate family. Companies on both sides of the border have integrated their North American operations to take advantage of economies of scale and to become more competitive in North America and to compete and succeed globally. In terms of our energy market, Canada is the largest supplier of energy products to the United States, supplying 94% of U.S. natural gas imports, nearly 100% of electricity imports, and 35% of uranium imports used for nuclear power generation. The U.S. imports more petroleum from Canada than from any other country, including Saudi Arabia and Venezuela. And this is particularly important given continued U.S. concern around energy security. The North American gas, electricity, and oil sectors are highly integrated, as is our infrastructure for transporting energy and other commercial products. Our shared infrastructure is increasingly being organized on north-south continental lines. And Canada and the United States do more than simply trade. We build things together. The average North American car crosses the Canada-U.S. border the equivalent of 4 times before it's completed. Each province in Canada now trades more with the United States than with each other. 2/3 of our trade between our nations is within established supply chains. Our economies are so intertwined that if we were ever to try to separate them, it would be trying to unscramble an omelet. Canada is also the largest purchaser of American exports. These facts are important because they illustrate why protectionism, whether in Canada or the U.S., is bad for both of our economies. And increasingly during a time of economic crisis, protectionism anywhere can turn a downturn into a depression. That's what happened in the 1930s with the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which raised tariffs on 20,000 goods and ignited retaliation globally against U.S. protectionist measures. Now, Mr. Speaker, the response from the government to the current situation in the U.S. and the rising protectionists has been late, has been demonstrated a lack of foresight in terms of seeing it coming during an economic downturn. The response from the NDP has been at a time when some U.S. legislators are proposing Buy America plans. The response from the NDP has been to support the U.S. Buy America programs and to say that, in fact, we should introduce Buy Canadian plans. And Mr. Speaker, if I look at what social democrat leaders and parties around the world are espousing today. They're espousing trade. They understand that in today's world, trade is critical, that during an economic downturn, the worst thing we could do would be to put up protectionist barriers. And I'm hoping that during this debate, we can convince the New Democrats to join their social democratic colleagues from around the world who understand the importance in today's modern global economy of trade in terms of protecting Canadian jobs and interests. Because when it comes time to vote on this motion, if they do not vote to support this motion that simply applies pressure to U.S. legislators to avoid these kinds of protectionist measures that can hurt Canadian jobs, they will be voting against Canadian interests. So I hope that during this debate we can have a rational debate that engages New Democrat members and Conservative members and Bloc members in what ought to be a less partisan approach to Canada-U.S. relations, an important foreign policy and trade policy area for us. The fact is, President Obama has demonstrated this week great leadership. He has moved forward. He has set the tone that I hope will have a significant influence on what happens in both the Congress and the Senate, not just on this issue, but on future issues, because protectionism continues to percolate. There's a strong vein of protectionist sentiment in the U.S. Congress. We have not seen that kind of leadership on this issue from the Prime Minister or the Minister of International Trade here in Canada. When we see American congressmen move forward with protectionist measures, we should be responding immediately, and we should be working through established relationships. And one of the problems is, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives have focused so much over the last 3 years on building relationships with Republicans that they have completely forgotten to build relationships with the Democrats. They've put their narrow partisan agenda ahead of the interests of Canada. And now, when there's been a sea change in American politics, Canada is disadvantaged. And this is really important, Mr. Speaker, because on issues of foreign policy and trade policy, we can't pick from one party or another. We have to have bipartisan relations that are strong during the good times and help protect our joint interests during the tough times. I would also say, Mr. Speaker, that it's important that we recognize the importance of the Obama agenda and how positive it can be, not just for the Americans, but for the Canadians, and the importance of us working with President Obama. And in terms of his priority, securing access for Canadian business to the U.S. market is one of our priorities, but how can we expect American politicians to take action on our priorities if we're unwilling to take action on theirs? And if you look at his stimulus package, at the Obama government's stimulus package, if you look at the measures on greening the American economy, on investing in education, on investing in creating the jobs of tomorrow, it is starkly different from the budget recently presented in the House by the Conservatives. Now, it's no surprise that the green economy is a priority for the Obama administration. In fact, Ambassador Wilson recently stated, quote, we should expect policies from the Obama administration designed to move the country noticeably away from a carbon-based economy. Policies reinforced by a strong commitment to technological change and a greater reliance on alternative energy sources. Yet we are increasingly seen as both foreign in an adverse sense and as purveyors of dirty fuel. So, Mr. Speaker, what we ought to be doing is making the case to the Obama administration that we are going to be their, not just their energy partner, but their clean energy partner. We are going to invest in cleaning our oil sands operations, in CO2 sequestration more vigorously than the past, in cleaner conventionals, cleaner oil, cleaner gas, and we're going to invest more in alternatives. And we are going to be the clean energy partner that Americans need, that Obama wants. We know that addressing climate change is a priority for the Obama administration. And we know that as the U.S. moves forward with a cap-and-trade system, as U.S. Congress moves forward with a form of carbon tariff aimed at imports from other countries, that Canada will be disadvantaged by that. And this is another case, Mr. Speaker, where the Conservative government is failing to look ahead. is failing to look at the challenges of the future and preparing for those challenges. Ultimately, the Obama administration realizes that bad environmental policy is ultimately bad economic policies. We have a responsibility to move ahead as a partner in progress with the Obama administration, with the Americans, and to build the clean energy solutions of the future. There are other issues, Mr. Speaker, not just this immediate protectionist issue where the Conservative government has failed to see a challenge looming and has failed to take action early. When I talk to business people and business organizations across Canada, the thickening of the Canada-U.S. border is a #1 issue for many of them. The Smart Borders Initiative, introduced by the Chrétien and Martin governments, has not moved forward effectively under the Conservative government. And now we see on January 23rd, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano issued an action directive on the northern border strategy. And it reads, the northern border of the United States has become, since 9/11, important to our national security. And as we have designed programs to afford greater protection against unlawful entry, members of Congress and Homeland Security experts have called for increased attention to the Canadian border. Mr. Speaker, that's ominous when we now see a January 23rd letter from the Secretary of Homeland Security in the U.S. speaking of the risks of the Canadian border. Now, much of that is based on what I believe to be a false impression of our border and an impression we should be correcting. Once again, relationships come into play. We should be speaking, the Prime Minister should be speaking with the President. We should be reaching out to legislators and members of the Obama administration and making the case that this kind of thickening of the border will not enhance U.S. security and, in fact, will do everything to undermine Canada-U.S. economic prosperity. But once again, silence from this government until the issue becomes a crisis. In terms of ITAR, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that Canadian companies are subject to ITAR restrictions by the Americans that actually prevent Canadian companies, in many cases, from competing and succeeding for U.S. defense and aerospace contracts. We saw that as one of the principal reasons why McDonnell Detweiler said that to succeed in achieving contracts with the U.S. Space Agency, they actually had to become a U.S. company. That was one of the rationales. And they pointed to the fact that Australia and the U.K. have successfully negotiated exemptions from ITAR, from the Americans. We haven't. And, Mr. Speaker, we are a trade partner with the Americans. We are a security partner. We are a defense partner. We are a friend of the Americans, and it is inexcusable that the Conservative government has not negotiated ITAR exemptions from the Americans. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that there needs to be greater cooperation and a better and stronger relationship between not just the Prime Minister and the President and their administrations, but between legislators. Another issue that in recent months we've seen is the whole negotiation on the bailout of the Detroit Three. The Canadian government, the Conservative government, sat back and allowed those negotiations to proceed in the U.S. without trying to get a seat at the table, without having any influence on what was happening down there. And while we were sitting up here saying, look, once you have the deal done, we will provide you with a commensurate amount of money, perhaps 20% to reflect the Canadian auto sector's percentage of the North American operation. While that was going on, and we were sitting back, American legislators, congressmen and senators were demanding commitments from the auto sector companies to invest in jobs and good product mandates for their ridings. Now, back in 1979, when the Chrysler bailout was being discussed, Gordon Ritchie, Canadian negotiator, was part of those negotiations at the time. And in fact, Canada was successful at that time. The negotiators were successful to get the mandate for the Chrysler minivans, which were a very successful mandate. Now we're arriving in Canada, and the spectacle at the end of the negotiation without any leverage whatsoever. The spectacle of the Minister of International Trade, or rather the Minister of Industry a few weeks ago, when he went down to Washington to meet with the auto sector leaders, and they were all in Detroit. The fact that while he was in Washington, he wasn't able to actually get any meetings with influential legislators. I mean, it's bad enough we're not at the table. The minister can't even find the table. And at the end of these negotiations, Canadian auto workers will be lucky to find crumbs off the table. So it's critically important that we work together on an ongoing basis and that we do not ignore the Canada-U.S. relationship as badly as this government has done. We have, Mr. Speaker, these are just some examples. The border, the ITAR issue, the auto sector negotiations, where the government, long before, the Conservative government, long before the current issue around protectionist policies in the U.S. Congress emerged, have already failed Canadians on the Canada-U.S. relationship. Now, behind every trade statistic is a personal relationship or a human story, and relationships are important. And when building relationships in the U.S., they need to be bipartisan. And as the Conservatives over the last 3 years have fawned almost exclusively on the Bush Republicans, they missed the sea change that was going on in the U.S. politics. The Prime Minister's office interfered in the U.S. primaries and the whole NAFTA-gate issue, prematurely biasing, in fact, the new administration against this Prime Minister. We have a new U.S. president who provides hope to Americans while our Prime Minister deals in fear. We have a new U.S. president, President Obama, who's a uniter. Our Prime Minister is a divider. We have a new president, President Obama, who's a multilateralist. We have a Prime Minister in Canada who's a unilateralist, who doesn't trust multilateralist organizations. President Obama appeals to people's better angels. Our Prime Minister pits one group against another. President Obama is a dreamer. In Canada, we have a Prime Minister who's a schemer. Personal relationships, and I'm going to quote from Ambassador Wilson in a speech that he made on January 19th. These personal relationships matter a lot in Washington at all levels, especially with new administration officials and staff. Stephen Harper, or rather the Prime Minister, has not built the relationships in the U.S. that are important to protect Canadian interests. It shouldn't surprise Canadians because he has not built relationships within Canada. We should not wait for an economic and political crisis to build these relationships. It's a little bit like trying to fix the roof during a rainstorm. We should not wait for an economic or protectionist crisis to point out the importance of Canada-U.S. trade and economic relations to the U.S. economy, to American legislators. We should be communicating on an ongoing basis as allies and as friends. And building those relationships one by one during the good times is essential to protecting Canada's national interests during the tough times. And on issues, you've got to look ahead. The Conservatives failed to see the protectionist sentiment brewing in Congress. They failed to see the political sea change happening in the U.S. They failed to recognize the importance of building relationships on both sides of the House. Wayne Gretzky, that great Canadian economic and political theorist, once said that you skate to where the puck is going to be, not to where the puck is now. And the Conservative government has ignored where the world is going and where the Americans are going under their new leader. The Conservative government's narrow ideological and partisan focus in the U.S. in ignoring the Democrats has hurt Canada's national interests. We can not only focus on both parties in the U.S., Mr. Speaker, we have to focus on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. It's not enough to deepen our relationship with a presidential administration. We have to, one by one, as legislators, do more to deepen our relations with individual legislators. Premiers are tremendously important. The relationship that premiers and governors have is tremendously important. 4 of the last 6 presidents were former governors. President Obama, 4 years ago, was a state legislator. These relationships are important. Governor Howard Dean once spoke to me about his relationships with Canadian premiers, and he said, we're all in the same boat, and there's a lot of commonalities. If the Prime Minister wants to deepen relations with the Americans and to improve his chance of defending our interests, he better start with building better relationships with Canadian premiers. Bill Clinton was a governor. The former ambassador to Canada, Governor Blanchard, he started as a governor. These relationships are critically important. The fact is, relationships do matter. My leader, in fact, knows people like Larry Summers, one of the chief economic advisors to President Obama, or Cass Sunstein, the regulatory czar of the Obama administration, or Samantha Power, senior foreign policy advisor to the Obama administration. We need to reach out on a bipartisan basis in Canada to people like Frank McKenna and people like Gordon Giffen in the U.S., people like Derek Burney. There's a lot of expertise, Mr. Speaker. We can't be partisan in who we work with in the U.S. or Canada on what is our most critical trade and foreign policy relations.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the member for Verchères-les-Patriotes, where the steel industry is terribly important in the economy of my area, I'm very happy to ask a question of the Honourable Member, the member for King's Hants. Today, workers and retirees are resting a bit easier because the President has asked the Senate to respect international trade treaties. However, the Honourable Member is quite right. Had there been more rigor and foresight, perhaps better relations with the United States could have led to the non-existence of this crisis. In other words, this matter would never have arisen. We are a trading country, and therefore they are a trading country, and therefore there has to be close attention paid to what constantly evolves. It has to be structured. I would like to come back to a statement made by Léo Gérard, President of the UAW, who says that with respect to the Buy American clause, he said that it was important to have severe anti-dumping measures. The Bloc Québécois has always said that we have to moderate and modernize commercial laws to prevent dumping. Does the Honourable Member for King's Hants agree? First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would say that I agree that under the leadership of President Obama, there is this approach in the Senate. We will continue to strengthen our relation through the Prime Minister, his cabinet, with President Obama, and particularly through relationships with the American legislature concerning anti-dumping and anti-dumping measures. It's clear that we don't want to be vulnerable, but in a global economic crisis, perhaps it is not the time to undertake protectionist measures. I'm absolutely certain that that would be the wrong thing to do. Everybody would agree with this idea. That is, that protectionist measures would be extremely dangerous for all world economies, but particularly for Canada, because in our international trade relations, we are particularly vulnerable.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for King's Hants for his intervention. The motion, of course, that he has brought forward is a fairly simple one, and it's one that we can support. It encourages the government to actually intervene with the American government to ensure that they don't erect protectionist measures. Unfortunately, the member then went into a tirade against our government, which of course is not helpful after all the promises of being collaborative in their approach to government as we move forward. And given the fact that our government is way ahead, way out in front on this issue, and in fact the Prime Minister and our International Trade Minister have been actively engaged in this file with the Americans, and that engagement is actually bearing fruit. We've seen the President now come out, say he's against those protectionist measures. We know there was a motion in the House of Representatives that sought to limit these Buy American provisions. I'm asking the member, given the fact that our government has been so engaged in this issue, what efforts has he made to engage our American cousins on this issue?
Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I've spoken with people like Brian Baird, Congressman Baird, Congressman Carolyn Maloney from the U.S. Congress. I saw them, in fact, last weekend in Davos, Switzerland, and we were speaking on protectionist issues, and I participated in those sessions. I've also spoken with people of influence like Governor Howard Dean, who was, until recently, was head of the Democrat National Committee about these issues. And I've spoken with people like Jim Blanchard and Gordon Giffen, former ambassadors to Canada, about these issues and sought their advice as to how we should be proceeding. So, in fact, I am doing that, and I would hope more legislators are doing that. I know, for instance, some of our Senate colleagues, senators like Jerry Grafstein, have more connections in Washington than probably any ambassador in history, and Senator Colin Kenny, again, deep relationships. And the thing that I'm certain that there are some conservative members opposite, and members perhaps from all parties, who are engaging in these kinds of discussions, and I think we should be doing more of it. We do have the capacity, for instance, to fly to Washington, to go to Washington. I think it's twice a year as a member, or 4 times per year as members of Parliament. We ought to be doing more of that in a coordinated way and be making the case on an ongoing basis of the mutual interests that we have as a friend and partner and economic ally of the United States.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his outline of the economic situation vis-a-vis Canada and the United States. However, he did miss one particular, probably the most important factor in the relationship of our trade, and that is the relative positions of our currencies. And right now, we're in a situation where the U.S. currency has been artificially enhanced through the falling commodity prices, through the falling equity market. We're likely to see this situation reverse as the commodity markets improve. You're going to see the U.S. dollar fall, the Canadian dollar go up. So when we look at what's happening in trade between the countries, if we don't actually examine where the puck is going to be in a year or two with the currency, with the relative ability of Canada to sell into the United States, we're putting ourselves in a degree of difficulty. So when we talk about trade and protectionism today, it may be that we will want a different solution down the road when the economies of the world settle down, when commodity prices rise, when the U.S. has to bear the incredible burden that it's created for itself with its huge payouts to banks, with its huge stimulus program. These are factors that we have to consider today in determining whether protectionism, whether free trade, how that relationship should work. Rather than simply looking at the situation today, does my colleague not agree that we need to look at where we're going to be? And with this very important factor that determines our trade, that determines our ability to feed into the U.S. market, is one of the things that has to be very much on our minds.
The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member's thoughtful question. Now, on the currency issue, our currency, is, as the Honourable Member suggests, is largely related to commodity prices. And we've seen the drop in commodity prices, the commensurate drop in our currency. So as demand for commodities continues to grow because of China and India and Russia and Brazil and these countries that do continue to invest in infrastructure, I expect that will come back. I'm not going to be held to any long-term prediction on our currency. But one thing we could be doing during good times and bad times is finding the non-tariff trade barriers between the Canadian and the U.S. economies that impose a real cost for both Canadian and U.S. jobs. There are regulatory differences between Canada and the U.S. in some areas that don't necessarily enhance Canadian quality of life or safety or in any way, shape, or form, but simply represent a non-tariff barrier between our countries. I think we should be seeking areas where we can coordinate and work more closely with the Americans and also with our EU partners in streamlining regulatory processes so that all our citizens benefit from better regulatory processes. And it's not a race to the bottom. It can be an actual race to the top with, in fact, more diligence. And at the same time, eliminating a lot of these non-tariff barriers between our countries. The border issue is one that I think all of us as members of Parliament have to be seized with, and ensuring that that we make the kinds of investments in infrastructure and processes that enable a seamless movement of goods, services, and people between our countries in a secure North America.
Resuming debate, may please do débat.
Resuming debate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think I've had the opportunity to congratulate you on your new posting since the last Parliament, so congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to join the discussion that's taking place here in the House this morning and into the afternoon with regards to Canada's competitiveness and place in the world, specifically with regards to the stimulus bill that's being discussed in the United States House of Representatives. Within this stimulus bill, there is a provision that would only allow steel and iron from the United States to be used for infrastructure projects that are identified within the stimulus bill. And today we are cautiously encouraged by the news that the United States Senate has voted in favor of softening this Buy American provision within this massive stimulus package. Our government has worked hard, extremely hard, with our American counterparts, and we have made some great headway. And we will continue to see this through to see a successful conclusion. And why we are concerned about this issue, Mr. Speaker, it's simple. It's been identified already here in this House. It's our government recognizes that in this time of global uncertainty, protectionism is not the answer. We know from history that protectionist legislation winds up not only hurting the economy in which that protectionist legislation is moved, but it invariably hurts economies that surround it. And we are telling our friends in the United States that now is not the time to shut the door. 7 million U.S. jobs are supported by trade with Canada. The reality is that our North American economy is an integrated one, and the stimulus package that is happening, that's being put together, has to impact and will impact and has to benefit not only the Americans but also trading partners. As long as governments do not succumb to the lure of protectionism, these spillover effects of this stimulus package can be overwhelmingly positive. Given the magnitude of the challenges that we all face, no individual country is likely to be able to save itself without help from trading partners. We are living in a world where economies are tightly interwoven, in a world where global supply chains are intertwined, a world where not only capital and products, but also ideas that will build the future travel great distances at an ever-increasing velocity. It is worthwhile to remind ourselves that our closest economic relationship in the world is the one that we share with the United States. Raw materials and finished goods, services, finance, and people crisscross the border daily in volumes that are unmatched anywhere else in the world. We all know the numbers. $1.7 billion in two-way trade, 75,000 trucks and 300,000 people move across the border each and every day. The United States is one of our largest sources of foreign investment and innovation, and we are their largest and most secure supplier of energy products, as well as being their biggest customers for agricultural exports. As the U.S. economy flourishes, so does our economy. All this contributes not only to our prosperity, but we believe it gives us a special understanding of our neighbors to the south. I think we'd all agree that there is a strong link between a healthy Canadian industry and our own competitiveness. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, competitiveness is a concern to all Canadians. To this Conservative government and to all members of this House, this government is well aware of the central challenges facing businesses. The biggest challenge facing businesses today is to improve competitiveness by increasing the value of product lines and reducing production costs. This is especially the case for the manufacturing sector, which has been adjusting to higher commodity prices, increased international competition, and global economic challenges. The first thing I would note, Mr. Speaker, is that our global competitiveness has improved significantly in recent years. According to the 2008-2009 Global Competitiveness Report published by the World Economic Forum, Canada's world ranking in global competitiveness moved up from 15th in 2004 to 10th place in 2008. This report highlights that Canada's improvement is mainly due to our superior transportation and communications infrastructure. It is also due to our highly efficient markets, particularly the labor and financial markets. Our education system has also got excellent marks for its quality. This means that Canada's workforce is top quality and it is well positioned to adopt the latest technologies for productivity enhancements and to create new high-value added products for the world markets. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, the economies of the world are facing a deep global recession that will draw upon all of our resourcefulness to make cooperative efforts. Governments around the world have found themselves moving into turbulent financial and economic waters, and certainly Canada is not immune. However, there is a general consensus among economists and experts that the Canadian economy will perform better while many other industrialized OECD countries over the next 2 or 3 years struggle. This is largely due to the core strength of our economy. The balance sheet of our financial institutions is also in a relatively good shape, and Canada's financial system is one of the best in the world. It is sound, well-regulated, and well-functioning. Nevertheless, because of globalization and the interdependence of the world financial markets, the Canadian economy is impacted by the adverse consequences of the current crisis. Looking beyond the current turmoil, our focus should be on improving our productivity, as it is the fundamental determinant of our quality of life and our competitiveness. When the Group of 20 or G20 leaders met in Washington, D.C. in November of last year, there was a wide range of views regarding both the nature and the seriousness of the current situation. In spite of these differences, the G20 leaders were able to agree to provide timely stimulus to domestic demand while also maintaining long-run fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that our Conservative Party and this Conservative government is strongly committed to supporting a productive economy. Our government is committed to creating a competitive environment and putting in place support to business that encourages innovation and entrepreneurship and rewards investment. Canada's Economic Action Plan, our plan, Mr. Speaker, is to which the members of the opposite have given their support, addresses both the short-term downturn and the financial constraints while also stimulating productivity into the long term. It will stimulate the economy through investments to build infrastructure, to reduce taxes and freeze employment insurance rates, to stimulate housing construction, to improve access to credit, and strengthen Canada's financial system to help Canadians access training programs and to support businesses and communities. Our Economic Action Plan will provide over $20 billion in new tax relief over the 2008-2009 year and the following 5 fiscal years, and launched in the Economic Action Plan has launched the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy to help Canadians weather the economic storm and provide them with the necessary training to prosper in a changing economy. Our government is also taking significant action to assist key sectors such as forestry, agricultural, shipping, and automotive and aerospace industries. To alleviate the pressures on financing, we increase the resources, scope, and the action of Export Development Canada, EDC, and the Business Development Bank of Canada, BDC, to ensure they have the extra financial needs to provide firms with financial assistance. Last year, we approved a $2 billion increase in the borrowing authority of the Export Development Canada and an increase of $1.8 billion increased in borrowing capacity for the Business Development Bank of Canada, which is enabling them to offer additional credits to their clients. This is in addition to the $300 million in capital commitment to each of these financial crown corporations to support about another $3 billion in increased credit. The other way we mutually manage our border with the United States with regards to competitiveness is with regards to actually crossing the borders. Our gateways to the United States are of a particular concern to our highly integrated North American car industry. Our government knows that we cannot remain competitive with a border that is clogged and one that slows down the smooth operations of an integrated industry. Our economic action plan is accelerating and expanding federal investments in infrastructure with almost $12 billion in new infrastructure stimulus funding over the next 2 years. This is in addition to $33 billion in funding that was provided in Budget 2007 to build a modern infrastructure to keep these gateways open for business. With many companies operating on both sides of the border, 1/3 of our trade is between these related firms. It is in the national interests of both Canada and the United States to work together to find constructive solutions to this economic crisis. This is particularly critical in those industries that are particularly closely integrated. For example, the auto sector represents 12% of Canada's manufacturing base and employs 130,000 people in Ontario alone. Vehicle production represents 1/5 of the North American total, and the majority of this activity is in support of the big three automakers. Our economic action plan also streamlined the federal approval process so that more provincial, territorial, and municipal projects under the Building Canada plan can start in the upcoming construction season. These investments will support productivity and competitiveness for years to come. Mr. Speaker, Advantage Canada provides a detailed policy agenda which builds on Canada's strengths and seeks to improve our long-term competitiveness performance. Through ongoing reductions in corporate taxes, we are on track to establish the lowest rate of tax on new business investment in the G7. Our Conservative government is making it a priority to regulate smarter and reduce paperwork burden on small and medium-sized enterprises. We increased the amount of small business income eligible for a reduced federal tax rate of 11% to $500,000 from its current limit of $400,000. Our government created the Competitive Policy Review Panel to look at Canada's competition and investment policies, and it submitted its final report this past June. We will proceed with the legislation to modernize and improve Canada's competition and investments laws by implementing many of the recommendations of the Competition Policy Review Panel. This will make product and financial markets more effective and efficient to promote investment, innovation, and the creation of jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government has also adopted a number of measures to support the innovation in recent years. In Budget 2008, it provided reform to enhance Canada's scientific research and experimental development and created an automotive innovation fund to support strategic, large-scale research and development projects to build innovative, greener, and more fuel-efficient vehicles. Recently, Mr. Speaker, Recently, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister committed to boosting the value of this fund by $200 million so that more investments in state-of-the-art assembly plants and leading-edge technologies can be made. We are aggressively opening markets abroad for Canadian goods, services, and investments through the conclusion of ongoing trade negotiations. The Minister of International Trade is working to fight protectionist sentiments among the trading partners, and we will launch new initiatives such as the economic partnership with the European Union. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has taken many steps, significant steps, and has made significant investments to improve Canada's competitiveness. As the Minister of Finance laid out Canada's economic action plan, our government will continue to manage spending responsibly. We will ensure that the programs and the services are efficient and aligned with the priorities of Canadians. We will take steps to enhance credit availability for Canadian businesses that are affected by the global credit crisis. And we will continue to consult with the provinces and territories and Canadians to develop responsible short-term economic stimulus while continuing to implement long-term economic plans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government recognizes that free, open, and fair trade can help Canada weather this financial storm. As the Minister of International Trade stated in the House earlier this week, this current crisis is squarely upon us. It is crucial to resist the temptation to move towards protectionism. History showed during the Great Depression that imposing trade barriers is not the answer. The United States has seen its manufacturing base reduced, its deficits swell, and the rise of a new global as there's been a rise in new global competitors. The financial industry crisis and the reversal of the housing market has meant a reduction in confidence and even fear for the future. It is therefore not surprising that there are voices out there in the United States of protectionism and that they're finding themselves in Washington as well. As I stated earlier, thanks to the hard work of this Conservative government and the team and my colleagues and our government ministers, we are making great headway. Although we are encouraged by the softening of the Buy American provisions in the United States stimulus package, we are also encouraged by the recent statements by the President Obama. The Minister of International Trade will continue to stay in close contact with his American counterparts and to monitor this legislative process very closely. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question for the Honourable Member is what does he think we ought to be doing to deepen our relationships between American and Canadian legislators, number one, and to ask why the government has not done more to build on the success of the previous Martin government or in introducing a secretariat in the U.S. As part of the embassy that is there to develop ties between Canadian members of Parliament and senators and their counterparts in Congress and the Senate. There has not, the Martin government also introduced or increased quite significantly consular representation and the missions, Canadian missions in the U.S., and to recognizing the real importance of us having stronger relations between legislators. What has the what has the Conservative government done to build on that? And does he agree that these relationships between legislators is absolutely essential now?
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, despite the calls by the Liberal members and, really the opposition members over the last 2.5 years to reduce our contact with U.S. legislators, we've done something quite the contrary. We have continued to build strong relationships on both sides of the political spectrum in the United States. I can speak to specific events that I was part of. The Minister of State for Transport, the Honourable Member that shares a border of our ridings, has had the opportunity to host congressmen and senators from the United States in his own constituency, as well as the ambassador at the time was in his constituency, traveling and meeting with us as members of Parliament. And so we have continued this process of meeting and developing these relationships. There was ongoing calls from the opposition to reduce our relationship with the Bush administration, to reduce our relationship with the Americans, but we have stood fast, continued to build these relationships, and we're seeing that these relationships have developed fruit, as we've seen how well the discussions over the last week and a half have resulted in positive action for us as Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the comments and the speech from the member from Peace River. And I've been listening to the debate in the House during question period as well. And it seems to me that the debate that's going on sort of focuses on these trade agreements, which, have caused enormous problems for Canada. One only has to look at NAFTA and what happened with softwood lumber. And, of course, now the debate has become totally focused on the question of protectionism. And it seems to me that what's being missed here is the reality that already the steel industry in Canada and the United States is very highly integrated. It's very complementary. And what we should be doing is focusing our attention and our leverage as the Canadian government, as Canadians, on working with the reality that we have and ensuring that if there is a Buy American policy that Canada is exempted from that. I don't know if the members saw today a very good article in the National Post by Aaron Weir, who's the chief economist for the United Steelworkers, a union that represents both American and Canadian steelworkers. But I think they make very strong arguments about the North American market and how it is complementary, and we should be working to achieve job enhancement in sectors such as steel and automotive. The other point that I would make is that, when you have a major stimulus package, one would hope that the emphasis of that is to protect and enhance jobs in our local communities, and yet we saw nothing of this in the Canadian budget. We saw billions of dollars of expenditure, which the government says it's going to put forward in terms of infrastructure, but there's nothing to emphasize or to tell us that those funds will actually be used within Canada to produce Canadian jobs that will benefit people. So I ask the member to comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, I'm thankful to see that the NDP has reversed their position of continually calling for additional protectionist measures. It's nice to see that they've recognized that we do have an integrated market with the United States, and we are going to continue to ensure that that steel that's produced in Canada, that iron that's produced in Canada can be exported to the United States and be used for their infrastructure projects. But the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, talked about the investments in our own communities, the stimulus package. One of the things that is clearly identified within the economics statement, within the budget that the minister brought forward, was this renovation tax credit. This is something that many of us had been asking for within from this side of the House, because we recognized that if we were renovating and helping people invest in their own homes, that they'd be hiring people within their local community, that they'd be using resources within their local economies, within their local communities. One of the things that I've spoken to my lumber mills with regards to this, and they're very encouraged by this because they know that it's going to ensure that more of their product is used, that's produced in our own communities, and it can be used in our own communities, and they're very encouraged by this. So these are several of the measures where we're going to see many of the dollars that are spent through this economic stimulus plan that we're putting forward, spent in our own communities and supporting our own communities.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Pascoin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech given in this House. We're both from Alberta, and we both know the value that our province and our country places on having international trading markets. And I feel it's a little rich for the member from King's Hands to get up and start criticizing all the great things that we've actually done, given the fact that his party, under the former leader of Jean Chrétien, had a notorious staff member bashing America, and a former colleague, Carolyn Parrish, who would step on effigies of former U.S. presidents, and to hear them actually criticizing us for our relationship with the United States, I think is a little bit rich. But what I'd like to ask my honourable colleague is the value that we place on these trading arrangements, what our province has done insofar as having a representative in Washington to represent the interests not only of Canadians but of Albertans.
Good question. Excellent. Good question.
River.
Well, thank you. I thank the honourable colleague. That is, you know, the honourable colleague of mine from Wetaskiwin does actually draw my attention to the fact that we, as the province of Alberta, actually do have a trade secretariat there in Washington that has ongoing efforts in terms of building that relationship. But I think it's important because I heard some heckling from the other side with regards to the change in the administration, and we recognize there's been a change, but we will not put our trade, we will not put Canadian trade at risk based on who's in the White House. So we won't shut it down for 4 years and then re-establish it or try to re-establish, because the damage that was done by the previous Liberal government in terms of our relationship with the past administration is something that we're still working to clean up, even today under this new president.
Order. Order. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canada was born out of an attempt to establish a standing trade link between the east and western parts of this country, and that's why after Confederation, the railroad was built from east to west, and from that point in time, Quebec felt the need, and has always felt the need, to intensify its trade relations with the United States to counterbalance any trade that would remove economic and political power from Quebec within Canada. And that is why Quebec was the first province to decide to defend our interests in having trade relations with Canada within the free trade agreement. Mr. Bernard Landry at the time toured Quebec I don't know how many times to establish that, and that is exactly why sovereigntist forces in Quebec decided to support Mr. Brian Mulroney when he was elected, because he wanted Quebec to return to Canada's Confederation in honor and dignity, as well as the free trade contract with the Americans. So we are those who pushed for this intensification, and the Liberals, when they took power, tore up the contract. That is what had been promised at the time, so I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about this.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, I can agree. I think the member has identified the damage that the Liberals have done in terms of our relationship over the last number of years. They continued through successive prime ministers up until our prime minister was elected, and we have seen an improvement with the relationships with our biggest and largest trading partner to the south, and we will continue to work to develop that friendship, but also the trading relationship.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak today in view of the context relating to international trade and the protectionist attempts by the United States of America. So let's reread the motion, Mr. Speaker. It says that in the view of the growing protectionism in the United States, which is reminiscent of the counterproductive behavior that led to the Great Depression of the 1930s, this House calls upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and the Congress in order to protect Canadian jobs and urge the United States to respect its international agreements, including the Canada-United States Trade Agreement, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the World Trade Organization. And this notice of motion was tabled at least 24 hours ago or more, before there was any intention expressed by the Senate to respect international agreements. Now, one might have been led to believe that things are now settled and it won't go any further, but it's exactly the opposite. It's very dangerous, and we have to let the American government know how we feel about a protectionist action, and this does not prohibit the United States from going even further in what I would call their protectionist actions. They might even continue with their protectionism because we say, according to what NAFTA or the World Trade Organization would allow, because there are sections that could allow the United States to continue and defend itself and potentially even win any case. So we have to be extremely vigilant, and we don't want to be taken advantage of. We have to be wary of that. There are businesses in organizations and countries that are party to the agreement, and they can bid on contracts, but there is an exception. If a contract with respect to particular requirements, when it comes to these exemptions, the government can act as it pleases. If it involves construction for contracts under certain amounts, these would be excluded. And I believe it's 5 million, Mr. Speaker, in the case of certain agreements, another amount in the case of NAFTA. For transportation, for construction rather, all contracts would be excluded. But in this case, we're not talking about construction per se, but the purchase or procurement of steel. Steel that would be required for construction projects, in which case this isn't as clear. Awarding a contract for construction represents a service, whereas the steel and rebar represent goods. What is clear is that Canada has challenged the United States position because steel is a commodity, and this is covered by the agreements, whereas the United States contends that this is part of a construction contract, so would be excluded from the agreements. Now, at first blush, the Americans could perhaps win any case, except that the procurement won't be carried out by the federal government. The purchaser would be a state or a municipality or a construction firm, and in all three cases, the purchaser would be excluded from the scope of these agreements. So it isn't the contract that would be challenged, but rather a subsidy, and this isn't covered.
But would the subsidy be considered direct procurement, a direct purchase by the tribunal, or a subterfuge that would allow the United States to evade its commitments? It's difficult to say. I don't have the legal background to say which international panel would deal with the question, but I would presume that even though it seems to me that the Canadian case in those circumstances and with the lack of pressure from the Conservative government might well be rather thin. Once again, we would perhaps become involved in a very long conflict, a dispute, and once the contract is awarded, the legal path is not really what should be taken. It should be the political path that should be chosen. the Prime Minister should raise this issue when he meets Mr. Obama. It seems quite legitimate to me. You know, American protectionism, American laws, like the Smoot law, reduced the flow of goods between countries and made the Depression much longer. The American Act in 1943 also made it more difficult, particularly with respect to the public markets. American protectionism in the area of the steel industry has made matters worse. The Economic Industry Panel indicated that the approach in 2000 with respect to the steel industry was not productive. I have a text here which is more specific. In 2000, President G.W. Bush imposed protectionist measures with respect to the import of steel, which was linked to insufficient productivity. The effects of this were negative because that led to protect 3,500 jobs. In actual fact, it destroyed more than 12,000 jobs in the steel industry itself. So, you know, these are situations that can, in fact, be catastrophic for the United States on the short term. It's be very difficult for Canada, but elsewhere in the world, as you know, that's the first reaction of any country, of a country like that, to impose measures to be protectionist. Therefore, they all are moving in the same direction. The Obama recovery plan threatens the steel industry in Quebec, which exports 40% of its product. If the loosening up that was proposed by the Senate with respect to the controversial section in no way reduces the danger of the clause. It is protectionist, and it could continue to cause difficulties. NAFTA, with respect to NAFTA, almost all of the major areas of transportation are administered by the states or by private industry. They are excluded from Chapter 8 of NAFTA, and with respect to federal funding, they could only be included if there were a form of subsidy that would be in effect. You understand, Mr. Speaker, there's an enormous risk here. It might seem simple for me to say that we are living in the era of bartering. Are we going to have to exchange goods? The United States dealt with the Aboriginal peoples of the day and moved from that to high finance, to wealth represented by paper instead of bartering. But this still seems to accentuate the economic crisis that we face today. Quebec is a trading nation. Quebec has always supported the free trade agreement, the NAFTA. The United States represents the largest trading partner for Quebec, and in a period of economic crisis that is so unusual, we cannot lose our most important trading partner. The Bloc has offered a diplomatic solution, having recourse to the courts with respect to protectionism. In a time of economic crisis, although protectionism rears its head, we have to find measures that will mitigate the economic crisis and protectionism. The government should lobby the American government to protect the export markets here. President Obama has acted with respect to the Buy American clause, but nonetheless, the federal government has to maintain its position and convince the United States that Quebecers and Canadians can have access to the American market. The Conservative government has proven itself to be negligent in the management of the economic crisis. We therefore will support the Liberal Party motion. It goes without saying. As I said earlier, Quebec is a trading nation. Our businesses, our leading-edge businesses, look to external markets. That represents a third of the GDP of Quebec, that is, the trade with the United States, and 52% in 2005 in Quebec. This is the reason why Quebec, and in particular Quebec sovereigntists, massively approved the free trade agreement with the United States, followed by NAFTA. But the trade situation has dropped. In 2003 to 2007, Quebec has moved from a surplus to a $13 billion deficit. For everything that was sold, there was $2,000 worth of consumption. And to these figures, I have to add another $5 billion interprovincial trade deficit. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we lost a lot last year. The sharp rise in the value of the Canadian dollar and the exporting of Alberta oil has made Quebec's position difficult. The world environment, the world trade environment has changed. That deterioration in the trading environment has hit our manufacturing industry particularly hard, as well as the service industry, the tertiary industry. Access to foreign markets should be a major priority, but changes have occurred in the trade environment, particularly with respect to the rising strength of China. We have looked at what was happening and noted that the WTO is not just there to liberalize trade, but it should be there also to ensure that there is access to world markets. But many of these agreements were neglected over the course of the past year. Much more must be done than just liberalizing trade. We have to civilize trade, allow for full competitiveness, to have access to foreign markets. Countries must respect certain rules. For example, the social dumping that is a serious problem. There are goods that are manufactured in countries where there are no rules with respect to the environment or human rights, and that becomes a negative. They do not respect their international agreements. But there are other countries that do respect their international agreements. We should trade with them because it is much more sustainable on the long term. There should be specific measures to establish a fair balance, a healthy balance in trade. We have suggested measures like modernizing our trade laws so that they so that they are better able to protect businesses against dumping. We should stop rejecting the recommendations of the Canadian Trade Tribunal when it makes its rulings that may not, to some, seem to be acceptable. The protect against social dumping is a priority that has to be embraced. We have to see what can be done and look to the WTO, because it would seem that it is the only place where there can be rules that would be established for all countries that could be respected. We have a labor agreement with respect to forced labor. You have also the collective bargaining agreements, the minimum age for young workers. All of this has to be taken into consideration in trading partners. With respect to the United States has this Buy American Act, which is a vestige of a remnant of the past protectionist era of the 30s. The highway infrastructure, mass communication, all of these receive funding from the government, and they should also be considered American goods. The American-made stamp should not be put on certain things. The states and the Obama plan contains a section that would bind others. The whole project that is funded by the recovery program should be considered American, but buying American alone would threaten some thousands of jobs, 2,000 jobs in Quebec. President Obama, according to the preliminary information, the following clause would be amended to add a section stipulating that protectionism, any type of protectionism written in, must respect international agreements. That does not solve the problems of the steel industry in Quebec, but nonetheless it is a situation which is less damaging to Quebec than the initial proposal made by the Senate, which wanted to attach the Buy American clause to all products that would be required for recovery. Mr. Speaker, we are at a rather strategic moment in what I would call the struggle. Just a minute. You're telling me, Mr. Speaker, I only have a minute left, but we are at a point in this struggle in the economic crisis that is very important. The government must find the means not to get around, to circumvent the spirit of free trade, but must find the means to implement solutions that would protect certain industries in Quebec and Canada, but it hasn't done so. The government in the United States, though, is getting ready to impose some restrictive measures with respect to free trade with Canada, its closest trading partner and its principal trading partner. That protectionism coming from the largest economic power in the world, which is almost looking in the face of bankruptcy, it would be very negative, not just for trade, but for all the peoples of the world.
Comments, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention. And I was pleased to hear that he hasn't bought into the NDP ideology of building economic silos throughout Canada to try to put up trade barriers in response to some of the protectionist threats coming from the United States. And as the member knows, ours is the first government in many, many years to aggressively seek out new trading relationships around the world. We've entered into free trade agreements with Peru, with Colombia, with the European Free Trade Association. We're seeking new free trade agreements with places such as South Korea, with the European Union.
And I would ask this member whether he feels that, given the fact that we do still have this protectionist sentiment in the United States, that it's advisable for Canada to remain aggressive in seeking out new trading relationships around the world.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Conservative colleague for his question. He mentioned in the agreements, the free trade agreement, in particular, two agreements. The agreement with Colombia and EFTA. The honourable member must have heard the part in my speech where I talked about globalization, the more human criteria that were needed, protection of human rights, the protection of labor rights, union rights, and the environment. In the case of Colombia, that's not what is happening. President Obama has said that he will not sign a free trade agreement with Colombia. But for the Conservative government, they seem to be in a race to sign as many free trade agreements with countries as possible. In my speech, I talk about multilateralism because countries must go together in the same direction and do the same thing. The EFTA agreement that we have been debating in the House this week and which will be debated in committee, yes, we support it. Two important things, supply management and a policy for the shipbuilding industry, for the naval industry. That is what we are particularly supportive of in that legislation. There will always be, though, irritants, and the government has to look to settling those irritants. I repeat again, there are almost 200 countries in the world trying to make bilateral trade agreements with other countries. Everybody is going to have free trade agreements with other countries at a certain point in time. But, you know, if you want to get something, you have to be willing to give something. In bilateral agreements now, there's a little article that says if ever the country that we are signing with today is going to make a more advantageous agreement with another country, well, we will adjust our agreement with this country. It's not always bad, but globally speaking, well, what you want is multilateralism. That is the path to follow. The WTO has got to work. Just a second, Mr. Speaker. If today there is a significant slowdown in the WTO, it is because there is a matter that should be excluded from the WTO. Culture has been excluded. That deals with sovereignty and food safety in the programs.
King's Hands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the comments from the honourable member. Does he think it is a mistake on the part of the Conservative government to work exclusively with the American Republicans? Does he think that as of now, it would be important to work with both American parties to diversify our personal relationship with them, particularly with respect to trade? Also, does he think it's inconsistent on the part of the Conservative government to seek free trade agreements with Colombia, for example, but to ignore the issue of human rights? And at the same time, those relations that exist between Canada and China, they also involve human rights issues in China. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question.
Well, it's been repeated, and we'll repeat it again. The economic situation is an urgent matter in and of itself. And so any means that we take to address the global economic crisis now and in the future must be serious. We need to take concrete action. The Conservative government does not have an appropriate fashion of responding to this crisis. The budget doesn't address it adequately. And so, unfortunately, now we have the US administration that has dabbled with the idea of protectionism, which would affect international relations across the board. Now, it's obvious, as I said earlier, this won't be addressed in the courts, it'll be addressed in a diplomatic fashion. So to respond to the member's question, we need to deal with the Senate and the entire Congress, in fact. We need to explain to Americans the ramifications of such a protectionist measure. It would be a scourge that would affect the entire planet. Of course, it's one's natural instinct. It's a gut reaction to want to protect oneself. But in the long term, even in the mid-term, we may all be far worse off. As far as human rights are concerned, Barack Obama said he would not sign the agreement with Colombia, and the government is going to, our government is going to try and move ahead. However, we do have a committee. There are members of the Liberal Party who are on that committee who are going to try and explain what's important in terms of abiding by human rights and environmental issues. China also needs to be factored in when it comes to human rights. But I think increasingly the international community is becoming sensitive to these issues, and I think that things will change for the better. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened quite closely to my colleague from Sherbrooke, but he confused me a little bit. Well, here there's a choice to be made between fair trade and this whole free trade a theory that is promoted by the Conservatives and the Liberal Party, which theoretically works well, but in practice doesn't work so well. So are they more in favour of fair trade, and that is against agreements that sacrifice jobs, such as the European Free Trade Agreement, which will kill our shipping industry? Are they against that kind of agreement, the same kind of agreement that we had on softwood lumber that unfortunately the Bloc supported, even if it led to thousands of job losses in Quebec? Or do they take the free tradists stance that the state has no role, that there should be hands off? The Honourable Member has 35 seconds to respond to that question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's like it's a bit déjà vu, because my colleague asked this question over and over again. But he needs to be fair-minded. The Bloc's position is for economic development, but not to the detriment of human rights, of the unions and the environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate having you in the chair today. And this is a pretty fundamental debate that we're having. Unfortunately, the motion really doesn't address the issues that we as Canadians and as Canadian parliamentarians must address. What it does do, Madam Speaker, is put in very stark relief the two ends of this House of Commons. As you know, Madam Speaker, on one end we have the Liberal-Conservative coalition crossing over the aisle, which is essentially a group of flamboyant and radical free traders. They've read in the textbook that free trade is good, so they don't take any sort of intervention of government, any sort of managed trade, any actual policies that would lead to job development or industrial strategies in this country. That's what we've seen over the last 20 years, and many Canadians know that what that has led to is a collapse of our manufacturing industry, collapse of many of our strategic industries, and as I'll point to a little bit later on, Madam Speaker, actually a fall in real income for most Canadians. You would think that these radical free traders would actually look to see if the economic theories that they've learned in the textbook actually work. But no, there's no evaluation, no real consistent understanding of the impact that these policies have had. Madam Speaker, that's unfortunate. We know the Prime Minister never actually run a business, never met a payroll, but learned his economics from textbooks. And it shows, Madam Speaker, because this government has been appallingly short-sighted in putting into place industrial strategies for the automobile sector, for the steel sector, for our shipbuilding sector, for softwood lumber, for a whole range of industries, vital industries, strategic industries. We've seen the loss of real jobs. And it has been in part because we have not had a trade strategy that makes any sense. On the other end of this House, Madam Speaker, as you well know, stretching across both aisles now as a result of the new members we earned in the last election, is the New Democratic Party. We are strong, fair traders, Madam Speaker. We believe that what trade needs to do is generate additional employment and jobs, but that the government, the people of the country, have a role in ensuring that there are industrial strategies put into place, that we're preserving and enhancing the automobile sector, preserving and enhancing our steel industry, preserving and enhancing our softwood lumber industry, preserving and enhancing our shipbuilding industry. We believe that government has a role working with the private sector, the public sector, working together, a mixed economic development to ensure that there is a real rise in real income for most Canadians. Madam Speaker, and perhaps nothing draws us more in relief than this motion that we see today, the difference between fair traders and radical free traders. Well, Madam Speaker, j'aimerais juste pointer.
I'd just like to underscore some of the New Democrats' approach as far as fair trade is concerned before I turn to specific aspects. The New Democrats believe that fair trade factors in human rights, women's rights, and so on and so forth, environmental concerns. So trade should be a way of promoting these rights and addressing inequalities between men and women. It should be a way of strengthening human rights and not lessening them, which is what this government is doing and what the previous government did. Just like with the Colombia-Canada agreement, it will, in fact, diminish human rights. Now, by honouring free trade associations, just like with supply management that our farmers are relying on throughout this country and our communities are relying on to advance local economies, we believe that we need to support these fair traders, and the other parties don't believe this. And also there are agreements to respect the environment and sustainable development. And that's a glaring difference between the Conservative Liberal coalition and the NDP. Free trade agreements have managed to skirt environmental regulations. Many companies and businesses have found ways of getting around environmental rules and regulations that the vast majority of Canadians support. So clearly, fair trade agreements must help to promote human rights and respect for the environment. Fair trade agreements also honour economic diversity. There's a third sector, the public and the private sector, but also the cooperative sector, which is a community that works hard on behalf of communities so that communities can take charge of themselves, flourish and develop. There are many examples of the cooperative communities' strengths that I could give you that have strengthened local and regional the economic situation of those local and regional areas. The Conservatives and the Liberals are now in cahoots. They have the same approach when it comes to trade, and they believe in one single approach, and that is the approach of big business that can get around regulations. Of course, they want to stimulate the economy, but it leads to it does not strengthen community ties and local ties if you put all your eggs in one basket, you see.
We have here the issue of this particular motion. In light of that difference between Liberals and Conservatives, who are perfectly happy selling out Canadian jobs, and the NDP, who believes firmly in reinforcing our economy, reinforcing our vital industries like the automotive sector, like the softwood lumber sector, like shipbuilding. I could go on and on, but there is a very clear difference in our approaches. So we have this motion today that has three elements, and I'd like to touch each one of them. Unfortunately, some of them are factually wrong. It's too bad, but it's a fairly innocuous motion, and we'll have to decide in the next few days how we take all this together. The first element is in view of the growing protectionism in the U.S., which is reminiscent of the counterproductive behavior that led to the Great Depression of the 1930s. In this sense, the Liberal motion changes history, unfortunately, Madam Speaker. Now, I think they're referring to Smoot-Hawley back in the early 1930s. And radical free traders, these theoretical folks who just love to look at their textbooks and say, well, this theory will have to work without ever checking on the consequences of their action. Well, they say that Smoot-Hawley was the cause of the Great Depression. Well, Madam Speaker, that's simply not true. Smoot-Hawley came as a result of the Great Depression, which has already started. Essentially, the Great Depression, in part, came from a lack of regulation. Does that sound familiar, Madam Speaker? Well, of course it does. I'd like to cite one of our international colleagues, the Labour Party, part of the same international that the NDP is part of, and the new Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, who said, "The time has come, off the back of the current crisis, to proclaim that the great neoliberal experiment of the past 30 years has failed, that the emperor has no clothes." And Prime Minister Rudd is referring to the fact that a lack of regulation, again, has put us back in the same kind of economic circumstances that we saw in the 1930s. Smoot-Hawley wasn't the cause. Smoot-Hawley was a right-wing Republican attempt to deal with a crisis that began with no regulations, no protections in place for the public across North America. And curiously, Madam Speaker, this particular motion doesn't refer to what the antidote was for the Great Depression, which was not only a series of regulations to put in place to protect the public, but also, Madam Speaker, what the NDP has always been calling for, the great economic stimulus that came out of the New Deal. That was missing from the Republican approach. There was no economic stimulus. There was no investment. And what Franklin Delano Roosevelt did with the New Deal was provide that economic stimulus that the NDP has been pushing now for months, convinced our Liberal partners to come on the majority coalition, and then they sold us out, went with the Conservatives. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, we'll see if the Conservatives can be trusted to bring in that economic stimulus in a fair and effective way. Many of us don't believe that they can be trusted. Certainly they've broken their word before. But the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that it was economic stimulus in the New Deal that actually started to push the United States out of the Great Depression. So the first clause is factually wrong. That's, I guess, in keeping with the proud liberal tradition. But it's, aside from that factual error, perhaps pretty innocuous. So secondly, we have that this House calls upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and the Congress in order to protect Canadian jobs. Well, that's something certainly that we could support, Madam Speaker. That is something that we've been pushing for. But let me preface my remarks in this regard with what is actually happening in the United States and in Canada. Madam Speaker, since NAFTA was implemented in 1989, we have the figures right here. What's happened is a hollowing out of Canada. Essentially, for most Canadians, they've lost in real income. We've seen a loss in real income that's the equivalent for the lowest 20% of the Canadian population of about a month and a half of income. In real terms, they've lost a month and a half income since NAFTA was implemented. For the lower middle class, they've lost about 2 weeks of income for each and every Canadian family in that income class, which we're talking about more than 6 million Canadians in those families. They've lost about 2 weeks of income in real terms. And the middle class has lost about a week of income in real terms for each and every year since NAFTA was implemented. Now, this isn't solely a cause of NAFTA. It's also because of all of the foolish economic and lack of economic policies that were put in by the Liberals, like the Conservatives. They don't seem to change much as they bounce across the floor. But fundamentally, we can say that on the bottom line, they have failed over the past 20 years. When most Canadian families are earning less in real terms than they were 20 years ago, Madam Speaker, you would think that one member of the Conservative Liberal Party would say, well, gee, maybe we should change our economic approach. Well, Madam Speaker, what the NDP is saying is, with a growing number of Canadians, they're saying, since Liberals and Conservatives aren't changing their economic approach, we're looking to change the government. And that's why we're seeing more and more New Democrats in this House of Commons as we go through each election, Madam Speaker. Because we understand that this is not sustainable. When you're saying to the middle class, accept less every year, when you're saying to the poorest Canadians, accept much less every year, that is simply not a sustainable economic policy. And, Madam Speaker, I'll just conclude remarks on the Canadian income categories by saying now that the wealthiest 20%, which is what these economic policies have been intended to do, this not a flood upwards, the wealthiest 20% now take most Canadian income. Canadian income pie is less and less equal, more and more skewed to corporate lawyers and to corporate CEOs. And, Madam Speaker, that is why the NDP is saying we need a much more balanced approach, a much more mature approach, that in keeping with what we're seeing around the world. So, Madam Speaker, we're saying in this motion that we want to intervene with the United States administration. Now, the important thing to note is when we're talking to President Obama and talking to Americans, we have to understand that they are going through exactly the same thing. And I'd like to cite two right-wing, radical free traders who said in a recent issue of Foreign Affairs, this is Kenneth Sheaf and Matthew Slaughter, who has the oxymoronic title of being a former economic policy advisor to George Bush. They say, these are free traders, saying that income inequality in the United States is greater today than at any time since the 1920s. Less than 4% of workers were in educational groups that enjoyed increases in mean real money earnings from 2000 to 2005. Mean real money earnings rose for workers with doctorates and professional graduate degrees, lawyers, corporate CEOs, and fell for all other income categories. That's nearly 97% of Americans saw their real income go down, Madam Speaker. These explanations around the issue of so-called protectionism miss a basic point. U.S. policy is becoming more protectionist because the American public is becoming more protectionist, and this shift in attitude is a result of stagnant and falling incomes. Madam Speaker, it's no secret why President Obama was elected on a platform of renegotiating NAFTA. rebuilding it on a fair trade model. It's no secret why we've seen in the United States, both in the House of Representatives, I was on the phone to the U.S. Congress yesterday talking to friends of mine in the U.S. Congress who are talking about these issues. The Senate rejecting Senator McCain's ridiculous amendment in the Senate, or certainly not an amendment that was in keeping with the way most American senators felt, rejected 65 to 31. It's because Americans are increasingly concerned about the same income fall that they have seen, that we have seen. So if we are intervening with the United States administration, we have to start on that basis. We have to start on the basis that these free trade agreements and all the economic right-wing policy that have gone with it has not been good for American workers, and it has not been good for Canadian workers, Madam Speaker. That is the fundamental problem. And I would hope that at least one of our colleagues from the Conservative or Liberal parties would actually start to look at the real facts, the bottom line, not the textbook theory. We all know the textbook theory. I can spout the textbook theory as well as anyone in this House. But the real practical results are a fall in real income for Canadians, a fall in real income for Americans. And that is why we're having to deal with these issues where more and more workers are saying, we've got to protect jobs here at home. So, Madam Speaker, then how do we communicate with the United States administration and Congress? Well, we can do it on a win-win basis. Madam Speaker, I'll cite the figures, the most recent figures available. November 2008, for Canadian trade with the U.S. from iron and steel mills, targeted, as you know, Madam Speaker, in the House of Representatives bill and targeted as well in the Senate bill. And they're going to go into conference, but one can assume that iron and steel is going to get through that conference, and we're going to have to contend with this and deal with the administration and the American Senate and Congress in a meaningful way. Well, in November 2008, we exported to the U.S. $349 million worth of iron and steel. We imported from the United States $401 million, Madam Speaker. In other words, the U.S. has a deficit with us, a trade deficit in iron and steel, that essentially means that we buy more iron and steel from them than they buy from us. November 2008, essentially, that's what those figures mean. So, Madam Speaker, what that means is that we have an opportunity for win-win. We have an opportunity to go with the American administration, American senators, American members of Congress, and say, we would like to exempt from a Buy Canada clause American steel so we can use American iron and steel. And we'd like you to do the same with the Buy America clause. Just one wrinkle, Madam Speaker, just one tiny wrinkle. Over the last 20 years, Liberal inaction and of Conservative inaction, neither government chose at any time, we talked about the lack of industrial strategies, they didn't even bother to put in place the Buy Canada clause, Madam Speaker, and that is something the NDP has been pushing, and that again, Madam Speaker, is why there are more and more New Democrats in this House as we go through each election. That's why we overflow from one side to the other side of this House now. It's because Canadians are saying, why didn't Liberals bring this in? Why aren't Conservatives bringing in a Buy Canada clause? Well, I'll come to they're going to say, well, it simply must be illegal or it's not in keeping with our textbook theory. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is this would provide us with the leverage that we need to sit down with the American administration and having a win-win negotiation exempt our iron and steel in the same way that we can exempt theirs. Now, I come to the third part of the motion, Madam Speaker, which is urge the United States to respect its international agreements. And I'm going to cite just a couple of articles, Madam Speaker. First, from the United Steelworkers, the Canadian Director, Ken Newman, and the International Steelworker President, Leo Gerard, a very proud Canadian. He says, the U.S. has had, Ken Newman says, the U.S. has had laws requiring the use of domestically produced goods for government contracts since the 1933 Buy American Act. These laws are consistent with international trade obligations. Linda DeBelle says the same thing in the Toronto Star. Madam Speaker, Buy Canada is legal. Buy America is legal for provincial and municipal entities as it is for state and municipal entities. And instead, we are sending millions of dollars of taxpayers' dollars to buy overseas what we could be building here at home. Many people have cited the Navistar plant, where we're spending a $274 million contract for military contracts in Texas when we, as taxpayers, provided $65 million to the Navistar plant in Chatham, Ontario. Madam Speaker, it does not make sense, this approach, a purely theoretical approach that we're not going to have by Canada because it interferes with our theoretical approach on free trade. It is legal, Madam Speaker. It would create more jobs in Canada, and that is why the NDP is pressing this government and its Liberal colleagues to put in place a Buy Canada policy and save Canadian jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kings House.
Speaker, we just heard from the honourable member that President Obama is wrong to recognize the risk, the protectionist risk of Buy America provisions in the stimulus bill. That Senator McCain was wrong to try to remove the Buy America protectionist clause from the bill. And we heard from the NDP that, in fact, we'd be better off to bring in similar measures in Canada to in fact, we should be supporting the American Buy America program, which does discriminate against Canadian-made goods. But we should also do our own and work together to more deeply integrate the Canada-U.S. economies, which is interesting coming from the NDP. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, doesn't he recognize the risk around the world of countries retaliating against Canada and the U.S. if we both engage in that kind of globophobic, socialist, Luddite, protectionist measure that every other social democratic party in the world, except Canada's New Democrats, has rejected? Doesn't he realize that we would start, instead of it being a U.S. Smoot-Hawley, this would be a Canada-U.S. Smoot-Hawley approach, but it would provoke exactly the same kind of economic devastation and economic downturn globally, particularly deleterious to the Canadian and then the U.S. economies?
The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Madam Speaker, is that all he has? I mean, the same kind of conservative, theoretical rhetoric? Come on. Madam Speaker, I expected to have a real debate, and that's all he's got. It's going to be an utter calamity if Canada does what's legal under trade agreements. Now, the Senate, I'm sorry to have to announce this to the member, but he should have been following this. The Senate just adopted the language on iron and steel provisions, the Buy America Act, and also reiterated that essentially it is within trade agreements. As the member should know, my goodness, he's the trade critic for the Liberal Party. He should know this stuff. This is pretty fundamental. Conservatives should know this too, but they're trade illiterates, Madam Speaker. They simply don't understand. So the Buy Malaysia, the Buy Korean, the Buy European, all these clauses that exist are legal, Madam Speaker, and yet they don't bring them in. Is it because they're illiterate? Is it because they're uninformed? Is it just because they don't understand trade? Is it because they're asleep, Madam Speaker? I have no idea, but time after time after time, we're told it's legal, and time after time after time, Liberals and Conservatives say, no, if we do that, the whole world will explode. No, it won't, Madam Speaker, but more Canadians will have jobs, and more Canadians will be able to contribute to their local economy, and more Canadians will be off employment insurance or off welfare and be able to contribute the way they want to Canada. If Conservatives and Liberals understood fair trade and understood that Buy Canada is legal, more Canadians would be prosperous. It's a shame they don't understand, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Interesting to hear the rant from the honourable member. Speaking of understanding, I understand from your speech that you quoted that middle-income Canadians have lost 10% of real income, and you said, quote unquote, or he said, quote unquote, for each and every year since NAFTA was implemented. Now, near as I can tell, that would result in a 200% negative or 100% negative real income for middle-income Canadians. So I'd like to sort of understand, you didn't document, or he didn't document where he got those numbers from. I'd like to hear where he got the numbers from. Secondly, curious, we're the honourable member's promoting a Buy Canada solution to everything. Now, by extension, I would imagine that he would be even stronger in favour of a Buy BC provision, or perhaps a Buy Burnaby provision in terms of trade. Maybe he would like to go back to the days when families made their own clothes, grew their own food, and build their own homes. Perhaps that would be the solution to the problems that we're facing right now.
Honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll deal with the serious question first, and then the silly question afterwards. Serious question, Library of Parliament, it's StatsCan from 1989 to 2005. I'll bring the figures another way, because what I was saying was if you've lost a week's income, that has a cumulative effect. If you lose a week, and over 20 years, you've earned a less 1 week for each one of those 20 years, cumulatively, you lose more income. I was trying to explain it in a very simple way so that Conservatives and Liberals can understand. But another way of explaining it is that the loss of real income growth for the lowest quintile has been 14%. For the second quintile has been 12%. This is in real terms. For the third quintile has been 6%. That is a loss, an average loss, for all the 6 million Canadians within that income category. That's horrendous, Madam Speaker. Now, the sillier question, I think, is something that I'll just come back to in saying, again, one more time, for Liberals and Conservatives in this House, Buy Canada provisions are legal. Virtually every other industrialized country in the world has them, including the United States, and they are going to be investing in economic stimulus through a completely legal process. So the question that I have to put back to every single Liberal and Conservative in this House is, why are you refusing to protect Canadian jobs with a strategy that is legal under NAFTA and the WTO?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Personally, I loved the intervention made by my colleague for Burnaby, New Westminster. I thought that most of his ideas are quite intelligent, personally. The depression in the 30s was because of the lack of control by the state on economic levers, and what is happening today is exactly the same thing. Also, he said that the Buy Canada Act is something legal that has never been implemented by the Conservatives or the Liberals and should have been implemented. So I share his idea on that. However, those points are something that will have to be debated at some other time, because today we have to respond to Mr. Obama, who will be coming to visit us to talk about his plan. We will be meeting with him shortly, and I'd like to remind my colleague and my colleague for Sherbrooke, who explained the various elements earlier that are part of the Obama plan and that could lead to legal challenges. We know that when it comes to commercial or trade challenges, even when the Americans think they're right, they allow a challenge and they let it drag through the courts for years and years until those who are involved either die or simply are chased away from the market, if you will. Mr. Parizeau said that when a mouse sleeps with an elephant has to know where that mouse is. It's important for the mouse. So this is my question for my colleague. If his party leader meets with Mr. Obama shortly, could he tell him where exactly that mouse is located? The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, has about 1 minute 30 seconds.
Je remercie mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, what I was trying to explain to the Liberals and to the Conservatives is that Mr. Obama has a mandate from the American people to maintain American jobs and increase the real income, which has dropped considerably over the past 20 years, and particularly over the past 5 years. Even the most fervent fans of George Bush agree on that and admit it. So what we need to tell them is that we understand your concern. We also have concerns. Instead of calling upon far-fetched theories of pure free trade that the Conservatives and the Liberals like to explain, we need something very real that we can negotiate when it comes to steel and iron. We should say that we need some type of managed trade between the two countries so that we can win on the Canadian side, and the Americans will come out winners as well. This will help our steel and iron industries. Resuming debate.
Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the chance to participate in the debate, and I want to congratulate my colleague for King's Hants for introducing this motion, and say that I've been listening with great interest to the discussion and to the debate, and I'll have some comments to make about the speech that I've just heard from the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, but I want to be indicating my strong support for a simple proposition, which I don't believe is because I'm the captive of some strange ideology that has been ascribed to members of this party. I can only tell you that my support for the resolution comes from an intensely practical sense that right now we're facing a challenge as a country, Mr. Speaker, because our greatest and closest trading partner is introducing a $850 to $900 billion stimulus package, which has attached to it provisions which will actually discriminate against Canadian companies. And I say to my friends in the New Democratic Party, if you're not prepared to defend that, then in my view you're not prepared to defend the interest of Canadian workers and Canadian businesses, and you're missing the point, and you're missing the boat, and you're missing the point, and you're missing the boat, because it's the New Democratic Party that's the captive of an ideology. The British Labour Party, the French Socialist Party, the German Social Democratic Party, the Swedish Social Democratic Party, the Norwegian Social Democratic Party. Madam Speaker, I say with great respect, it's a movement of which I know something. And I can tell you it's the view, the isolationist, the neo-isolationist view that's taken by the current federal New Democratic Party that is in fact removing it from every single intelligent debate about trade, about globalization, about economic change and economic progress that's taken place over the last 30 years. And listening to the speech from the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, Madam Speaker, I must confess I was taken back, because if anything could be described as a lecture in some abstract political philosophy and political theory, it's the speech we just heard from the member from Burnaby, New Westminster. We face a practical challenge as a country. Our greatest trading partner is about to engage in an act of protectionism. We have an obligation as Canadians, and we have an obligation as members of Parliament to intervene forcefully on behalf of Canadian workers and Canadian businesses in the face of that protectionist spirit. Now, the theory of the United Steelworkers, an organization with which I'm extremely familiar and which I've had close ties over many, many years, of which I'm extremely proud, the dilemma facing the United Steelworkers is they've decided to take a position that says we can defend the interests of American workers as they see it by excluding products from other countries, and we can do it without sideswiping Canada. And all I can say is we'll see whether that happens or not, but I'm not interested in advancing the interests of anyone other than the interests of Canadian workers and Canadian businesses and Canadian economic interests. And if I think that friends of mine who I've worked with over the years are making a mistake, I have no hesitation in saying they're making a mistake. And I'm certainly not here to argue their case. And I'm not here to say I'm arguing their case as if it's the general interest of the people of Canada, because it isn't. There are workers in Sault Ste. Marie who will be laid off as a result of this measure being introduced in the United States. There are workers in Hamilton who will be laid off as a result of this being introduced in the United States. There are workers in Regina at IPCO Steel who will be laid off as a result of this measure. And the member from Burnaby, New Westminster can engage in all the political philosophy and all the pirouetting that he wants, but he can't ignore the fact that the position being taken today by the New Democratic Party of Canada is contrary to the interests of Canadian working people and of Canadian businesses. And this notion somehow, Mr. Speaker, that what's happened to the Canadian economy and what's happened to the standard of living in North America is a product solely of the North American Free Trade Agreement is preposterous. What has taken place in the world, open up your eyes, look beyond the horizon, see the transformation of India, see the transformation of China, see what the whole process of globalization has meant. Has it produced hardship for many Canadians? Yes, of course it has. Has it resulted in the loss of jobs in the country? Yes, of course it has. But let's not look at trade agreements alone and say it's those trade agreements which are the cause of what's taken place in the country. It's a silly proposition. And I repeat the point, Mr. Speaker, in every single advanced industrial country, the social democratic parties of virtually every one of those countries has recognized that the best way to produce wealth is through markets. This is not the product of ideology. This is the product of experience. Do we need governments? Of course we need governments. Do we need governments to intervene? Of course we do. Governments make up somewhere between 30 and 45, 48% of the GDP of economies across the OECD countries. You can see where we fit in the mix, but we're all mixed economies. But at the basis of that mixed economy have to be strong markets. Are markets getting bigger? Yes. Are they becoming coordinated? Yes. Are they coming together? Yes. Is the world globalizing? Yes. And the sooner the New Democratic Party recognizes that fact, the better off they will be, and frankly, the better off the level of debate and discourse in this House will be. That's right. We have to come to terms with the fact, Mr. Speaker, we are members of NAFTA. I fought NAFTA. I didn't like NAFTA, and I'll tell you why I didn't like it. I fought it because I believed at the time the Conservative government was mistaken in thinking that somehow, if we signed that agreement, we would be able to avoid American protectionism. The argument that was made by the Conservative Party at the time and the Prime Minister of the day, the argument that he made was, if we sign this agreement, we will somehow come under an umbrella and we will not be subject to the kind of sideswiping which we've seen. Well, Madam Speaker, I spent 12 years working in the private sector, and for much of that time I was involved in the softwood lumber dispute. My family appreciates the fact that I was so involved because it was a long and arduous negotiation and discussion. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, the American Congress is not deeply attached to the notion of free trade between Canada and the United States. They like to say that they are. But in fact, every time we have a competitive advantage, every time we have an advantage which gives us access to markets in the United States which is greater than the Americans would like to see, they respond. And the free trade agreement did not and has not protected us against that. It has not had the effect of protecting us against American protectionism. And we have to simply accept that fact and say, okay, there's a level of integration that's taken place under NAFTA. There are issues that we still have, but we have to deal with the world as we find it. I also find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Burnaby, New Westminster says, well, any kind of Buy Canada provision that we wanted to put in would be legal. All I can say is that would depend. It would depend on what the provision was. I'm not ideologically opposed to a sensible Buy Canada provision if I think it's going to match what other countries are doing and it's something that we have to do and it's within the framework of our legal structure and of our international obligations. But we are members of WTO. We are a trading country. Our co-ops depend on trade. Our co-ops depend on access to international trade. One of the most ludicrous comments he made was to suggest that somehow the members of the Liberal Party are opposed to the cooperative movement. Tell that to my friend, the former Minister of Agriculture, who's done more to build up co-ops, more to build up supply management, more to build up intervention, more to build up the third sector in Canada. We don't need to take any lessons from the New Democratic Party in how we build up the third sector in this country, but the fact remains, it has to be done in conformity with the law. It has to be done in conformity with our international obligations and with the fact that we are part of a big world, and that world is good for our prosperity. It's good for Canadians, and there's frankly, no other way than for us to be engaged in this world in a positive and constructive way. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that in my conversations with American congressmen and with American senators, Madam Speaker, what I am saying time and again. Not, we understand why you're doing, go ahead and do it, it's good for you, and somehow we'll cope with it all. That's a ridiculous message for a Canadian politician to be delivering to our friends in the United States. The message that I have been delivering is your concern has to be not simply with the prosperity, the short-term prosperity you think you're buying with this measure. Your concern has to be with what this is going to do to the whole pattern of world trade and to the pattern of world investment. Madam Speaker, we are in the middle of a very, very difficult financial crisis, not only in Canada, not only in the United States, but around the world. When the leaders of the G20 got together, Social Democrats, Conservatives, Liberals, representing a variety of political parties and political traditions, what did they all agree on? One of the premises that they all agreed on was that we would not play beggar thy neighbor. We would not try to advance our own short-term interests at the expense of our neighbors. We would not try to bring in a measure that might look as if it was helping workers in Indiana or in Ohio or Pennsylvania or Florida, but in fact won't have that great beneficial effect, and in fact will have a hardening effect on the sense of understanding and the sense of reciprocity, on the sense of expanding commerce and expanding trade that has to be a critical feature of our coming out of this crisis into a greater world of prosperity. Madam Speaker, my colleague from King's Hants has spoken very effectively about what we need to do together as a parliament to make this change happen. He's spoken very effectively about the need for us to intervene. He's spoken very effectively about the need for us to improve relationships. He's spoken very effectively about how some of the positions taken by the Conservatives in the past have not particularly helped with respect to our developing ties and understanding with members on both sides of the aisle in the United States. And yes, it is going to require us in Canada to up our game and to improve how we are engaged and how we are relating to our friends in the United States. But I particularly want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, the importance of this resolution at this particular moment in our history, at this particular moment in the discussions that are going on in the United States. Let there be no doubt in the United States where Canada stands. Let there be no doubt of the sense in this House as to what our common interest is.
Listened with a great deal of interest to the comments made by the member for Sherbrooke, who made some very significant remarks on the importance of trade, not just for Quebec, but for all of Canada. It's not just a Quebec issue, an Ontario issue, a BC issue. It is something that directly affects all Canadians, all the world, everyone. We have a great deal in common as members of Parliament to look at that protectionism that is there in the United States and say that this is not good for the common prosperity that we all seek, that will not help create more prosperous open markets, and the universe that we wish to create together requires that we respect the principles of social solidarity. We recognize that this is the moment of decision now for this House. It is the time to say with a common voice, that is the common interest of Canada. That is also the interest of our American friends.
To our friends in the United States, we not only have to appeal to their sense of what their international obligations are under the law, we also have to appeal to their sense of common sense and common interest. Madam Speaker, it is not in the interests of the United States to adopt measures which will limit the trade and the commerce and the exchange which needs to exist between our two countries. As my friend from King's Hants has said, a full 40% of the trade that takes place between Canada and the United States takes place within companies. It is a trade. If you look at how a car is produced, there is no such thing as a Canadian car or an American car. The parts from Ohio are moving to Ontario. The cars are being assembled in Ontario. Other parts are being added. This is a fully integrated industry. It's true as well for steel. It's true on so many dimensions and at so many levels. And I say to all members of the House, yes, of course, if the Americans pass this measure, will we have to respond in some way? Of course we will. Should we sit back and say, well, no, we're not going to take it? And no, of course we'll have to respond effectively. But let no one think for a moment, Madam Speaker, that by creating these autarkic economic models in our head, where the picture in their heads in the economy seems to be one where some bright boffin in Ottawa will manage the trade between one country and another and say, you're going to produce over here and you're going to produce over here. Madam Speaker, that ain't the way the world works. It's not the way the world should work. It's not the way the world will work. And the sooner we come to grips with two things. One, what's happening in the world economy and how we have to understand it more deeply and respond more effectively and collectively to what we're facing. And second of all, that the moment of decision is coming in the American Congress, and it's our responsibility to respond effectively and aggressively to those protectionist steps being taken in the Congress. The sooner we come to grips with those two simple facts, not political philosophy, not some abstract economic ideology, but the simple facts of the way things are right now, Madam Speaker, the better off we'll all be. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's speech, and of course he made a number of points, one of which was his opposition to NAFTA stemming from concerns about softwood lumber. Of course, he would know that softwood lumber had a special exemption under NAFTA, which is why it needs a separate deal. So I guess he might want to check his notes on that. But that said, I do agree with the member, and a lot of the points that he's made, I think that they're important. But under the, I guess I'd go back, I'd reference an old country song that went something like, I was country when country wasn't cool. This party was actually friends with the Americans when the Liberal Party thought being friends with the Americans wasn't cool, when people like Carolyn Parrish was calling them idiots. You know, I remember the member, for example, from Selkirk Interlake going with the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound and putting forward the interests of Canadian farmers, Canadian beef farmers. I remember the member from Yellowhead and the member from Edmonton-Leduc meeting with Speaker Nancy Pelosi when she became leader in the Democratic Senate and effectively putting forward our case and saying, we are here, we are partners. And I'll tell you something else. The Americans don't always change the rules when it works for Canada. When Canada was building up manufacturing jobs and increasing our footprint in the auto industry, we were selling those cars into the United States. That was NAFTA working. I agree with the member. We need open trade. We need to make sure protectionist measures don't just creep into the U.S. system, but not creep into any of the major G20 economies. That's why we signed on. Canada is a trading nation. We benefit from that. I encourage the member and I encourage the Liberal Party to keep their current stance. It's the right one. They opposed free trade. They're on the right side now. Keep it up.
The honourable member from Toronto Centre.
I'm sure the honourable member from Peterborough was country before country was cool. I can certainly understand that, why he would say that. But I don't think there's any point in any one of us competing to say who's best friends with who. We are friends with the American people, Madam Speaker, because of the long-standing relationship that we have. We're friends, neighbours, and that relationship is there. We have differences of opinion with them. We have differences of policy with them from time to time. And I'm talking about how we effectively have to advance Canadian interests and how we have to advance those in an effective and sometimes even in quite an aggressive fashion. But there was no special exemption for softwood lumber. This is one of the great mythologies that's been perpetrated over the years. There's never been an exemption for softwood lumber. Never was, never was, never was. The issue on softwood lumber, Madam Speaker, it was an object lesson for me. When we have a competitive advantage in the United States, 50% of the U.S. Senate represents states with less than 20% of the population. In those areas of resources and agriculture, and now we're finding in steel, and now we're finding in manufactured products, and it will only grow. In all those areas, we have a fight on in our hands with respect to American protectionism. And the sooner the members of the Conservative Party and the members of the New Democratic Party and the Bloc can all come to terms with what that means and how we have to take strong action, the better off we'll be, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to with great deal of interest to the member and his speech. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, he seems to be completing his drive to the right because the Conservatives loved his speech. So he may be moving to another party. Who knows? A lot of factual inaccuracies, Madam Speaker, among many other things. We didn't actually say whether we were going to support or oppose this, this somewhat inaccurate but relatively innocuous motion, and a number of other inaccuracies I won't go into, but he attacked a whole variety of things. He attacked managed trade, which I suppose means that he opposed the Auto Pact. He attacks Buy Canada, so very clearly agrees with his Conservative counterparts that we shouldn't take any measures to protect Canadian industries, but he also attacked the steelworkers, Madam Speaker. He said that he disagrees with the steelworkers. Now, you've got Leo Gerard, Ken Newman, two notable steelworker leaders, saying to the Americans and to Canadians, we need to discuss a coordinated approach for the North American industry to strengthen its ability to create and preserve good jobs in both countries. Why is he attacking steelworkers when they're the ones that are impacted and they're the ones that have told him that the NDP approach on a coordinated strategy is right?
Well, member from Toronto Centre.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I don't know whether he's supporting it or opposing it. It sounded to me like he was opposing it. If now he's saying he's not, well, then we'll wait for them to fall off the fence one way or the other. We'll just have to see what they do. I have no idea what they're going to do. It wasn't clear from his speech, obviously. Secondly, I never attacked Buy Canada. What I said was whatever we do has to be compatible with our international obligations. And he said, is it legal or illegal? I said, if it's legal, we'll do it. If it's not legal, we won't do it. It's simple as that. Didn't attack anything. And finally, I never, ever in my comments attacked the steelworkers. I did not do that. In fact, anybody listening would know that I didn't do that. He's the one who's attacking steelworker jobs in Algoma. He's the one who's attacking steelworker jobs in Hamilton. He's the one who's attacking steelworker jobs in Regina. He's the one who's refusing to recognize we are at a moment, Madam Speaker, where the American Congress is about to take steps which is going to be harmful to Canadian steelworkers. And we don't have time for the political theory of wouldn't it be nice if we could work out some new trade pact on steel. We're not going to be able to do that in 5 minutes, but Congress is going to be passing this measure in 5 minutes, and that's why I'm opposing this measure, and I hope and plead with my partners in the New Democratic Party, my friends in the New Democratic Party, because they're still my friends. I'll say to them very clearly, I hope they'll stand up with their fellow parliamentarians and hope they'll stand up for Canadian workers and say no to American protectionism, because it's bad for America and it's certainly bad for Canada, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton, Mill Woods, Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't often find myself nodding along with the honourable member when he's speaking. Usually I find myself in a little bit of a contrasting opinion. In this case, I do agree with most of what the honourable member said. I noted that he spent a good deal of his time strongly criticizing the NDP position and particularly the member from Burnaby, New Westminster. But I would note that until very, very recently, the honourable member was the strongest advocate within his party for a coalition agreement with the NDP that would have probably seen the leader of the NDP as the industry minister and may very well have seen the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster as the Minister for International Trade. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member could square that circle for us.
The honourable member from Toronto Centre.
The coalition agreement that was negotiated between the former leader of my party and the leaders of the leader of the New Democratic Party did not involve moving away from NAFTA, did not involve moving away from our commitments on international trade, did not involve any steps at all that would have taken us from a sound and positive position for Canada. So I have. At that time, I have no problems in saying what was there was there. What's happened since has happened. All I'm telling the honourable member is, Canada has a moment at which we need to come together as a parliament. In my view, the vote next week should be a unanimous vote. It would be a great thing for this House to be sending as clear as possible a message as we can to the United States with respect to the position that we have. And if I mistook the 20 minutes of diatribe from the honourable member from Burnaby as being a sign that he was in favour of the motion that was proposed by my colleague of King's Hants, and somehow I failed to understand the sophistication of his argument and the intricacy of his conclusion, then I accept entirely the criticism. I would be delighted if the New Democratic Party were to support this motion. But it was hard to tell that. I hope members who are sitting here listening to the speech from the member for Burnaby Coquitlam, a little difficult to tell whether that was really where he was coming from. And I think it's important for us to come together as Canadians, to come together as parliamentarians, and send a very clear message to our friends and colleagues in the United States. Thank you.
Questions and comments? There's time for a short question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade for 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Madam Speaker, I'll try to be brief. I listened with interest to the Honourable Member's speech. I think he certainly understands the issue, and he understands the threat that we all face, quite frankly, and I agree with him. If we could get a unanimous decision by this House, it would be excellent. There's one point. I don't think there's any point in going back and looking at who said what or who said or when they said it, which party supports Americans, which ones don't, because I think as a fact, any government in Canada has to have a close relationship with their American partners, regardless of what their political color is.
Honourable member from Toronto Centre has 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, just on a very personal note, my father was minister in the Canadian Embassy in the 1950s. I was Richard Nixon's newspaper boy. What could be a greater sign of cooperation than for me as a young 9 or 10-year-old to be delivering papers to Richard Nixon? I can assure that my conspiracy theories coming from the other side. I can assure the honourable member that
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Secretary for International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Maybe before I start on my speech, I just will go a little bit further on the question that I just raised, because I think it's only common sense, and it behooves everyone in this place to have a reasonable and respectful relationship with our trading partners around the world, regardless of who those trading partners are, and certainly with our closest neighbor, our greatest ally, and our largest trading partner. We are making a serious mistake if anyone in this place thinks that we don't have to have a rules-based trading relationship with the United States of America, because it's absolutely essential to our ongoing livelihoods here in Canada, it's in the best interest of our workers, it's the best interest of our businesses, and it's in the best interest of all Canadians, because the money that's generated from those economies help to pay for everything that Canadians receive. And there's been some I believe some playful attempt at trying to drive a wedge between the government and the American administration and the new president, and that's sheer folly and sheer foolishness, because regardless of political party, who's in power in Canada, regardless of political party or who's in power in the United States, it's absolutely incumbent upon both administrations to have a good, solid, respectful relationship, because both countries benefit from that. That's not rocket science by any way, shape, or form. Madam Speaker, as you know, there's been a bit of discussion in the House on this issue today. It's been some interesting debate. And the economic stimulus package is making its way through the U.S. congressional legislative process. And we've been watching that and certainly with great interest and trying to have as much influence as possible to have on the decisions that the Congress in the United States will make. And I think we need to put those measures that are moving through the Congress in perspective. Governments around the world have all found themselves in the same position. We're moving into turbulent economic times. And these are very recent changes. This is really, these changes have occurred in this quarter, or the last quarter, sorry. And we expect this quarter they will deepen. You know, when the group of 20 or the G20 leaders met in Washington in November of last year, there was a wide range of views regarding both the nature and the seriousness of the situation. And certainly the situation hadn't progressed to the degree that it has today. In spite of these differences, however, the G20 leaders were able to agree to provide timely stimulus to domestic demand, while also maintaining long-run fiscal sustainability. And in Canada, we acted on our own commitment. We tabled on January 27, 2009, our Economic Action Plan to stimulate economic growth, restore confidence, and support Canadians and their families during this synchronized global recession. And the action plan will stimulate the economy by building infrastructure, reducing taxes, freezing EI rates, stimulating housing construction, improving access to financing, and strengthening Canada's financial system by helping Canadians through training programs. And just as our Economic Action Plan is meant to provide stimulus in Canada, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 is predominantly, I say, meant to stimulate the U.S. economy. And the cost of that bill is now approaching $900 billion, and it includes extensive tax cuts, assistance to state and local authorities for education investment, new health care investments, unemployment benefits, and infrastructure and energy investments. However, there's another reality, and that's the reality of the integrated North American economy of today. And if that stimulus package will also benefit the neighbors across the border, Mexico and Canada, and as long as everyone is contributing to the solution, we should be welcome within that stimulus package. And that's a clear message to the United States. Since given the magnitude of the challenges we all face, no individual country is likely to be able to save itself without help from its trading partners. No individual country in the world is an island, and now is not the time to allow protectionism to rear its head. It will drive the economy downward. It will be a downward spiral that we've not seen in the global economy since the 1930s. We are, however, extremely concerned that the broadening, Madam Speaker, of the Buy American provisions in the U.S. stimulus package will lead to other countries following similar protectionist policies and create that downward spiral that I was just talking about, and will fuel a greater economic crisis. And that's why our government was making our concerns known to the American administration, legislators, and other stakeholders long before the opposition was on this file. 1/3 of all cross-border trade between Canada and the United States takes place with companies with a presence on both sides of the border, and 2/3 is within established supply chains. If either government were to introduce new barriers or preferences, now it would increase costs, cause delay, and disrupt the way the businesses have organized themselves on the continent, thereby resulting in decreased North American competitiveness. I don't think any of us on the North American continent can afford that at the present time. The Minister of International Trade recently met with U.S. trade officials and strongly indicated Canada's concerns about increased U.S. protectionism and the pressures and the possible broadening of Buy American provisions in the proposed stimulus package. He said, "We know from history that protectionism legislation winds up hurting one's own economy and invariably hurting the economies around it." In a follow-up letter to the acting U.S. Trade Representative, he wrote that Canada believes that elements of ERA are now under consideration, are protectionist in nature, and contrary to the very goals of economic recovery that this bill is intended to address. So that's the very start of what happened. and how this issue has grown, Madam Speaker. And it's important to know, and it's important for all Canadians to know, that we have taken our message to the American government. We have used all of the assets at our disposal, including one-on-one discussions with American legislators, with congressmen and senators. We've certainly had been in broad and thorough diplomatic discussions with the United States. We, Madam Speaker, know how serious this issue is if we're not able to nip it in the bud. And certainly we're not alone, Madam Speaker, in our concerns, and we're not alone in the lobby. America's other trading partners have expressed concerns. There is domestic opposition as well from companies as diverse as Caterpillar, who have a tremendous national market in the United States, but also are an exporting company. And there are many national business organizations and corporations who have now taken another look at this bill and said, you know what, it looks good on paper. Protectionism always looks good on paper. But the results of it, what are the results of it? The results, Madam Speaker, is America would lose jobs, they would lose opportunity, and they would lose income. Madam Speaker, Canada has tremendous political capital with our closest friend and ally, the United States, and we are optimistic that they will not proceed with a bill that would be damaging to international trade. After all, the greatest danger to global economic stability is that other countries will retaliate with protectionist measures of their own. Last night's vote by the U.S. Senate to ensure that their stimulus package meets all international trade obligations is an encouraging sign. It's the first crack, Madam Speaker. It's an encouraging sign that our efforts, our combined efforts, are making progress. At the G20 in November, our Prime Minister pushed for progress on 4 initiatives to address the causes of the global financial crisis, initiatives that were ultimately endorsed by the G20 leaders. We pressed for action to address the crisis, commitments to strengthen domestic financial regimes, an agreement to conduct transparent international assessments of national financial systems, and, Madam Speaker, a commitment to resist protectionism and maintain open markets. We owe it to all of our trading partners to resist protectionism and maintain an open marketplace. Meanwhile, Canadians and Americans share the largest and most comprehensive economic partnership in the world. And we are one another's largest customers and largest suppliers. We are joined at the hip. We are dovetailed together. And for anyone in this place or any other place to think that we're not dependent upon the American economy and the American economy is not dependent on us is making a very, very serious lapse in judgment, Madam Speaker. And although our precise policies may differ because we're separate countries, our objectives of nations are similar. We seek prosperity, security, and a good life for all of our citizens. And the prosperity of our neighbors is inextricably tied to our own. Our 2 economies are so integrated that we must address this downturn together. Now, the honourable member from Kings Hants has called upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and Congress in light of what he characterizes as growing protectionism in the United States. Madam Speaker, as this House knows, the government has responded quickly and effectively to specific protectionist elements which appeared in the stimulus package being prepared by the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. And, Madam Speaker, that certainly doesn't stop there. Canadians will be gratified to learn that a committed and gifted team of civil servants and Canadian diplomatic representatives have been working around the clock on this file, engaging their counterparts on the other side of the border, but also working their contracts in industry, trade, and academia. American newspapers, talk shows, and radio phone-ins have been filled to the brim with debate on this issue, and yes, Canada can take plenty of the credit for broadening the public discourse in America. And last night, our friends in the Pearson Building received this note from our advocacy team in Miami. And let me read a few lines, Madam Speaker. On February the 4th, Miami Head of Mission Marcy Grossman addressed the 100-plus members and guests of the board of the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, the leading business organization in this town and with over 2,500 members. While the event had been arranged for Miami's Head of Mission to present the highlights of our newly available study of the Canada-Florida economic relationship, she used the occasion instead to deliver the Canadian message on Buy American. Our timing was perfect because the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce Board also considered today its advocacy priorities for the U.S. federal and state authorities in the next few weeks. In addition, the members of the board's international advocacy group were already considering what the Chamber wants to say on this stimulus legislation to the Florida representatives in the U.S. Congress. The result was an immediate invitation for us to provide our information to the key people today so they can consider it in their approach to Congress on the stimulus package. We have already sent them a package containing the basic talking points, Ambassador Wilson's letter to the Senate leadership, letters from the CME and the Canadian American Business Council, and the U.S. Chamber and Industry Associations. This morning, the Miami Herald published an op-ed piece by the respected Latin American columnist Andres Oppenheimer, urging the U.S. Congress to kill the bill's Buy American provisions. In it, he observed the exact details of the bill are far less important than the message it sends to the rest of the world. The column quotes Canada's Ambassador Michael Wilson and ultimately concludes, and I quote, "If it gives U.S. trade partners an excuse to pass their own binational law, U.S. exports will plummet even more, and more U.S. jobs will be lost than this provision would help save. Now, please make sure that Buy American doesn't turn into Buy America." Madam Speaker, you know, I think this debate has come full circle, certainly in the United States, and I think we've made great headway here in the House of Commons. I think there are more of us in agreement on this issue than there are in disagreement. Madam Speaker, you know, our interventions and our interlocutors across the U.S. are being heard loud and clear. We've got like-minded stakeholders in business and in industry and in academia. You know, we've got a situation where for the first time in many years, more than 100 major U.S. corporations have signed a common letter to the Senate leaders warning them against expanding protectionist measures, and their comments ring loud and clear in Canada, as well as the United States. Certainly, Madam Speaker, you know, there are lots of people weighing in on this debate. One U.S. economist at the Peterson Institute for International Economics has concluded that the Buy American provisions in this bill will cost more jobs than it will create. I think most of us are in agreement with that. Earlier this week, and not that long ago, President Obama spoke out about the need to avoid sending a protectionist message when trying to stimulate the economy, and about the need to make sure that provisions in the legislation are not going to trigger a trade war. So again, I think as much as the Americans have come full circle on this, but quite frankly, as Minister Day spoke last night, we're not out of the woods yet. This decision is yet to be made, so there's no time. There's no time at all to give up on a full court press. There's no time to slack back on the pressure that we are exerting on our American friends and colleagues, and through many different arenas, and in many different arenas, Madam Speaker. Certainly in academia, certainly in industry, certainly in business, certainly diplomatically, we have pursued this with great zeal on behalf of the citizens of Canada. Again, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for Kings Hants for this timely motion. I think it's an important debate. I think it's a debate that needed to be had, and I think it allowed all of us in this House to clarify our positions vis-a-vis whether we're going to move in a protectionist direction, if we're going to join a downward spiral of nations that will destroy the economy of Canada and potentially of North America, or if we're going to stick to our formula that has worked for more than the past decade of rules-based trading that's fair and equitable to all of the players, that allows everyone and every economy to join with their allies across, whether it's the American border, the Mexican border, the Colombian border, the Costa Rican border, the Peruvian border. Madam Speaker, the world is moving towards more free trade, not more protectionism. And to turn around and to turn our back to that at this present time would be a serious, serious mistake for our nation, and would be a worse mistake for our citizens, because we would let them down, and we would be directly responsible then for a greater loss of jobs than we're seeing in this downturn. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member, I'm sorry for Vaughan. Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would first like to thank my colleague for the intervention, and I would say that the opposition's message is a very clear one. The Conservative Prime Minister missed the mark on his first attempt with the new American government, and this motion would like the government to be held responsible for having neglected our relations with our largest trading partner, the United States. Moreover, Canada neglected to take care of our national economy and didn't actively take part in decision-making with our trade partners. The latest statistics on international trade, or behind the statistics on international trade, there are trade relations. And because our government didn't have good relations with the United States, we have very little influence in this country, or in that country, the United States. So I have a question for my colleague. Why did the government act in that way?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. I'm sure there was a question there, but and I think the honourable member was somehow trying to convince himself, or maybe even convince others, that somehow or another our government doesn't have a close relationship with the U.S., which, of course, Madam Speaker, is utter tripe and nonsense. I mean, I said earlier in response to the other Liberal member who was speaking that regardless of political stripe, it is only responsible for Canadian Prime Ministers, whether they're Liberal or Conservative, makes not an iota of difference, to have a mature, respectful relationship with their American counterparts. That is not rocket science. And certainly we expect to have a very friendly and ongoing and beneficial relationship with the present administration. And if it was a different administration, we'd expect to have the same relationship with them. It really makes no difference at all of political stripe. And there's been no missing the mark or dropping the ball here. This is something new that has occurred. I think most people in the world hold great promise and great hope out to the new President of the United States, President Obama. And this is his first real test. This is his first real test as a president. He has to be very vigilant to make sure the protectionist forces don't overtake the Congress in the U.S. because there's no gain in there for his administration or for his citizens. So, you know, look at the positive issues here. You know, Canada went into this economic downturn because of decisions we made in the last couple years in a very powerful position. We paid down $67 billion in debt in the last 2 years. That put us on a different footing than any other country in the OECD. We have the strongest banking system in the G20. We have the strongest banking system, as a matter of fact, in the G7. You know, Canada is in a very enviable position in this economic downturn. We are the last ones to enter it. We expect to be the first ones out. And we are not going to get out of it, period, unless we continue, of course, to have a frank, open, and mature relationship with our American neighbors and trading partners.
Comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm quite concerned, having listened to the Parliamentary Secretary quite attentively, because it shows the lack of understanding of this government in intervening with the Obama administration. Now, Madam Speaker, yesterday the U.S. Senate defeated the amendment that was brought forward by the Republicans, 65-31. It was a landslide. So the Buy America provisions will be in the bill coming through the Senate. It's already in the bill through the House of Representatives. And the Parliamentary Secretary continued to refer to rules-based trading. Now, Madam Speaker, as Linda Diabel indicated in the Toronto Star, when she requested that the International Trade Minister actually read the trade pacts, she said he might discover that the North American Free Trade Agreement allows an exemption for procurement contracts to allow only American iron and steel, a provision that was contained in the stimulus package. So my question, Madam Speaker, is very simple. Does this government and does the Parliamentary Secretary understand that Buy America is legal under NAFTA and legal under the WTO? Because speaking to the Americans as if what they're doing is illegal when it's very clearly legal means we can't communicate our message effectively. That's why we failed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure of the question. I'm not sure if the member is supporting the procurement policies in the United States and saying those are a good thing, or I'm not sure that, or if he's saying that we somehow should still be working against them. It's very clear with us, Madam Speaker. There are many provisions of Buy American that are legal within U.S. domestic law, but there are all kinds of provisions within it that are not legal under NAFTA, not legal under the WTO. Frankly, Madam Speaker, you know, we have to somehow level the debate here in the chamber, that the honourable members who are speaking, you know, cannot be, you simply can't get up and mislead Canadians and mislead the chamber and be in error on this issue. This issue is far, far too important. What we're talking about here is rules-based trading. We have always stood for rules-based trading. We will continue to stand for rules-based trading. And it benefits. It's a benefit to Canada. It's a benefit to the United States. And the protectionist measures that they were talking about in the U.S. are extremely dangerous, not just to the U.S., but to the entire global economy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Kings Hunts. A quick
Madam
question.
Speaker, it's clear that the intention of this motion is to ensure that we're sending a consistent message to the Americans that the Buy America protectionist approaches, and protectionism in general, is bad for the U.S. economy and bad for the Canadian economy, bad for the global economy. I'd appreciate from the honourable member whether he is as concerned as I am with the message coming from the New Democrats today in support of the protectionist measures that we as Canadians stand to lose so much from. And does he understand, or does he agree with me that, in fact, the the New Democrats today, and their message today in support of the protectionist measures in the U.S. are actually imperiling Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a minute and a half.
I absolutely agree that increased protectionism would imperil Canadian jobs. It'll imperil American jobs at the end of the day, and will have widespread repercussions. This is the proverbial pedal in the pool, and the ripples that extend out from that will be never ending. And I agree with the honourable member's opening statement that we have to, and Madam Speaker, we are sending a very, very consistent message, in our contacts through business, through academia, through diplomacy, through member to member with our American friends and colleagues. That message, we cannot afford to stray from that message, nor do we intend to stray from that message. I'll go back to my original statement that Canada is the beneficiary of rules-based trading. We know that our American colleagues and counterparts can be difficult to trade with at times. We've all been there. We've been through the softwood lumber. We've seen embargoes and tariffs. We understand that. NAFTA helped us, to a degree, to move away from that, but it never insulates us from that. Any country under WTO can bring in anti-dumping charges. Any country can bring in other charges under international trade, Madam Speaker. So, the important part here, and I'm trying to wrap up, I notice your signal, the important part here is that we have rules-based trading, that those rules are fair and open to all, and do not benefit one nation over another.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Labrador.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll be sharing my time this afternoon with the wonderful, outspoken and generous member for Malpeque, affectionately known as the Malpecker by many of our colleagues. I would also want to thank the member from King's Hands for bringing forward this important motion and making it a subject of debate here in this House and, of course, a subject of debate across the country. The motion itself, if an ordinary Canadian read it, it might seem technical. But for an ordinary Canadian, and I'll reflect for an ordinary Labradorian who's involved in industries impacted by this particular legislation or economic stimulus package in the United States, it's about their job. It's about how they're going to pay their bills. And so, while it may seem technical to them, it hits home for many people. Our trading relationship with the United States is very important, and it is to be based on mutual respect and on the rules. The riding of Labrador has a very direct role in the Canadian and international iron and steel industry. In fact, our iron ore industry has a long-standing, close relationship with the Canadian and American steel industries, having been developed by North American steelmakers in the 1950s and the 1960s. Iron ore production in Labrador in 2008 was estimated at $2.5 billion. No small chunk of change. We have two of the three most important iron ore producers in Canada, those being Wabash Mines and the Iron Ore Company of Canada, and the other being Quebec Cartier, neighbouring us in northern Quebec out of Fermont. We also have a number of new iron ore projects in the advanced exploration and pre-development stage. And I mentioned just a couple, those with New Millennium Group and the Iron Sands Project. Up until a few years ago, iron ore represented over 90% of the mineral production in the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And that was before Voisey's Bay nickel came on stream. Labrador now represents 98% of the mining industry in our province. Nickel production at Voisey's Bay last year is estimated at $2.2 billion, with over $500 million more in related copper and cobalt production from the same mine. Nickel, of course, is a component in many types of steel, as well as iron ore. Between them, the three operating mines in Labrador, Wabush, the Iron Ore Company of Canada, and Voisey's Bay account for nearly 10% of the value of all Canadian mining in 2006. In the past several years, they have generated tens, even hundreds of millions of dollars in royalties, which are paid to the provincial government. In certain instances, a share of those revenues are transferred to the Nunavut government, the Labrador Inuit self-governing body, and the Innu Nation, representing the Innu people of Labrador. It is not hard to see from these facts that the economy of my riding of Labrador is very closely tied in with the Canadian international iron and steel industries. We have a direct interest in the domestic and international policies and politics that have an impact on this vital sector. Along with many other Canadians, I was fascinated to watch the recent American election unfold and to see President Obama inaugurated just a few weeks ago. When the American stimulus package was drawn up, it included the problematic Buy American clause. I and many in my riding were immediately concerned about the impact on the industries that were situated there, that were dependent, and that our economy was dependent upon. It seems that many on this side of the aisle, and indeed throughout Canada, the US, and around the world, share that concern. In the past few days and hours, the President has signalled that he is open to measures to avert what could be an unfortunate international trade dispute, not just with Canada, but with other countries. It is unfortunate that the Conservative government has seemed to have been caught off guard, flat-footed, and in some regards dumbfounded by some of the protectionist developments south of the border. They seem to have no strategy, no comprehensive response, just a shotgun reaction. While the mining industry in Labrador has had boom times, in the past few months we have seen our share of trouble, and there is more on the horizon. In Western Labrador, we have already seen a number of projects deferred or cancelled, the announcement of 160 layoffs at Wabush Mines, and scheduled shutdowns that will contribute to the hurt. In Northern Labrador, Voisey's Bay has scheduled a summer shutdown this year as well. Our mine operators, and especially mining employees, are watching the global economic situation. They are keenly aware of the impact of the world situation on their jobs, their lives, and their communities. In Labrador, just like the rest of the country, my people watched as the Conservative government denied the economic downturn, then ignored it, then delayed a response, and now has brought forward a haphazard stimulus package. Canada needs to stand firm in ensuring that protectionist measures don't exacerbate the stresses that our people now face in the metal-producing industry. Workers in my riding need assurances that the Conservative government will fight for their interests now, in the months, and in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I agree with the obviously the pretense of the member's argument, and obviously I agree that the U.S. relationship is very important, which is why I made this argument, certainly in the run-up to the 2006 election when I was running as a candidate, and again in the election in 2008. I made this point emphatically clear. I've sat with members like the member from Yellowhead, and Edmonton, Leduc, and Saskatoon, Humboldt, and Leeds, Grenville, and members from across the aisle, like the member from Malpeque and the member from York West, I believe. I've sat with these members, and we've made these points to our American counterparts, Democratic counterparts, frankly, like like Democratic Congressman Oberstar, Democratic Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, Democratic Congresswoman Slaughter. We have built these relationships. Also, I've had personal conversations with the President of the National Governors Association, Democratic Governor Ed Rendell. We have built this relationship. We are working in a comprehensive fashion. It is a full court press by the Canadian government. We have not been caught off guard, nor did we fail to act when it came to economics. We were the first government to act, and we've seen governments around the world respond in kind since this government took action in November of 2007. I think that we've been acting very proactively on behalf of members.
I'd like to give the opportunity to the honourable member from Labrador to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, I didn't hear a question in there, but Canadians have been watching for months now. The Conservative government has not instilled a lot of confidence in Canadians that they know how to handle our economy. They ignored, they denied first that there was an economic crisis in Canada, ignored that there was an economic crisis in Canada, delayed a response, and as I have said, they brought in a haphazard stimulus package. That is what has been said in our country. That's what our Canadians have observed. Now, if we don't have much confidence they can handle our own economy, there's not a lot of confidence that they can handle situations when it comes to the international economy and international relationships. So what we have observed is a flat-footedness when it comes to the Canadian stimulus package. We observe that when we see them reacting, and reaction it was. It wasn't proactivity that we saw on the part of the government. They reacted to what came at them from out of the blue from our American counterparts.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member, because he's, I think, in this Parliament showed that when the Liberal caucus takes a misinformed stand, that he is able to distance himself from that misinformed stand. We heard, of course, earlier today from the member from Toronto Centre that the Liberal caucus opposes any sort of managed trade settlement, such as what the United Steelworkers are proposing on steel, iron and steel. And certainly we've heard from the member from Toronto Centre that a Buy Canada Act would be illegal. And so it appears the Liberal caucus opposes that measure as well. Would he be inclined to take that same kind of independent stand on these issues that he took on the budget, stand up and say that Liberal caucus is wrong in opposing a managed trade settlement with iron and steel and the Buy America provisions, and wrong to say that Buy Canada is illegal?
The honourable member from Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, what I won't support is the position of the NDP where they want to put up walls. Walls between our provinces, walls between our countries. They want to put up a wall between the United States and Canada. That's going to cost jobs to Canadians. It's going to cost jobs to Americans. It's going to hurt the people in my riding of Labrador who depend on the specific industries that we're talking about, iron ore, steel industries, the nickel industry. I won't support that. There was a president at one time in a different context who said tear down those walls. And so I would say to the NDP, they got to start tearing down some of their walls on their own ideology, which hurts Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am indeed pleased to speak on this motion for the member from Kings Hants. But Madam Speaker, given my voice today, I'm going to do an unusual thing. I'm going to speak slow and low, and hope my voice lasts the 10 minutes. But the motion, Madam Speaker, really calls upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and the Congress in order to protect Canadian jobs. Simply put, Madam Speaker, what the motion really means to those opposite is wake up, Conservative government. The U.S. is becoming more protectionist. You have to be on top, the government has to be on top of this file, Madam Speaker, and stand up for Canadians and not be asleep at the switch. Madam Speaker, this motion has become necessary simply because, on the one hand, the United States, at the height of a global downturn, is looking inward and seemingly, not seemingly, in fact, are becoming more protectionist. You know, we've seen back in the dirty 30s what that will do when you have an economic downturn, and we've read that in history. I guess not seen my honourable members laughing over there. We know history, and when you add an economic downturn and protectionist policies that basically seize up trading relationships between nations, then that will make matters even worse for all countries globally involved. So on the one hand, we have the U.S. becoming more protectionist, and on the other, the fact that the Conservative government seems to be, as I mentioned a moment ago, asleep at the switch. Worse, the government record on this issue has been very poor. We know where they were in the softwood lumber dispute, and in fact, the Americans, the U.S., on that softwood lumber dispute, basically took this government to the cleaners. And Canadians who work in the forestry industry and in the lumber plants, whether it's Eastern Canada or Western Canada, have suffered ever since. Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation. In fact, we are more dependent on trade than almost any other nation in the world. And we're very dependent on the United States market. And no industry, and I see the Minister of Agriculture is here, he will know this for a fact, and no industry is more dependent on that trade than the agricultural industry, of which I'm agriculture critic for the official opposition. 60% of our hogs are exported, not all of them to the United States, but we're dependent very greatly on that market. 50% of our beef is exported, and an even higher percentage of wheat, but we're not as dependent on the wheat industry on the United States market as we are around the rest of the world. So, Madam Speaker, trade is extremely important. And yes, we have to expand our relationships around the world, and in fact, I believe the Minister made an announcement the other day on opening up a new market, or an additional market for beef, and that's good. But the fact of the matter is, we're always going to be, the U.S. is our closest trading partner, they're our neighbor, they are our friend most times, and we are always going to be extremely dependent on that market, and that cuts both ways. Both countries gain extensively from that trading relationship. Farmers, though, Madam Speaker, perhaps more than most, can tell you the impact on their livelihoods when all of a sudden the United States uses whatever levers or excuse it has and becomes protectionist. No industry bar none, were as integrated as the Canada and United States livestock industries up until 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, we exported feeders to the United States. We brought up slaughter cattle from the U.S. to here. But then we had a situation where we had one cow with a case of BSE, and immediately the border was closed. And as a result of that border closing and what I believe was protectionist measures taken by the cattle industry in the United States and supported by Congress and the Senate, not by the administration necessarily, but supported by the Congress and the Senate, that border remained closed, and as a result, it's now open, but as a result, cattle farmers today in Canada are still suffering because of that border closure. Billions of dollars been lost, and in fact, the previous government and this government, as a result, has had to pump considerable millions of dollars into the industry to support them in their time of need. So that's the consequences. We've seen firsthand in the agricultural industry the consequences of measures taken which will in fact bring in protectionist measures and isolate certain industries from trading relationships. Madam Speaker, we know very well that Congress and the Senate especially can be very protectionist, and the government opposite should know that. Yet the government seemed to be caught off guard, just like they were on the economy, Madam Speaker. The economy, we heard stories during the election that this country would not see a deficit next year. Now we know differently. And they've been maintaining, instead of being on the ball, targeting the U.S., paying attention to what was happening in the U.S., they now seem to be caught off guard as the U.S. Congress and Senate take more and more protectionist measures. And the purpose of this motion today, Madam Speaker, is to really push the government of Canada to be more accountable, to take aggressive action with the United States, to send delegations to the United States, to, from the ministerial level, be on top of their counterparts and pushing the issue of good, open trade relationships between the two countries. In fact, Madam Speaker, Ron Kirk, when he was put forward as the United States trade representative, he is quoted in Reuters magazine saying this, quote, "The United States cannot afford to turn its back on trade as it tries to dig its way out of a deep recession." President-elect Barack Obama's choice to be United States representative said on Sunday, according to a Reuters news service report. He went on to say, he was talking to mayors, he went on to say, quote, "But I also know there are mayors in this room that represent communities that feel very differently about that, and part of our challenge as we go forward is to make sure we have a trade policy that basically makes sense to the American public." End of quote. The point, Madam Speaker, is that Mr. Kirk has pointed out very clearly the consequences of the United States becoming more protectionist, which would in fact drive the recession even further. But his second point, that yes, there is mayors, yes, there is communities, yes, there's congressmen and senators who feel differently about that. And that's where our government needs to be on the ball. They need to be on the ball talking to people at the congressional level, at the Senate level, at the administration level, to enforce the point of how valuable that trading relationship is to both our countries. Madam Speaker, I'm a member of the Canada-U.S. Parliamentary Association, as some members are on the other side. And one of our members, a co-chair, Senator Grasstein, in my view, he's been to the United States several times in the last few weeks. And he, in fact, as one senator, in my view, has been more aggressively pushing the fact and informing the Americans on how serious these trade protectionist measures that they're taking could in fact be. And I ask the government, catch up to the senator in terms of being aggressive and protecting Canadians' interests, building understanding in the United States that both our countries, this trade relationship is important to both our countries, and for them to cease and desist on the protectionist measures that will undermine both our economies and our livelihoods into the future. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to support the motion put forward by the member for Kings Hants. I think it basically is saying to the government, aggressively pursue the U.S. administration for them to cease and desist on their protectionist measures that they're proposing through their stimulus package. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Malpac for his speech, and I certainly appreciate the position that his party has. However, I would like to set the record straight on a few of the issues. It was our party, while in opposition, in 2003, when the BSE crisis was affecting farmers in my constituency, beef producers, that applied for intervenor status to go down and challenge RCAF. It was not the government of the day. It was not the Liberal government of the day. They left beef producers hanging by a thread. Sure. And it's been this government that has certainly challenged RCAF's next venture, which is in through the country of origin labeling, and has set the record straight before the final rule has come before the American people and the American government to get Canadian exports of beef going back into the United States and protecting those beef farmers. It's been this government. And it's been the great work of our agriculture minister and our international trade ministers under 13 years of Liberal government, not one free trade agreement was signed anywhere for market access. It's been this government through the European Free Trade, European Free Trading Association. We just actually have the bill before the House here. It's going to be passed. Number of countries, exports going into China, into South America, engaging the South American, the Caribbean community again. This government's getting it done. And what I want to ask this member over here is whether or not his party is going to continue to support us when we move those kinds of bills.
The honourable member from Malpet.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's not enough time for me to reset the record straight on some of the remarks by the member. The fact of the matter was the previous government was there for the livestock industry, putting out millions of dollars where the current government has basically failed. But the member also mentioned China, Madam Speaker, and I have to admit I've been to China, talked to some of the Chinese trading agencies, and that government has really jeopardized our trading relationship with China by their attitude towards China in the public arena. But the bottom line today in terms of this motion is for the government, and the honourable member should recognize that, is for the government to wake up and challenging the Americans aggressively on the stimulus package that will in fact bring in protectionist measures. They have been asleep at the switch. And that's the whole purpose of this motion, is to try and bring accountability to the Government of Canada and have them understand how very important jobs are, whether it's in my province of Prince Edward Island, whether it's in the auto industry in Ontario, or whether it's in the forestry industry in BC. It's important for you to stand up and challenge the U.S. both at the Congressional, the Senate, and the administration level, and the government has not been aggressive enough, Mr. Speaker, in doing that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for
Sherbrooke, très bien.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague, who is the Liberal critic for international trade. You know, I wondered a bit about the motion today in view of the fact that Mr. Obama announced that all of that would be done while respecting international standards and the WTO, but I've seen very quickly that the relevancy of your motion is still there, because it says that the House should intervene immediately, forthwith, and persistently with respect to the CUSTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the WTO. But at that time, they would be dealing with the courts rather than dealing with diplomacy, as is the case at present. We saw it with respect to the softwood lumber dispute. Time is fleeting. We must act now. A brief reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member is correct. Basically, what he has said is we must act now, meaning the government must take the initiative. As I said, it's a pretty sad commentary on the government when the co-chair of the Canada-U.S. Parliamentary Association, on his own practically, has done more and met with more congressmen and senators and people in the United States in terms of fighting Canada's cause than has the government itself. So it's time that the government woke up, smell the roses, and fight for Canadians' interests in terms of keeping this trade relationship open and cease and desist on American protectionism.
Order. We'll resume debate later. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le...
I have the honour to lay on the table the report of the Auditor General of Canada, dated December 2008.
G. This document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I have the honour to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(3) of the Auditor General Act, the report of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to the House of Commons dated December 2008, with an addendum on environmental petitions received between January the 5th, 2008 and June 30th, 2008.
This report is referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Statements by members.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, on January 19, 2009, Londoner Private Andrew Knisley of the Royal Canadian Regiment was seriously wounded in Afghanistan. Private Knisley is now back in Canada and recovering with the unwavering support of his father Ken, mother Heather, sister Ruth, his friends and his military family. We appreciate and admire those who risk their lives and their health in defense of Canada and the values we represent. Private Knisley is one of many seriously injured soldiers. Their sacrifice is a daily struggle, and they deserve our unqualified support. They exemplify the brave Canadian soldier who heads to foreign lands to improve the lives of complete strangers. Unfortunately, like those he helped, Private Knisley will wear the scars of war for the rest of his life. But soldiers don't quit. They face adversity and use it to focus on what matters. It is who they are. We wish Private Knisley a quick recovery, and we admire the brave soldiers who serve our country abroad. God bless you, Andrew, and from this Canadian, you have my sincerest gratitude.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, since 1996, war has raged almost continuously in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with official cessation of violence in 2002. Fighting has still been an occurring and terrible facet of life in this region. As always the case, war takes especially terrible toll on the innocent. Beginning in August of this year, some 250,000 people have been displaced, not to mention the countless murders and kidnappings as well as reports of torture. Violence against women is especially prevalent in this war zone. On June 19, 2008, the United Nations Security Council unanimously passed a resolution declaring rape as a weapon of war and a threat to international security. Yet the violence against women in the DRC continues. I urge all members of this House and all Canadians alike to condemn the systematic use of rape as a weapon and support the Congolese Women's Campaign Against Sexual Violence, signing the online petition found at www.drcsexualviolence.org. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, last Friday I was delighted to attend the opening of the business Nadklima in Sherbrooke. Marrying German technology to Sherbrooke's know-how, Nadklim has already carved out a spot for itself as a business leader in the areas of air conditioning, heating and ventilation. Their innovative high-induction products provide unparalleled comfort and tremendous energy efficiencies. With the opening of this new factory, 50 direct jobs and 50 indirect jobs will be created in Sherbrooke. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are business people who've understood, unlike the Conservative government, that the words economy and Kyoto go hand in hand in ensuring sustainable economic development. I wish the President, Nadklima, Daniel Lauzon, and his team every success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
The wonderful students of Gordon Bell High School in Winnipeg are in a David and Goliath struggle with Canada Post so that these inner city kids can have a playing field in the sports teams that other high schools take for granted. Mr. Speaker, anybody will tell you that inner city youth need more sports and recreations opportunities. We want these kids to join sports teams, not gangs. So on behalf of the students of Gordon Bell High School, we call on Canada Post to let us buy this land next to Gordon Bell School to give those students the options and for sports and recreation other kids have. Canada Post has lots of other options to build their letter carrier depot. The kids at Gordon Bell High School have only one option if they ever want a playing field and a green space for their sports teams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's universities are vital to our shared success. They advance our country through research and training of skilled workers. That is why Canada's Economic Action Plan invests $2 billion to support expansion projects, maintenance, and construction at colleges and universities across Canada. This will enhance the research capacity of our universities, enable them to attract students, and help them provide a better educational experience. My riding of Winnipeg South is home to the University of Manitoba and Winnipeg Technical College, and I believe strongly in the value of these institutions. That is why myself and others founded the Conservative Post-Secondary Education Caucus. I hosted the inaugural meeting yesterday and was very pleased to see how many of my colleagues shared this commitment. This new caucus will focus on how our government and we as MPs can best serve post-secondary institutions. Colleges and universities are vital to our communities and our country, and I'm proud to be a member of our government whose commitment to support them is clear. Thank you.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a couple of moments to pay tribute to a hero in my region, Robert Dufour. On the 26th of January, Mr. Dufour saved his two neighbours who were in their 70s in their home, which went up in flames. Robert Dufour had returned home and he saw out of his house a ball of fire that had struck his neighbour's house. After having seen the flames, he put on a pair of boots and went into the house. Despite the minus 40 degrees temperature and the smoke, he risked his life to save his neighbours. His example of courage and altruism and his willingness to help people in danger should inspire us. I'd call on all members, as well as people from Madawaska-Restigouche, to commend Mr. Dufour for his act of courage. He risked his life for the well-being of others.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it is with sadness that I rise today to pay respects to Fred Mayer, an Ottawa Valley icon. Fred was for 62 years the owner and operator of the Chapeau Hotel and Fred's Steakhouse, which anyone growing up in the Ottawa Valley knew simply as Fred's. Fred was known for his hospitality, his steak dinners, and a photographic memory. That memory extended beyond you to all your family. It was not unusual to walk into Fred's on a Saturday afternoon and find a couple of the old lads singing the old songs over endless beers and Coke glasses full of white wine. People would drive from all over for his steak dinners and his mouth-watering desserts like butterscotch and lemon meringue pie. If Fred found out it was your first visit to his steakhouse, he would ask if you would like to see the legendary Tale of the Silver Beaver. Fred would walk you around the hotel, eventually to walk in the cooler, where there was a nickel sitting on the counter. Fred represents the passing of a generation. Go in peace, Fred.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-la-Belle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform members of this House about a touching meeting that I had on the 28th of January with a group of Congolese refugees living in Quebec who braved the wind and snowstorm to inform me of their concerns about the human drama playing out in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's inconceivable and unthinkable to let tens of thousands of women and children suffer and die for no reason in this conflict in which they are the main victims. A woman from this group told me of the horror and terror that she faced in her country of origin. This group is desperately looking for a solution to the crisis, which has already caused, according to many experts, almost 6 million casualties. I'd like to reiterate the Bloc Québécois' support for what this group is doing to find peace or restore peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'd invite all interested colleagues affected by this situation or interested to lobby the Conservative government to help this people restore justice and peace in their country. The Honourable Member for Nepean Carlton.
To call on the government of Sri Lanka and the LTTE to declare and honour an immediate ceasefire of hostilities. They must allow a full, safe, and unhindered access, the evacuation of the sick and the wounded, and the delivery of much-needed humanitarian assistance to civilians. I support the actions of this foreign minister who is delivering new aid and has made strong calls for a ceasefire. Mr. Speaker, there is no military solution to this conflict, and all efforts must be made to avoid civilian casualties. Only a durable political solution can bring peace to the people of Sri Lanka, and that is why I am calling on both the government and the LTTE to renounce violence, lay down their arms, and usher in a new era of peace.
Honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this upcoming weekend marks an exciting time for Atlantic Canadian minor hockey fans as the 34th Spud AAA Minor Hockey Tournament begins in Charlottetown. Wow. This event, Mr. Speaker, will host 120 teams playing in 9 divisions. Mr. Speaker, I've been attending this tournament for many, many years, and I love to see the excitement it brings to families, players, and fans. Not only is the hockey exciting and the competition great, but the many players and fans forge relationships that in many cases last lifetimes. I want to congratulate all organizers of the Spud Tournament for all their hard work, time, and dedication. Their energy, Mr. Speaker, is inspiring. To the players, families, and friends attending the event this weekend, I want to welcome everyone to Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and wish everyone a great and enjoyable experience and a safe journey home.
Excellent, Sean. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to announce that last night the Minister of State for the Status of Women unveiled a new partnership with École Voice, which is a multi-partite organisation which will encourage women and girls to take greater interest in politics. This multi-year project will bring together women and young girls with politicians who are mentors who will encourage them to get engaged in the political process. Thanks to this project, over 5,000 women and young girls will learn the art of leadership and will implement this art in their respective communities throughout the country. As the Minister for State for the Status of Women stated, we need as many women in the we have as many women as ever before in the cabinet. We need female leaders. And our government is showing how important it is to have women enjoying equal status in our democracy.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
My hometown of Hamilton is being hit by a tsunami of job losses, not just in steelmaking, but in manufacturing, healthcare, and just about every other sector of employment. This is the time that workers need to draw on the employment insurance that they paid into all of their working lives. But instead of helping workers to access what is rightfully theirs, the minister responsible for the program hurls insults by saying, "We do not want to make it lucrative for them to stay at home and get paid for it." It's outrageous, Mr. Speaker. Workers need EI not so they can stay at home, but so that they can keep their homes. And it gets worse. She then said that if Canadians aren't working, it's simply because they aren't looking hard enough. This minister needs a reality check, and she needs to apologize to every laid-off worker. Then she needs to act swiftly to hire enough staff to help laid-off workers to access their benefits and to overhaul the entire EI system by improving eligibility, enhancing benefits, and ending the 2-week waiting period. Laid-off workers and their families deserve nothing less.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, last week's budget included a significant investment to fund leading-edge research and provide innovators with the high-end research equipment, laboratories, and facilities that they need. Yesterday, the Minister of State for Science and Technology announced details of a new $750 million investment in the Canada Foundation for Innovation. This initiative will help develop new world-class research in my home province of Saskatchewan and across Canada by attracting international talent to colleges, universities, research hospitals, and institutions, and by encouraging our researchers to conduct their research here. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of our government's investments in science and technology because innovation will help Canada's economy recover more quickly, create jobs for the future, and improve the quality of life for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gilles-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, after lobbying by the Bloc, the Immigration and Refugee Commission has backpedalled and delayed the hearing slated for next week. banning a lawyer from arguing in French, as was requested by his client. Moreover, the Commission announced that it will carry out a review of the question of language of use in part in legal proceedings. The Commission is, however, calling on parties to provide further arguments. Shouldn't people be entitled to services in French when they request them, especially in this case, since the court sat in Montreal. As the president of the Société Saint-Jean-Baptiste de Montréal said, the status of French as common language is essential to welcoming new arrivals and protecting the future of French. The Commission must definitively change its decision, and that's why I'm calling on members of the Citizenship and Immigration Committee to support the motion that I'm going to move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, it was announced that Bombardier is cutting over 1,300 jobs, and HBC is also slashing 1,000 jobs. The TD Bank also announced that Canada could lose an additional 325,000 jobs this year, in addition to the massive job losses of 2008. This will raise the unemployment rate to almost 9%, once again proving that Tory times are tough times. These massive job losses are the direct consequence of the government being asleep at the wheel while the economic crisis worsens. Canadians are losing their jobs because the Prime Minister failed to act in the fall and instead locked MPs out of Parliament in December in order to save his own job rather than worrying about the jobs of Canadians. This economic mismanagement is the reason why the Liberal Party has put this government on probation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians simply deserve better.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians can count on our government to look after the economy. Canada's economic plan that we laid out last week takes into account the economic and social diversity of our country and was developed based on the broadest and most far-reaching consultative process in the history of Canada. Our government is taking steps to help Canadian families and to encourage consumers to spend. Canadians deserve to have more money in their pockets to meet their own needs, and our Conservative government has made this principle the cornerstone of its public policy since it came into power. Our plan gives a breath of fresh air to construction and renovation sectors, which are both key drivers to for our economy, and with a tax credit for renovation of $1,350. The plan also helps first-time home buyers to buy their homes. I can't wait to see the positive outcomes of this economic plan over the future years. I call on all members of the Parliament to support Canada's economic plan because it will help us to get through this economic recession, which is a worldwide recession.
The Honourable
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr.
Speaker, this morning Bombardier announced that it would be cutting more than 1,300 jobs. And 2 days ago, the Minister of Industry told this House that the aerospace industry was in good shape in Quebec. Can the Prime Minister advise his minister to stop telling us stories here in the House and explain why the aerospace strategy failed? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in each sector of the economy there are successes and failures, and Mr. Speaker, we're in an economic downturn that is worldwide. The government has passed an action plan to deal with these problems, and I'm asking the Liberal Party to support this plan. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that the action plan isn't working. The government is on probation because it didn't meet its commitments. Billions of dollars had been set aside for infrastructure spending, but this money was not forthcoming. Can the Prime Minister guarantee Canadians that the funding promised in the budget for infrastructure projects will be delivered on time in 2009, and that all of this money will be provided? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've already indicated our intention to report to parliamentarians on the progress of infrastructure projects and other items in the budget.
Opposition can't support an economic plan earlier in the week and 2 days later say it's not working yet. That doesn't really have a lot of credibility.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I can't help it if I'm an impatient man. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister...
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister assure us that his infrastructure spending will benefit all Canadians, no matter where they live or who they vote for?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. It's obviously the intention of the government through the budget to ensure that all sectors and all communities, particularly those hardest hit by the world economic slowdown, people are put to work and kept at work. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Leader of the Opposition's patience, he demonstrated a lot of patience in his long 36-year return to Canada. I would urge him to show that kind of patience in the future.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are concerned with all of the significant dollars being committed to infrastructure projects that some of that money will go astray. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us what measures the government is taking to make sure that federal infrastructure funds are being fairly distributed?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to work constructively with provinces, with municipalities, with other federal partners to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that these funds are spread out in various regions of the country. We think that's important. I can report to the member for Parkdale High Park as this government is committed to working constructively, not just with the Government of Ontario, where we have a McGuinty who is doing a good job in helping us create jobs and opportunity. We can also tell him that we'll work constructively with the Mayor of Toronto on these important issues. We are pleased to note just in the budget, Union Station is one of the important infrastructure investments that this government would make.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hear what the Minister says, but the facts say otherwise. Of the 26 projects announced so far for the Building Canada Fund, totaling over $1 billion, 75% of the money has been diverted to Conservative ridings. The majority, Mr. Speaker, of Canadians living in opposition ridings have been massively shortchanged so that the Conservatives can get far more than their share. Will the Minister agree? Will the Minister agree to stop punishing people who did not vote Conservative and to use infrastructure funds to create jobs fairly for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this is quite remarkable. Just last week he was saying there wasn't one project out the door, and now he's citing 26 of them where he's unhappy with the distribution of them, Mr. Speaker.
Good work, John. Wow. Good work.
There you go, John. And the Leader of the Opposition says he's impatient. We've had quite a week.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative budget provides only crumbs to help the thousands of people who will be losing their job and nothing for sectors and regions in difficulty. Yet the Minister of Finance is allowing Canadian multinational companies through tax havens to avoid paying billions of dollars in taxes and will encourage job creation abroad. How can the Prime Minister explain that in hiding, his government has just given up on a provision of the Income Tax Act that would prohibit tax havens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've received recommendations from a panel of experts, but today, instead of working together to improve the economy, the Leader of the Bloc once again is showing intolerance towards those who have an opinion that is different from his. The Bloc Leader insults the President of France and members of this House who are from Quebec divides Quebecers because of his sectarianism and a fundamental Quebec value is the respect of others' opinions. Order. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Prime Minister is avoiding the question that I put and the leader of the Bloc Québécois asked yesterday. An advisory group justifies the minister's decision but is in conflict of interest. Of the 6 members of the group, 4 come from businesses that did or could benefit from this strategy. The former CEO of Scotiabank, which is the bank that has the largest number of branches in tax havens. Does the Prime Minister not realize that nothing justifies this scandalous decision except his penchant for the bigwigs on Bay Street? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Here is the fact that the Bloc Québécois can do nothing more than stand in this House and complain about a tax panel that they actually could, an expert panel, where they could have contributed when it actually mattered, Mr. Speaker. Instead of howling in here, perhaps they should have presented their opinions to this very impartial panel that actually worked for free, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, in its 2007 budget, the Minister of Finance said that everyone had to pay his fair share, and some foreign and Canadian companies were taking advantage of tax rules to avoid taxes. And the Minister said that whenever that happens, businesses and taxpayers have to pay more taxes, and he said it was unfair. Why will the Minister of Finance do today what he found was unfair in 2007? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
And this government wants to ensure that everyone pays their fair share, and everyone, in reference to our previous question, actually everyone receives their fair share, Mr. Speaker. We took the recommendations of this expert panel that was consulted across this country on what is fair for taxes and what makes Canadian companies competitive, Mr. Speaker. They fail to recognize that we are in a global economy, we compete internationally, and we want to make sure that our businesses can continue to compete internationally, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have invented nothing when it comes to tax havens because the Liberals had shown the way. They are using the international crisis to justify practices that should be condemned. We'd like the Prime Minister to explain to those who have been laid off how tax evasion for his friends can help in the crisis that we're experiencing today. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure how he brought that around to unemployment, but he seems to be able to quite capably do that. Mr. Speaker, we continue to crack down on tax problems that face this country. We want to make sure that everybody pays their fair share. We're improving tax information exchange, Mr. Speaker. We're providing more resources to Revenue Canada to make sure that taxes are collected and collected fairly all across this country.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you who's impatient. It's the 7,000 people who've lost their jobs in the 9 days since that government tabled its budget in this House. And today, the Toronto Dominion Bank estimates that upwards of 325,000 people will be losing their jobs in Canada over the next year. Despite this, the Prime Minister has refused to ensure that access to employment insurance is going to be increased to these people. No lifting of the 2-week waiting period and no changes to eligibility at a time when we need it, with unemployment soaring. Why won't the Prime Minister help those thousands of people who are looking for help from EI right now instead of leaving them behind?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the measures contained in the budget include a wide range of measures to assist those who are unemployed and those who will be looking for work, including an unprecedented extension of employment insurance benefits. And, Mr. Speaker, those 7,000 people and all of their families deserve an opposition in this House that will actually take the time to read the budget before deciding on its position.
Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Speaker, the measures in the budget won't add one additional person who was previously excluded from EI to those who will be able to get some help, even though they've paid for it for years. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer delivered another blow to the budget today. He suggested that the jobs that are going to be contained in the stimulus are 20% less than the government reported just last week. And that means that the jobs that he's promising to create in his budget will total less than half of the jobs that are going to be lost in this country over the next year. Why is he leaving people behind instead of taking action to get them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, this government went across the country, consulted people on the measures that are necessary in this budget and took those measures. And Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP has absolutely no credibility when he criticizes measures that everyone knew he had no intention of supporting in the first place.
Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
The Conservatives' economic policies are a failure. They brought Canada into a recession. They brought Canada into a deficit. 100,000 jobs were lost in November and December because of them, and things are going from bad to worse. Because of the Conservatives' devastating policies, the Toronto Dominion Bank forecasts 325,000 jobs will be lost in Canada this year. Will the Prime Minister, or what will the Prime Minister do to prevent this disaster and help people who are suffering now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, there are very important measures for workers, for unemployed, and these people and their families need an opposition by the NDP. Even if the NDP does not accept the results of the election, these people are entitled to having an opposition which reads a budget before deciding on its position.
Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, almost every day we hear news of hundreds of thousands of jobs being lost in Canada. Yesterday it was the Bay, and today Bombardier announced layoffs. The minister's forecasts seem less and less accurate from day to day. How will the minister meet the job creation objectives before March 26th, when the first report will be made to Parliament? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development, Mr. Speaker.
People lose their jobs. That's why we're taking significant steps to help people. We are helping them keep their jobs through expanding the work sharing program. We are helping them retrain when they lose their jobs. We're extending the benefits so they can take care of their families while they're looking for those new jobs. And we're particularly focusing on those who have worked in a job for a very long time and need new skills so that they can transfer into the jobs of tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, TD Bank forecasts 325,000 jobs lost this year and an increase by 1/3 in the unemployment rate to 8.8%. At the same time, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says the government is exaggerating the employment impact of its budget. So I have a very specific question to the Finance Minister. If the employment numbers continue to slide over coming months, will he commit to implement further actions before Parliament adjourns for the summer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess this reflects once more that some people actually haven't read the budget, because that's in the budget, Mr. Speaker. And we will be working with the opposition that is going to help us get this budget bill through. Mr. Speaker, this is all dependent on getting this through Parliament. We recognize that those two opposition parties have nothing to do, won't help us get this through. They don't care about Canadians losing jobs. We're going to work together in this House to make sure we get this budget passed and we can actually help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, in announcing the public transit tax credit, the Conservatives promised 220,000 tonnes of greenhouse gas emission reductions. Will the Minister of the Environment please confirm that after $635 million
The results have been, in fact, negligible.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we continue to work on this. We continue to focus on emissions. We continue to ensure that we achieve the environmental objectives that we have spoken about in the House, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, we all know what happens in baseball when you strike out 3 times. This government has broken another promise, has failed again our environment, and has wasted Canadians' taxpayers' money. Today, the Auditor General confirmed that $635 million has led to results that are, I quote, negligible. Does the Minister disagree with the Auditor General?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear from what has been said in this House over the last several years that every time the government takes specific action with respect to the environment, every time we bring forward choices for Canadians to make individual decisions to reduce energy, improve energy efficiency, tax credits that help Canadians, the Liberal Party is opposed to those individual responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. And they are different from us in that respect. We'll continue to get action on the environment through choices by individual Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is refusing to call his Minister of State responsible for economic development for Quebec to order because he's spreading falsehoods. He says that granting loan guarantees to forestry companies would violate the softwood lumber agreement. Can the Prime Minister confirm that loan guarantees are perfectly legal under the softwood lumber agreement? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, our government, as is its wont, will continue to put in place measures to face the forestry industry crisis, which has lasted for years, as we know. It's a question of supply and demand, and our government has put many measures forward, including $170 million, which will allow for the diversification of markets and production of new commodities or products. And as is its wont, the Bloc is always trying to prevent things rather than helping move things along. The Honourable Member, not only the forestry industry is in trouble, Bombardier, the aeronautics giant, has announced 710 layoffs in Montreal alone, and the Bloc and Quebec will suffer once again. Does the Prime Minister not think that refundable tax credits for R&D would be more beneficial for the companies than relaxing the rules on tax havens? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, this announcement today by Bombardier is a very sad one, but I can say that the sector is not immune from the challenges in the economic sector. However, new positions for new aircraft programs in Montreal represent 373 new jobs, and that was part of their announcement as well. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Nebraska. Supply management is in jeopardy while negotiations could begin again at the WTO. There are certain proposals that were made last year that are still on the table, and these are dangerous for supply management. Pascal Lamy, the Director General, would be asked to put these negotiations back on track. This means that those suppliers or those producers under supply management could lose a great deal of money. Will the Minister protect supply management and sensitive commodities in these texts? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that there was a resolution in this House in 2005, a unanimous resolution to protect supply management. The government spoke out very clearly in favor of our producers and all of those who work in this area. So we are demanding that supply management be respected, and we will continue to speak out in favour of it. The member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, the Auditor General, denounced the lack of transparency by this government with respect to professional service contracts, and half of the contracts cannot be found on the website that is supposed to provide this information to the public. When will the government put an end to the culture of secrecy? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, much to the contrary, for a department that awards service contracts to a value of more than $1 billion, I would tell the member that if she read the report properly, 96% of the contracts were positive. This has never been done at Public Works, so they shouldn't try to engage in fear-mongering.
Cole Harbour. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is a shameful anniversary. It marks 3 years to the day since the Conservative government cancelled the Liberal childcare agreements. The City of Toronto has just announced it will have to cut 6,000 childcare spaces, almost a quarter of all their subsidised spaces. And the budget is silent on childcare. Jody Dallaire of the Childcare Coalition said, quote, "The government refuses to meet the economic needs of women by investing in childcare." Is this government so out of touch with working Canadians that they can't hear the families and childcare organizations across this country crying out for quality, affordable childcare?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Honourable Member were in touch with Canadians, he would hear how very pleased they are with the universal childcare
that
we brought in 3 years ago now. Mr. Speaker, that gives parents across Canada the choice in the childcare that they get for their children. We've also increased funding to the provinces, and that funding, so they can create daycare spaces, that funding will increase by 3% next year to help them create even more.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Mr. Speaker, according to the Childcare Resource and Research Unit, since the Conservative government came to power in 2006, childcare space expansion has evaporated. The government's plan to create spaces was a dismal failure. Families know it, the government knows it. The minister has now offended people on EI, speaks of affordable housing as a temporary need, and now she speaks of a fictional 60,000 childcare spaces. The minister's indifference is appalling. When will she wake up to the reality of working families? When will she take early learning and childcare seriously?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 elections, the Liberals promised a national child care program and didn't deliver a bit of it. We did. Not a space. Mr. Speaker, it's the provinces that are reporting that thanks to our funding, they've created 60,000 spaces, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, our government is spending 3 times as much money on early child care and early learning as the Liberals ever did. Canadians deserve it. Families need it. We're delivering it.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa. Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 days of questioning, the Minister has finally brought in a report that confirms that the radioactive leaks, both liquid and gas, occurred in Chalk River. The Conservatives were aware of that for exactly 2 months now. Everybody was aware, apparently, except 33 million Canadians. Would the Minister not agree that if the information hadn't leaked into the media, AECL would never have recognized the facts and Canadians would never have known anything at all? Honourable the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, the facts are these, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that we asked for reports from AECL, from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, from our Natural Resources Canada officials. They produced reports. The reports were received yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and tabled this morning in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to give full disclosure to Canadians that there was no radioactive leak into the Ottawa River and that there is no risk to the health and safety of Canadians.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, given the events of 2007 at Chalk River, any event of concern should have been a top concern and a top priority for this minister. It's clear from the report tabled today that there was a radioactive leak in early December. It's also clear that this minister did absolutely nothing to get the details until a week ago.
Shame.
If she takes nuclear safety and the supply of medical isotopes seriously, why did it take her 7 weeks and a media story to ask for a report?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated before, I was made aware at the time of the incident and the unplanned closure at HoC River on December 6th. I was assured by the CNSC, by the AECL, which has been proven to be true, that there was no health and safety risk to Canadians because of the incident at HoC River. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to remember that the facts are important for the Canadian public. We've tabled the facts here today. The truth is there. I invite Canadians to read it and not listen to the constant fear-mongering from the other side of the House.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in ridings like Nanaimo, Alberni, the interface between man and marine-based commerce is concentrated around small craft harbors. Could the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans explain how measures in our economic action plan will impact coastal communities?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I understand that the member from Nanaimo, Alberni, has always been a good advocate for harbours, especially in his riding. Members from the fishing communities should stand proud as this government will deliver millions more for core harbours in Canada and for a new harbour in Nunavut, Mr. Speaker. This funding will also create jobs in coastal communities right across the country. In our economic action plan, we did profile harbours in coastal communities such as Nanaimo, Cowichan, in Acadie-Bathurst in New Brunswick, and in Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine in Quebec. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, I must point out that members that represent those ridings...
I'm afraid the Honourable Minister's time has expired. I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, despite listeriosis, despite salmonella, this government, just like the previous Liberal government, still doesn't get it. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General today told us that we spend more time, more money, and more resources inspecting food that leaves our country than food that enters our country. Mr. Speaker, this is extremely disturbing. Why does this government have higher food safety standards for exports than the food that's been fed to our grandparents, our parents, and may I say it, our children?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the question from my honourable colleague opposite, but I have read those reports. We take them very seriously. The Auditor General does tremendous work giving us a report card to renew our vigour in making sure that the food supply for Canadians is safe. I'm not sure what the member opposite read, but he's not very factual, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this government has failed again on addressing climate change and toxins. The Commissioner on the Environment said it himself. Negligible results, failed analysis, inability to report real measures taken, reliance on voluntary, failed enforcement. Now, this government is plowing multi-billions into unproven carbon capture technologies. Mr. Speaker, can this government tell Canadians what will be different this time? What new measures will the Minister announce to ensure accountability and real results?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we welcome the Commissioner's report. It contains valuable recommendations which the government is taking action on with respect to a number of areas. In terms of some of the accounting issues that are raised, we've taken action with respect to recommendations already from the Roundtable on the Environment, which actually is a group that I met with immediately after becoming the Minister to discuss these very issues. In terms of technology, investments in technologies that will reduce greenhouse gases, surely it's clear, even to the NDP, Mr. Speaker, that that is essential. Renewable energies, investments in technologies, that is what will deal with our greenhouse gas emissions.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, a federal report indicates that CN has not yet done the work that its own engineers is suggesting it carry out on the bridges of Quebec. But the bridges are continuing to deteriorate. What is this government waiting for to repair and refit the bridges of Quebec to ensure the safety of all rail users? The Honourable the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we are working very hard for the safety of the public. The bridges in Quebec are a priority for my department. Money to improve the quality of the bridges is there. The honourable member, though, voted against the action plan, the member for the Bloc, the member for Quebec. Another example of the lack of political responsibility on the part of the Conservatives in the Quebec area. In an interview, the member for Chaudière said that the government would be funding a $13 billion for the water system ways in that area. If that's the case, is the honourable member putting the responsibility for keeping up the aqueducts and the water systems on the city of Shannon, the municipalities, and the provincial government? The Minister. We've had a variety of discussions with the Mayor of Shannon. We are very concerned with the needs that have been expressed by that community. But what is very irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, is that in the action plan that we brought in last week, the $12 billion for infrastructure, and the member for Quebec and her colleagues in Quebec voted against it.
For Newton North Delta. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said that the funds will flow for Vancouver's new Evergreen Rapid Transit line, but he failed to include it in the budget. My question is simple. Can the minister tell us right here, right now, how much money his government is going to commit to the Evergreen line, and when will BC get it?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, because of the efforts of many hard-working British Columbians, including the Minister of Canadian Heritage, the Minister of International Trade in this British Columbia caucus, we're working hard, Mr. Speaker. I can commit to the honourable member, we're going to fund enough in that project to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Wadra.
Mr. Speaker, the crumbling infrastructure of our cities ought to be a priority for this Conservative government, especially in a time of economic crisis. But the money hasn't been flowing. In British Columbia, only 7 Building Canada Fund projects have been announced. And guess what? All 7 are in Conservative ridings. Disgraceful. All British Columbians deserve to have their infrastructure needs met. And when will this Prime Minister stop exploiting the financial crisis to build a giant Conservative pork barrel and start taking his job seriously for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, last week they say that not any projects have been funded. This week they say there's an orgy of spending going on, Mr. Speaker, but only in Conservative ridings, Mr. Speaker. I can tell the member opposite we're committed to public transit in the greater Vancouver area, Mr. Speaker. I can say very directly, when you do look at British Columbia and you do look what the results of the people of British Columbia deliver on Election Day, it's no wonder so much of those results are going to Conservative ridings, because there's an awful lot of them in BC.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, Visa saw a 35% increase in its profits, achieved mostly off the backs of Canadian families. Now Canadian Tire is the latest company jumping on the rip-off consumers bandwagon. Why is it that credit card companies continue to raise interest rates when the Bank of Canada's rate continues to decrease? It's because they know no one is going to stop them. Mr. Speaker, does this Conservative government seriously think a consumer awareness program will help solve the skyrocketing debt that Canadian families are facing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for once again raising the same issue that's been answered many times in this House. We are also very concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. Our Finance Minister, in fact, has spoken to many of the lending institutions to raise that issue. But if the honourable member would wish to pass this on to his constituents, there's actually a group that's set up to listen to these complaints, Mr. Speaker. It's the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. It's available to all members, all Canadians, online. He could help his constituents, instead of asking questions, to give them an answer.
Honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government's plan won't do anything more than inform Canadian consumers just how much they're being ripped off. Credit card balances have risen 40% since 2004 and continue to increase as families cope with this financial crisis. Canadian families shouldn't bear the brunt of these tough economic times. Mr. Speaker, why won't this government end these cash grabs and protect families who are trying to make ends meet? Why won't this government stand up to the banks and credit card companies and do something now to help Canadians burdened by debt?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member had the opportunity to do something now. He could have voted for the budget. In fact, he didn't even read the budget, Mr. Speaker, because we've talked about financial literacy, explaining to Canadians so they actually understand. Mr. Speaker, we're undertaking a project to prepare Canadians so they can deal with their financial institutions, so they can ask the right questions. Mr. Speaker, instead of voting against everything that this government wants to provide to Canadians, like new jobs, support for the unemployed, he should actually support that budget.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are seeing the images of what is going on in Sri Lanka. Like all Canadians, I am concerned about the heavy cost to civilians. And I know that those with loved ones in Sri Lanka, like many in my riding of Mississauga Arundel, are especially concerned. Can the Minister of International Cooperation inform us how Canada is reacting?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have seen the images, and obviously we are very concerned with what is happening in Sri Lanka. My colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has called for an immediate ceasefire and called on the Sri Lankan government to exercise caution. We need a ceasefire to allow the evacuation of the sick and wounded and to allow safe, unhindered access of humanitarian needs to civilians. Yesterday, I announced that Canada will commit to up to $3 million in humanitarian aid. We continue to call on both parties to stop the fighting so that a durable political solution can benefit.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government's betrayal of women's equality is now an international issue. In November, the UN was scathing in its condemnation of Canada's record. Now it's the UN periodic peer review, which cited serious concerns about Canada. Failure to address violence against Aboriginal women, failure to uphold the CEDAW obligations, no strategy to eliminate poverty and homelessness. When will this government take action on these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, or will it again choose to ignore them?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
We are taking action. We always are very concerned about the human rights issues. That's why, for instance, last year we passed a Bill C-21 that, for the first time ever, brought the Canadian Human Rights Act to bear on the conditions on First Nation reserves across the country. I'd invite her to study the statements of someone from her own hometown, David Matass, an international human rights lawyer from Winnipeg, who viewed Canada's presentation. He called it exemplary. He went on to say, in fact, it's better than any other country in the whole world, Mr. Speaker. We made good progress. There's always more to do, but we're happy to work on human rights issues here in this House.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Norway has just put on the blacklist of its state investments Barry Gold, the Canadian, for his risky undertakings in terms of the environment. The government must follow up the consultative group report on the social responsibility for mining in developing countries. When will the government follow up? The Honourable, the Minister of State.
Secretary Bardo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, our social responsibility for our international extractive sector is the highest in the world. Our companies are the best in the world. They'll continue to be that.
We work closely with them. We will continue to work closely with them. And corporate social responsibility is alive and well in the extractive sector in Canada and overseas. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, on September the 9th, 2008, the Prime Minister told a bunch of Polish veterans that if the Conservatives were re-elected, they would have their Veterans War Allowance for Allied and Commonwealth veterans reinstated. But, Mr. Speaker, that promise was not in the economic statement. It was not in the budget. So my question to the Right Honourable Prime Minister is, when will that promise be met? Because I remind him that these veterans are 86 years old. Since that promise, some of them have already passed away. They don't have much time left, Mr. Speaker. When will this government honour that commitment, or will this be just another example of a long line of broken promises to our veterans and their families?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue, and of course he's referencing benefits that were taken away by a previous government, taken away by a Liberal government. And Mr. Speaker, we are committed to that. We have told the veterans community that we'll honour that commitment, Mr. Speaker. And the interesting thing is, for all of that we have done for veterans, and I think the list is pretty long for the 3 years that we've been here, Mr. Speaker, they have stood in their place and voted against every one of those measures that we brought in for veterans that are men and women in uniform. They should be ashamed of themselves. My advice, Mr. Speaker, is for him to leave his seat and go down to have a chat with Jack and see if they will support him.
I'm not sure who the honourable member was referring to, but I hope it wasn't another honourable member. He knows that's out of order. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I read today that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is moving forward with implementing a new policy for poultry inspection. I know that this government considers the safety of Canadians' food a matter of great importance. Can the minister inform me about the state of this program?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and
Well, I welcome the intervention from my colleague from Newmarket, Aurora. I can assure her that the health and safety of Canadians, of course, is paramount for this government. This pilot program was developed by the Liberals in 2004, and I can assure her that this government will not introduce any program that does not meet due diligence and sound scientific facts. We will make sure that the veterinarians on the line have all the tools they require to get the job done. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of Canadians who feel left out of the budget, but none more so than the Métis. There were more than 5,000 words in the speech, but Métis was not one of them. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Métis are among some of the most vulnerable in society. Why was the Minister responsible, so ineffective or uncaring, to allow this glaring omission and injustice? And why was there nothing specific in the budget for the Métis people of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. There's provisions in the budget for both Aboriginals who live on reserve. There's other provisions for Aboriginals who live off reserve. And, Mr. Speaker, things that are very important to the Métis National Council, for example, the ARDA funding that they helped to administer, Mr. Speaker, that was announced, as well as many other things. But, Mr. Speaker, we signed a protocol arrangement with the Métis Nation just this last fall. Mr. Speaker, something they had asked for from the Liberal Party for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we were able to sign that because we believe the Métis Nation deserves a government-to-government relationship, and they've got it on this side of the House.
Bravo. Order. It being Thursday, I believe the opposition House Leader has a question.
Monsieur le Président, c'est jeudi et je me demande si l'honorable leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
Well, I would ask if the honourable government leader in the House would tell us what he has in for us for this week, the rest of this week and next week.
And on which days does the minister propose to have it debated? And secondly, will there be another allotted day next week?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with the opposition motion today concerning the possibility of growing trade protectionism in the United States. Tomorrow we'll carry on with the remaining legislation that the government scheduled for this week. which are C4 not-for-profit and C5 Indian Oil and Gas. Next week, we shall begin and hopefully conclude debate at second reading of the budget bill. Following the budget bill, we will call C9 Transportation of Dangerous Goods and any legislation that wasn't completed this week. Thursday, February 12th, a week from now, shall be an allotted day. But, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude my remarks, I would like to take a moment to thank all of the opposition House leaders, whips, and leaders for their patience, flexibility, and cooperation while dealing with the budget bill. Although we do not see eye to eye on all of its contents, I appreciate the cooperation when dealing with the somewhat complicated process to bring such a measure before the House. Mr. Speaker, it does not benefit anyone to get bogged down on process, but there is a benefit to the public when we can get to the substantive policy debate that the budget bill will offer, and ultimately to ensure the timely disbursements of the benefits it intends to provide Canadians during these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, despite the daily partisanship of question period, this is clear evidence that if all of us work with the best interests of Canadians in mind, Parliament can work the way that Canadians deserve and expect it to.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I wish to correct the record. In response to the question by the member for Vancouver Quadra, I noted the hard work of the Minister of Canadian Heritage and the Minister of International Trade on important projects in Vancouver, and I should have mentioned, of course, the excellent hard work and commitment of the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Order. It being 3:05 p.m., pursuant to order made Wednesday, February the 4th, 2009, the House will now proceed to the putting of the question on Ways and Means motion number 6. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Flaherty, moves the consideration of a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27th, 2009, and related fiscal measures be adopted.
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea!
All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emporte.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Hill. May I dispense? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Bernard.
Madame Bernard.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen to Bic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Bic Mactaquac.
Mr. Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Oback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Ratgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Prou.
Monsieur Prou.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Wisniewski.
Mr. Jevnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Paquette.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Oh, retour à Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Lessard. Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Ms. Washley Solis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault. Yeas pour 214, 214. Nays contre 80, 80.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C2. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Day, seconded by Ms. Agukak. The Bill C2, may I dispense? Thank you.
Favor of the motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, I believe that if you were to seek it, you would find that there is unanimous consent to apply the results of the vote just taken to the motion for second reading of Bill C2, with Conservative members voting yes.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this way? Agreed. The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals will be voting yes on this motion.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Kamouraska, Haute-Côte-Nord. The bloc is in favour of this motion. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. The members of the NDP vote no, Mr. Speaker.
Yeas pour 258, 258. Nays contre 36, 36.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi.
This bill is referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
House that because of the recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. Bryson concerning Canada-United States relations.
À l'ordre. Order, please. À l'ordre.
Order.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
À l'ordre. Order, please. Resuming debate. C'est bon. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all parliamentarians who've spoken before me for their contribution to this debate. And I'm very happy to speak myself. The motion we are debating, which will be supported by the Bloc Québécois, reflects the urgency and gravity of the present situation. Protectionist measures in the American stimulus plan may seriously affect the economy of Quebec and also jeopardize trade commitments between the United States and its partners. The Bloc Québécois feels it necessary that this House adopt a firm position and that it give the government the mandate of intervening immediately with American authorities on this issue.
While President Obama appears to have backed down on certain aspects of the Buy American Act, it is possible that the adoption of protectionist measures by the United States may contain means of sidestepping international trade agreements such as NAFTA, for example. One of the clauses of the Buy American Act limits the use of steel and its byproducts in American projects. Most of the road work is funded by the Federal Highway Administration, and we know that there is a major difference between projects that are financed and direct procurement, which are conducted by this organization. In the first case, they are subject to the Buy American Act, and in the second case, they come under NAFTA. Now, in practice, this distinction is such that 80% of American road construction projects are considered as being funded. Therefore, Chapter 10 of NAFTA does not apply, and Quebec and Canadian companies will not be treated the same way as American companies. In fact, all projects at the state level are not subject to the Free Trade Agreement and must comply with the Buy American Act. As regards steel, the American Recovery Plan has tightened up the rules to such an extent that it is virtually impossible for Quebec companies to bid on projects. The issue is so serious that the need for using American metal has been extended to all projects dealing with construction, renovations, maintenance, and repair of public infrastructure. It is clear that in Quebec, these measures may cause a great deal of damage. Our economy is very closely linked to that of the United States.
Appel au règlement.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. I'd like to apologize to my colleague for Rimouski, but at the start of his speech, and I want to apologize to him as well for interrupting him, and he was on quite a good roll there. But for the benefit of the table and everything, he omitted to mention that he will be sharing his time with the member for Joliette. Thank you. And I'm sure that the honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques appreciates this information. Please proceed. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'll learn from this. But as I was saying, in Quebec, these measures could cause a great deal of harm. Our economy is very closely linked to that of the United States. The United States is responsible for 57%, or represents 57% of Quebec exports when you take into account interprovincial trade. As regards international exports, the portion from the United States is 85%. Quebec has an important trade surplus with the United States. So it sells to the United States twice as much as it purchases from them. And in this context, it is very clear that the interest of Quebec is for trade with the United States to be as fluid as possible, and that a trade war or even a partial withdrawal from NAFTA would not be good for Quebec. Free trade is part of the Bloc Québécois' philosophy, provided that the agreements are well regulated and monitored. Contrary to what the Conservatives and Liberals are calling for, i.e. the participation of Canada in the race to implement bilateral trade agreements, the Bloc Québécois questions the nature and the long-term impact of these agreements. For us, prior to signing an agreement, it is of the utmost importance to conduct a study to determine if the agreement will be beneficial or not for our economy. We believe that for trade to be mutually beneficial, it must be equitable. A trade system that leads to exploitation in poor countries and dumping in rich countries is not viable. We cannot accept a free trade that would take us in the wrong direction. That is why it's difficult for us to understand the willingness of the government to sign and to go forward with the free trade agreement with Chile. In fact, we believe that multilateral negotiations are much more beneficial for everyone involved. They are better monitored and generally are very effective and efficient. However, liberalization that has taken the world in recent years needs to be given a more human face. The problem that we see in these bilateral agreements is that they do not enable us to apply the rules to a civilized trade. Most of these agreements do not contain any clauses on human rights, workers' rights, or clauses on the environment. In our view, the government should perhaps sign better agreements instead of moving forward with the signing of a number of agreements that will not deal with our concerns. In this regard, the Bloc Québécois urges the federal government to review its position in trade negotiations to ensure that these trade agreements include clauses that will deal with the respect for international standards, labor standards, international standards for human rights and the environment. We are looking to always advance our agreements and to enhance the opportunity of prosperity for all. And from this perspective, we cannot understand why the new administration in the U.S. is seeking to adopt measures that run counter to our mutual undertakings. That leads us to remember the attitude of the previous administration, which in 2001 turned to Section 203 of the Trade Act of 1974 in order to impose customs rights and a licensing system on steel that was in place for a period of 3 years. Following pressure brought to bear by the representatives of the industry, both in Canada and Mexico, the United States made the decision to exempt its two NAFTA trade partners from these measures. Throughout the world, however, that caused reactions of exasperation, and the United States were harshly criticized by their unilateral action. In the case that is of concern to us here today, perhaps we will succeed in being part of an exception to the rule once again. But the message that has been sent must warn us of the possibility of protectionist measures and encourage us to better protect our industries. In Quebec, the difficulties we faced over the last few years have led us to change our trade priorities. Last year, the rise in the Canadian dollar, caused by exports of petroleum from Alberta, reduced the competitive advantage of Quebec businesses and companies on the American market, while emerging countries were taking the world market by storm. In this context, where the trade environment is deteriorating, the Bloc Québécois has made access to foreign markets its main trade priority. I'd like to also mention that the Bloc Québécois is proposing important measures dealing with international trade, keeping in mind the importance of a balance and healthy competition in trade.
En conclusion, Monsieur le Président.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will be supporting the motion here today. We prefer a diplomatic solution as opposed to a turning to the courts in order to resolve these issues in the situation that is currently facing Canada and the United States.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his intervention. I also thank him for actually supporting the motion. Our government has done a lot of work behind the scenes to oppose the protectionist measures that the U.S. is suggesting might be implemented. In fact, there's been lots of work going on behind the scenes. But I did notice, Mr. Speaker, that the member acknowledged that in his province of Quebec, one of their main focuses is to expand their trading opportunities to other countries around the world, not just the U.S. And yet he also spent a lot of time attacking the very free trade agreements that our government has been signing in order to expand our own national opportunities to trade around the world. And I'm wondering if he is aware of the experience in Chile. I sat in at the International Trade Committee when the Colombia Free Trade Agreement was being discussed, and the testimony at that committee was very clear that after Chile signed its free trade agreement with Canada, its human rights record actually improved. I'm wondering if the member is aware of that and whether he wouldn't expect that of some of the other agreements that we've signed with, say, Colombia and Peru.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is very much aware of the importance of international trade, and our position has always focused on multilateralism. In terms of Quebec and the trading partner that we're dealing with as part of this discussion today, the United States is Quebec's main trading partner. The U.S. alone represents 57% of exports from Quebec, which is 1.5 times more than the exports that come in to Quebec from the United States. And this represents 85% for Canada. So these are just a few figures to tell you that Quebec is a very important trading partner for the United States. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by congratulating my colleague for his maiden speech in the House since his election. He's doing a very good job. Now, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative colleague opposite said earlier that the government had been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and that doesn't surprise me. That's what it always does. But it might have the wool pulled over his eyes in doing so, because even if Mr. Obama said he will comply with the WTO rules, we know that there are some loopholes under NAFTA and the WTO that will enable the U.S. to continue to use protectionist measures. So we need to have some more diplomacy and direct intervention. Now, my colleague only had a couple of moments to address the measures that the Bloc Québécois would put forth to promote Quebec's international trade without the world, and I'd like to hear him say a few more words about that. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me an opportunity to elaborate on some of the Bloc Québécois' measures. These measures include, namely, modernizing our trade legislation to better protect our company from dumping. These same measures should take into account the measures by the Trade Tribunal for safeguards, and workers should be in a position to submit complaints themselves to the International Trading Tribunal, Mr. Speaker. There are now other measures that could be changed, and that could be changes to the position at the WTO, and the government should make anti-dumping its priority. As part of WTA negotiations, it will be important to adopt measures to make international trade more civilized. And finally, we need to fight social dumping by ratifying fundamental agreements at the ILO, the Convention on Forced Labor, the Convention on collective bargaining, and the Convention on the minimum ages for employment. So with these measures, it would be possible to do better in terms of our international trade, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. The member from Laval. No.
Phew.
Oh, pardon. Pardon-moi, monsieur.
La lumière. Merci, j'attendais que la lumière soit...
Well, thank you. I was just waiting for the light to come on here. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to participate in this debate. It is a very important one for Canada and for Quebec as well, but also for our neighbors in the U.S. I think that one of the responsibilities of the Conservative government, of the Prime Minister, is to help the government of the U.S. and congressmen and women understand that, because our economies are very closely linked. So it is not in our best interest to see any protectionist measures put in place, including the ones that are included in the recovery plan that was adopted by the House of Representatives and the ones that are currently being discussed in the Senate. We know that the amendment that was put forth by Senator McCain was defeated, and so we're back in the starting blocks in that regard. Now, I don't think I need to remind you of how integrated the Quebec and Canadian economies are with the United States economy. My colleagues, the member for Sherbrooke, pointed that out very clearly. However, I do feel that it's important to remind you that for Quebec specifically, trade is considerable. And at present, we're facing a situation where, given Quebec's dependence on oil, and, well, the same is true for Canada, but because Canada is exporting petroleum to the United States, the net effect is less than it is in Quebec, but the trade balance for Quebec compared to our foreign partners or our the Canadian provinces is running a deficit of $7 to $8 billion. Now, this dependency on petroleum is important, as I pointed out earlier, and it is one of the reasons for this trade deficit because, Mr. Speaker, as you undoubtedly know, imports of petroleum in Quebec and oil represent the same amount, and that's where the trade deficit comes from. Now, where we do have an advantage over our U.S. Counterparts, because in Quebec we do deal with the U.S., so we have a $5 billion trade surplus with them. So imagine if protectionist measures were to become a standard. In Quebec we would be facing a situation that's even worse because of the problem that I mentioned earlier, our dependency on oil, and given the fact that the Canadian dollar was higher due to exports of oil from Alberta and Canada to the United States. So this rise in the value of the Canadian dollar had a serious impact on the competitiveness of companies in the manufacturing sector, specifically in Quebec, also in Ontario. And as we hear on many occasions, even though it's unfortunate, the government should have noted that in 2007, and we've been talking about that. And it illustrates, if you will, how much the government was asleep at the switch. Because in the Minister of Finance's economic statement on page 30, there was a lovely chart that showed all of these sectors, and it showed a decline, an economic decline since 2007 in all of them, with the exception of hydrocarbons and oil. So, in 2007, maybe even in as early as 2006, we should have had measures that would have been put in place to help the manufacturing sector. That was not done. There was a refusal, and the budget that was tabled last week goes in the same direction. Once again, there is assistance for the automobile sector. That's important in terms of guaranteed loans, but nothing for the forestry sector and nothing for aeronautics. And we need to simply think about the $160 million for the forestry crisis over 2 years for Canada and Quebec. And we can see that that is support that will represent some 10 to 20 million for Quebec per year, and that is insufficient. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the forestry crisis is hitting Quebec the hardest. So it's extremely important for us, for the Conservative government, the Government of Canada, to make this campaign of persuasion against, or this anti-protectionism campaign, its number one priority. And as members of the Bloc Québécois, we hope that this situation will be resolved diplomatically and that we won't need to go to a tribunal to resolve these issues between Canada and the United States.
I was surprised because if you're talking about diplomacy, you have to realize that diplomacy extends to more than a phone call. We don't know if the phone call was made by the Prime Minister to the President of the U.S. to say, look, we have a serious problem here with one of your provisions, and we don't think it's in your interest or ours to have this provision stand. So one would expect that the government, the Prime Minister, be very active on the diplomatic front, and now we're finding out from CP report that the Prime Minister called the Mexican President last night. He called on February 4th. Today's the 5th. The Mexican President, Mr. Calderon, is one of the 3 partners in NAFTA, and one of the agreements that is not being respected by the provisions of the House of Representatives and being discussed before the Senate in the U.S. right now, according to all Quebec and Canadian experts, goes against NAFTA. So one would have expected that as soon as the American intentions were announced, the Prime Minister would have called the Mexican President and say, let's form a common front against American protectionism. But it took 10 days or 2 weeks before the Prime Minister called the President of Mexico, one of the 3 partners in NAFTA. So I have some serious questions here about what kind of effort the Prime Minister and the government, the Conservative government, made to try to coordinate their actions with those of the Europeans. Because let's remember that the provision in the bill before the Senate in the U.S. right now, and that was passed by the House of Representatives, provides that this applies not only to Canadian steel, but all kinds of manufactured products, regardless of where they come from. So the Europeans also have an interest, as we do, in countering this protectionist type of measure in President Obama's economic stimulus plan. It should be eradicated. Up until now, we have no indication that the Prime Minister called anyone, once again, to ensure that he got support from the European Union. And, of course, now we're looking at World Trade Organization rules. Maybe that's less direct than is the case with NAFTA, but there are nevertheless provisions to avoid this kind of use of protectionist terms in legislation. I'm thinking, for example, of the clause that provides reciprocity between trade partners within the WTO. So if Canada accepts American steel here, Americans must accept our steel over there. So those provisions should be used not in what I would call an aggressive way, but simply say to the President and Congress, look, we have rules for economic growth precisely so that we can solve problems when we have difficulties or experience a crisis. So the trading partners should not drop these rules at the first opportunity, rules implemented to manage crises. So I share the opinions by the movers in the Liberal Party that the rise of protectionism in the U.S. will simply increase the economic slowdown and expand it over a longer period of time than would otherwise be the case. The lessons of the 1930s must apply here. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to remind the House that in the U.S. right now, especially with the new Democrat administration, there is some sensitivity to international trade and globalization, which does not seem to be the case with the Conservative government. I'm thinking of all these measures necessary to ensure that a balance is struck between sound competition and a number of rights. And I think that that's the very soul or core of the problem in the U.S. Many Canadians and Quebecers and workers worldwide feel that the liberalization of trade over the past decade was done for the benefit of those who hold the capital and on the backs of workers. We have to correct this, but unfortunately there doesn't seem to be a sharing of that opinion across the floor. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for his speech. I agree with him that there's some optimism surrounding the personality of President Obama, but what we have before us are simply the words that the President uttered in an interview on television. This was not a major speech before the Senate. It wasn't words of leadership in the Senate or House of Representatives. Does the Honourable Member trust that the Obama administration will go forward and go before the Senate and House of Representatives to ensure that there will be world cooperation? Is the member confident that the President will deliver the goods? That is, the support of politicians in the U.S., most of whom are Democrats. Historically, they are protectionist. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll be optimistic insofar as our own government and our own Prime Minister deploys necessary efforts to convince the U.S. President and congressmen in the U.S. of the importance of a non-protectionist approach. So I'm sure Mr. Obama will not go to bat if he doesn't think that his trading partners, Mexico, Canada, Japan, or Europe, have a firm determination to have open markets even in a crisis. What's lacking, to my mind, is this pressure on the part of the Canadian government when it comes to convincing Mr. Obama and American Congress of the fairness of our views. So I think that first we have to call upon our own Prime Minister, I wouldn't say ours, but the Prime Minister of Canada and the government in place to exert pressure in an adequate fashion. It's not just a battle that Mr. Wilson, the ambassador, has to wage. He was very nice about it, but that's not what's going to convince Mr. Obama to intervene to solve the problem. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his intervention. And I noticed that he spent most of his time criticizing our government, and while he grudgingly admitted that our government is acting on the file, the best he could do to complain was to say, well, you're not acting quickly enough. Well, what he doesn't mention, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister has been personally involved in this particular issue because of its critical nature to Canada. What he doesn't mention is that our International Trade Minister was in Davos and was discussing with various trade commissioners from around the world. What he doesn't mention is that there's significant action happening within Congress to try to stall and stop this protectionist measure. He doesn't mention the fact that the President actually has stated publicly that he opposes these protectionist measures, and he also doesn't state that the Senate, the American Senate, will still have to act on this, and that the President, in fact, may have a veto on this. So I'm wondering, could the member tell me what he personally has done to bring this issue to the attention of the American authorities?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I'll be very brief. The reaction of the Prime Minister and Canadian government was late in coming. I can't understand that the Canadian Embassy didn't send information weeks ago about the protectionist measures in President Obama's economic stimulus plan when it was before the House of Representatives. Action was taken after the House of Representatives had adopted the bill. Once again, I know it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but we could have mobilized parliamentarians here. I remember full well what we did on certain issues. We created missions of parliamentarians to go meet congressmen in the United States to try to explain our point of view. It seems to me that given the problems that surround this issue, we don't feel all the necessary pressure being exerted. I'm not saying nothing is being done, but it'll take a great deal more pressure and coordination between all countries, parliamentarians, the government, the Prime Minister, in order to achieve our ends. Because protectionism is always strong in the U.S., even in economic good times. We saw that with softwood lumber.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to participate in this very important debate today on the motion that was put forward by my colleague from King Hans, the official opposition critic for international trade. Just in case someone hasn't followed exactly what the motion is, I would like to read it out. That in view of the growing protectionism in the United States, which is reminiscent of the counterproductive behavior that led to the Great Depression of the 1930s, this House calls upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and the Congress in order to protect Canadian jobs and urge the United States to respect its international agreements, including the Canada-United States Trade Agreement, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the World Trade Organization. It's hard to imagine that the U.S. would violate those agreements, and we're certainly hoping that they're not going to do that, but it is important that the appropriate pressure be put on them to make sure they understand the implications. Through this motion, the opposition seeks to hold the government accountable for what we see as its failure to secure our relationship with our most important trading partner, the United States, on better footing than it is today. Just as the Conservative government dropped the ball when it came to engaging and addressing the state of our economy, we feel it has not played an active enough role in shaping decisions with our trading partners. The Conservative government has let the Canada-U.S. trade relationship deteriorate, allowing major U.S. legislation to threaten key Canadian industries and jobs. The government's mishandling of the financial crisis and delay in bringing forward a stimulus package has meant that Canada missed out on the opportunity to coordinate our response to the economic crisis with our largest trading partner. This failure has us scrambling to reach U.S. legislators now and to try to overturn existing legislation when we should have been promoting Canada's interest and leading the development of Canada-U.S. trade policy. Behind every international trade statistics are relationships, and clearly the Government of Canada and all parliamentarians have been working on building those relationships through a variety of different sources, including our Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Committee. It should come as no surprise that the U.S. Congress leans towards putting up barriers to trade in time of economic crisis. Yet the Conservative government continues to be caught off guard by U.S. legislators, reacting to the U.S. agenda rather than advancing our own. In fact, the total absence of a considered, strategic approach to Canada-U.S. relations has helped to bring us to the brink of this trade issue and will continue to hinder this government's ability to hold sway on other matters of critical importance such as border security, climate change, the auto sector, and it could go on. But, Mr. Speaker, I welcome last night's agreement by U.S. senators to change the protectionist provision inserted into the U.S. government's economic stimulus bill with the addition of a crucial clause, that the bill be applied in a manner consistent with U.S. obligations under international agreements. On the surface, it certainly makes you feel better that they've recognized the issue. So I'm pleased that the United States has recognized that they should not enact laws that contravene their commitments to liberalize trading regimes under WTO and the North American Free Trade Agreement. But we're not out of the water yet. Some experts, very quickly after that announcement of that motion, have indicated and have relayed concerns that cities and states could be exempt from these restrictions, and it could still hurt both of our ailing economies. Canadians can rest assured that we will monitor the situation very carefully and make sure that the Conservatives keep up the pressure on the United States. That is why it is so important for us to maintain a positive relationship with our largest trading partner. Strained relationship with the United States surely led to this major worry that such restrictions would spark a trade war and exacerbate the economic downturn. And Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention at the beginning of my comments that I'd be splitting my time with the member from Vancouver Centre. We have a special relationship with the United States, a unique partnership with a long and colorful history, where we always try to be respectful of distinct jurisdictions, principles, and values. I've had the privilege of serving as a Vice Chair of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group, and I know the challenges that our countries face. We've had many meetings as groups talking with congressmen, senators, and representatives on the issues that bring us together, as well as the issues like the border that have given us huge problems. And for many of those, we have been able to work them out through the very issue of a relationship. It's the Prime Minister's job to make our trade relationship with the United States a priority, which I feel he has failed to do to date. The Liberal government had a strong record of cooperation with the United States, and I'd like to remind members and inform new members that Prime Minister Paul Martin was so concerned about the relationship with Canada-US that he had a parliamentary secretary dedicated strictly to Canada-US relations. And in fact, it was the very member from King Hants whose motion we are debating today. And I go back to that issue, and I think it was a huge help to us as the government at that time, and it might be another great opportunity for the current government to look at that very issue of having a parliamentary secretary working on those relationships. The Conservatives have failed Canadians before through their misguided actions with regards to trade. Think of the softwood lumber fiasco, for example. Members will remember that the proposal put forward by the Conservative government abandoned Canada's position, pursued by successive Canadian governments and upheld by trade panels at both NAFTA and WTO, that our softwood industry is not subsidized. But putting that aside, It's imperative that we work together to protect the jobs in both countries. We have so many industries that are intertwined, such as our auto industry, our steel industry, and too many more to list. And preventing trade would clearly be contrary to the North American Free Trade Agreement. I'm pleased to hear that the Bloc understands the issues and will be supporting it. I clearly hope that the NDP would realize the outdated ideology they're functioning under and support this motion as well, because I think it would be very important for the U.S. government to see that this is a unanimous motion, that we are all very concerned and want to work with them to solve these issues. For example, the exclusion of the non-U.S. steel would violate NAFTA, which lowered trade barriers among the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. The Conservative government must end its politics of division, look to the Liberals and other parties in the House for a good example of how we can work together with our southern neighbours on important issues. We just heard the Whip make some great comments about how parliamentarians are going to be working together, respecting each other, and I would hope that that will continue, especially through difficult times. There is a unique relationship between Canada and the United States. We all need to work to ensure that this important relationship continues to be shaped by a strong friendship and mutual respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the honourable member's comments with great interest. I remember a time she spoke about the relationship that the previous government had with the Americans. I remember a time, and I certainly wasn't elected in this House yet at that time, but I do remember a time when our trading relation consisted of stomping on a doll of the American president. I remember a time when this honourable member campaigned against free trade. So I'm extraordinarily delighted now to see that this member and the members of the Liberal Party have come around and also believe that free trade is in the best interest of this country. But she fails to mention all of the hard work that is being done by our Prime Minister, the Minister of International Trade, by our ambassador in Washington, to make sure that Canadian interests are being expressed and protected in Washington. But I wonder if she might comment again on when it was that she came around to the idea that free trade was good for Canada, and that the best way to protect jobs and to create jobs is to actually improve access to markets.
The honourable member from York West.
Well, it's my understanding that it was the Conservative government that came to understand the importance and the value of free trade. But let me say to you very clearly, it's important for our countries, as that's our largest trading partner. We need to be working together to make sure that we are creating jobs for Canadians and that we are doing it in a North American context. If you look at the auto industry, it's not a single industry for them or for us. It's an industry that's very much integrated. And it's up to us to be that strong voice, and that's the issue. We cannot be laying back and waiting for someone else to improve these relationships. It's imperative that all of us as parliamentarians, and that the Prime Minister, I'm pleased to hear that he called the head president of Mexico yesterday, but I think at this point we need a very aggressive approach from all of the ministers and all of us who have contacts and relationships that have been built over the years with various members through our Canada-US Interparliamentary Group or elsewhere, so that we can be getting the points across to them. It's very easy when people become frightened and they withdraw and say, we're going to block out everybody. Well, you know what? That's going to hurt everybody in the world, not just the U.S. And I would hope that they would see the light of the day, as people have seen the light of the day on many different issues, and that we would move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciated my friend's comments about the importance of working together in this House. I think she's dead on, and I know that our Prime Minister has taken the very same approach, and my comments are not meant to reflect on that at all. I'm going to give my friend the benefit of two questions, and she can choose to answer one or both of them. I was intrigued by her observation about the outdated ideology of the NDP, And somewhat like the previous questioner, I wonder when my friend came to that conclusion, whether it was before or after she signed the famous memorandum regarding the coalition, and whether she could possibly find herself in a government which was in coalition with that kind of ideology. But secondly, and more to the point of this debate, does my friend acknowledge that the President of the United States would not have had this issue come front and center to his radar without the very strong representation from our government in Washington?
The honourable member for York West.
Yeah, I always thought when, and knowing from being in the government previously, when your ears are to the ground, you know what's coming. And you don't wait until all of a sudden it shows up in the media to say, oh my goodness, we have a problem. Granted, these are unique times, and the U.S. is acting out of fear and so on and so forth. But part of the government's role, more so than anyone else's, is to make sure their ears are to the ground. And as in respect to this so-called coalition issue, there was no discussion about anyone who was going to violate any of the NAFTA agreements or any other agreements. Critically, those are important, and you don't move a country forward by violating agreements that were duly signed and have clearly been of benefit to Canadians and to Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to this motion presented by the honourable member from King's Hands, because at the heart of this motion is really the fact that under this Conservative government, a long-standing relationship with the United States has been deteriorating. Not just slowly, but rapidly deteriorating under this government. Mr. Speaker, we're a trading nation. Canada depends for 45% of its gross domestic product on trade. 80% of that trade is carried out with the United States, our neighbor to the south. This country has been our allies. We have disagreed. We've always had a strong relationship. And by a strong relationship, Mr. Speaker, I don't mean that you stand there and pound your fists. I mean it's a relationship based in mutual respect. To create a relationship, Mr. Speaker, you have to have ongoing and open lines of communication. You have to keep the relationship going. You have to continue talking. You have to continue building on the things that you share and standing firm on the things that you don't share. And that was the nature of the relationship, at least under the Liberal government for the last 13 years before this government came into power. And Mr. Speaker, the problem here is that this relationship is no longer existing. The relationship currently between Canada and the United States is typified by two descriptors. One is fawning or subservient, and the other is reactive. This government either reacts to something it obviously is not aware is coming down the pipe, or it bows its head and meekly does what it's told to do at times when it needs to. And I will elaborate on these a little later on, Mr. Speaker. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that the reactivity is what is of great concern to us. If you have lines of communication open, if you maintain a strong relationship, you are friends, you talk to each other, you don't necessarily agree, but at least you know what's coming down the pipe. Even if you weren't forewarned, basically in certain conversations that you keep between you as two sovereign nations, one should just look at history and tradition. During the Great Depression and in the dirty 30s, as they called it, we saw how the United States reacted at that time to a depression. It began to be protectionist. This is, of course, the nature of any country when it is faced with stress, to behave in certain patterns. We should have known those patterns. That is a reaction to stress by the United States to immediately crawl in and become protectionist. So we should have seen it coming down the pipe for two reasons. One, because of tradition and history under stress, and secondly, because we also had lines of communication open. So this government has a failing mark on both of those, either reading the history or two, being able to have open lines of communication. So now what we have is reactivity. I have to say, thank goodness for a new president whose administration is one that has decided that it would rather make friends and do the right thing than continue to be a strong and powerful pounding of the table with other people. And we see this happen. President Obama said, obviously, he doesn't want to harm trade relationships with the world. A worldwide trade relationship will be harmed if they resort to protectionism. And we saw that happened, actually, Mr. Speaker, after the Great Depression, when the world trading relationships began to fall apart after the protectionism by the United States. So here we have something that we could have headed off at the pass without having to have the President of the United States have to turn around and say, oops, I'm sorry. We could have headed that off. Good relationships. You don't paint your friend in a corner and have them to bow out and say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think about that earlier on. But what does it say when we're, as the nearest neighbor, as supposedly a country with strong relationships, allies sharing the longest unprotected border in the world, to not know that that we were on the agenda? It means we're not even on the radar here with the United States anymore. We used to be on the radar. I mean, a good example is when we had President Clinton come to visit. He came to this House. He spoke to the House. He spoke to the Senate. We welcomed him. President Bush came here. He also came and spoke to everyone, and he was welcomed. We differ on certain occasions, but we maintain that friendship and that being able to lobby, to talk to each other. Mr. Speaker, it's not by chance that now members of Parliament are able to use their Member of Parliament flying points to be able to go to Washington, D.C., because we must continue to keep those lines open. So here is it. This government has failed on that. Lines are closed. No one knows what's happening. And the result, as we have seen with the whole recession, it was too little too late, it's reacting every time, pretending things aren't happening, denial, and then suddenly leaping into the air when things fall apart at the seams and beginning to scream and yell and say, what do we do now? I mean, that is a pattern of this government. So we should not have been surprised, Mr. Speaker, that this occurred. But I wanted to also talk about the other part of the relationship which we have seemed to have developed with the United States. And it's not one of a strong partner with mutual respect for each other. It is a subservient kind of relationship. And I go back to the softwood lumber deal, Mr. Speaker, and it is something that we must bring to the table as an example of how we are either reactive or subservient. There is no strong mutual respect. I cannot stress that more. A relationship between the two countries had always been based on mutual respect and a strong sense that we understood each other and that Canada would do what it thought was best, the United States would do what they thought it was best, but we totally respected each other. That's gone. We recall that the Liberal government had made a very strong deal with the United States when we negotiated an agreement on softwood lumber. This government came into place. They agreed to a deal that left $1 billion that the Liberal government had negotiated on the table and back to the U.S. They also made an agreement that, in fact, increased the tariffs under certain conditions. It was a bad deal. And, Mr. Speaker, just to tell you, here is what was said about that deal. A legal analysis commissioned by the Free Trade Lumber Council and two Ontario associations had this to say. We are sharply critical of the April 27th package, which is, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, a political bargain forsaking entirely the rule of law enshrined in the North American Free Trade Agreement. It was something that was a political deal brokered between the administration of Stephen Harper and the administration of George Bush. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the administration of this Prime Minister of the Conservative government and the President of the United States of the time. Political deals, not in the best interest of Canada at all, and it was actually something that we lost a great deal at the table. We had, and Mr. Speaker, here is what we also heard from people in the mill industry in British Columbia. We had phone calls at the mill level from Conservative MPs, and they were told very clearly, if you don't support this, don't count on the federal government for helping you with your difficulties later on. So here we are, Mr. Speaker, a political deal based in subservience, brokered to just allow for good relationships to continue. That is not, Mr. Speaker, I used to be a negotiator for the doctors with the province of British Columbia at one time. And you do not negotiate from a position of weakness, you negotiate from a position of strength. There has to be mutual respect at a table if you're going to be able to broker a deal that is a win-win on both sides. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, what I have to say is it is really kind of sad. And now that we see there is a new administration in the United States, an administration that seems to be so polar opposite to this current Conservative government, where there seems to be very little in common. We have a President of the United States who believes in science, who listens to what outcomes tell him, who is non-ideological. He is bringing back things like stem cell research. He's talking about funding groups that are non-advocates that don't necessarily agree with him, but funding them nonetheless. He's going back to this ability to deal with things based on knowledge and information and outcomes and what works. And here we have a government that is based in ideology and ideology alone. So Mr. Speaker, I worry for our future relationship with the United States. I worry that, in fact, this deteriorating relationship is going to slide downhill very, very rapidly when the very intelligent and very modern-day thinking President of the United States listens to what we have here, which is a retrogressive, ideological government. He can find nothing in common with us. I hope, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of Canadians and all of our industries, that this never happens.
Before I ask for questions and comments, I just want to remind all members that they ought not to refer to other members in the House either by their family name or by their first name. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Quinte West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the member as she reinvented history. Yes. It seems to me that Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the member should recall in 1988 that the Liberal Party was against the free trade agreement that was being negotiated or attempted to be negotiated with the United States of America. She seems to forget that in 1993. One of the platforms she stood on, defeating a former Prime Minister of this country, was her negative attitude towards NAFTA. The fact that we shouldn't negotiate NAFTA. She was against the free trade deal. When she talks about ideology, Mr. Speaker, and how that affects a relationship, she needs to realize that the Prime Minister of Canada has had a very good relationship with this current, or the current president of the newly elected president of the United States, the kind of relationship that is bound to produce a very good relationship. The previous president of the United States, doesn't matter who it is. So, Mr. Speaker, when she tries to reinvent history, my question to her is, why can't she just be upfront with us and tell us why she was against free trade then, and now she's in favor of it?
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Centre.
What an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, because, in fact, I was asked a question about personally why I was against free. I never was. So I have absolutely no idea where the member gets this from. In fact, it was as a result, Mr. Speaker, that the ex-Prime Minister, ex-Conservative Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, having read the MacDonald Report, liberal MacDonald Report, advocating free trade, that he decided to like free trade. Before that, he was opposed to it. So, Mr. Speaker, this idea that because some individual liberals were opposed to free trade, that all liberals are opposed to free trade, is absolutely ridiculous. Some of the best negotiations on the free trade agreement came in under Liberal government. So this is ludicrous. The softwood lumber deal was what I was referring to. And the softwood lumber deal very clearly, from a report and an analysis done by the Free Trade Lumber Council, said that this was a political deal and it was not in the best interest of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from King's Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for my colleague for her comments today. She was speaking about relationships. I have two questions. One is, does she believe the focus of the current Conservative government over the last 3 years almost exclusively on relationships within the Bush Republicans has jeopardized our capacity now to build relationships with the Democrats, because there has not been a lot of engagement with the Democrats, and they now control both ends
Pennsylvania Avenue. Secondly, does she believe that the relationships that the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada has with people like Larry Summers, who's now the top economic advisor to the President Obama, or Samantha Power, one of the top foreign policy advisors to President Obama, or Cass Sunstein, who's the regulatory czar in the new Obama administration, does she believe that those deep personal and professional relationships between the leader of the Liberal Party and the Obama administration stand to strengthen Canada's capacity to negotiate to defend Canadian interests?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
The honourable member for his question, and I think, in fact, his last part of the statement answered the question entirely. When you want to build relationships, it's not only with a nebulous nation-state, it's not only with a broad Congress and a broad Senate, it is also between two leaders who share in common certain values. And we know very, very clearly that the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada shares strong values, strong intellectual relationships and history with these very important advisors to the new President of the United States. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, it is about whether or not we see things in the same way. The new Democratic President of the United States, President Obama, has a view of the world, a view of his nation state in the world that is very similar to the liberal view of how things should happen, of where we should go and what we should do. It is not an ideological view. This is a man who listens to what the results tell him, who reads science, he believes in science, and this government, we know, has been absolutely ideological about all of its scientific decisions. I can only point to the safe injection site in Vancouver as my example.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, the 375th anniversary of Trois-Rivières. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, point of order.
I rise on a point of order, Mr. Chair, out of a very blatant misinformation that was given during question period, and I was so thunderstruck that I had to go back and check the blues. The member for Newmarket Aurora asked a question to the minister, a set-up question, about the new policy for poultry inspection. And the minister answered that this was a pilot project developed by the Liberals in 2004. Mr. Speaker, I have checked the evidence. That answer is false. The pilot inspection project is one of the projects that, in fact, is being challenged by veterinarians with CFIA right now, and it came into place in 2007. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm raising the point of order today so that the minister has the opportunity to clear the record, and this blatant misinformation is not allowed to stand.
I'm not sure that that's the point. Does the member from Wetaskiwin have on the same point of order?
On the same point, Mr. Speaker, I would. The honourable member from Malpac is an experienced member. He would know what a matter of debate is, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage you to disregard this particular member's point of order and just consider it as a matter of debate.
I'm not sure that was the point of order, but I'd like to go back, resuming debate, the honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and this is my first opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the opposition motion today on the growing protectionism in the United States, proposed by the Honourable Member for King Hance, my good friend, who shares with me a role on the House of Commons International Trade Committee. This is a worthy motion, I think, expressing the concerns of many Canadians, and it's a concern that many of us share. The honourable members of the new Democratic Party, however, on the other hand, asked this House why the government won't put in place a Buy Canadian Act in response to the proposed Buy American provisions in the U.S. stimulus package. The short answer, Mr. Speaker, is that kind of knee-jerk response would profoundly be counterproductive. Canada prospers as one of the greatest trade and market economies in the world. If we have one of the highest standards in the world, and I believe we have, it is precisely because we have such a fierce and successful proponents of market liberalization, the very opposite of protectionism. Last year, our Conservative government signed free trade agreements with the European Free Trade Association, our first in nearly a decade, agreements with Peru and Colombia, and we're in talks with Panama, Jordan, India, and the European Union to do more of the same. In his keynote address at the November 2008 APEC CEO Summit in Lima, Peru, the Prime Minister talked about the damaging role played by protectionism in creating the Great Depression. And I'll quote, "That depression was not, as he noted, caused by a market crash. The crash was only the beginning. The real nail in the coffin, what transformed a nascent recession into a full-fledged, decade-long depression, were a handful of actions taken by governments, the most egregious of which was erecting of protectionist barriers in a short-sighted attempt to preserve jobs." Speaking to an audience of presidents and prime ministers from APEC countries, our Prime Minister said, and I quote, "These are not mistakes the government of Canada will make." And Mr. Speaker, this government's insistence on not building walls, not closing doors, isn't just about keeping a promise the Prime Minister made at an APEC Leaders Summit. It's about standing up for what Canadians believe in, even when the principle, that ideal, is put to its ultimate test. And Mr. Speaker, refusing to retaliate with a destructive NDP proposal isn't just about our blind adherence to free market ideology. When it comes to Canada's support of free trade and open economies and markets, our view is based on the success of our North American economic partnership. We took a close look at a trusting relationship with the United States and transformed it into the most successful commercial partnership in the world. We later parlayed that successful formula into the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the success of NAFTA has exceeded all expectations. In the last 15 years, trade with North America has tripled to nearly $1 trillion, and nearly 40 million jobs have been created. And let's not forget that notwithstanding our current difficulties, the prosperity generated around the world in the last half-century has been unprecedented in history. And it's been precisely the dismantling of protectionist barriers and the easing of trade restrictions that has ushered in this extraordinary era. Tempting as it may be in these times of economic instability to barricade the border to prevent commerce, such a move would be profoundly misguided. It is now the time for opening, not erecting walls. The $825 billion economic stimulus package currently being debated in the United States Senate is a historic effort by United States governments to stimulate the U.S. economy by earmarking money for roads, bridges, waterways, and other badly needed projects. The version of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act passed by the House of Representatives contains provisions that expand on Buy America and Buy American requirements, which would restrict foreign, including Canadian, access to these important projects. It's important to note, however, that although the House has passed, that is, the American House has passed a version of the bill, the Senate has only begun their consideration, their version of the bill and associated amendments. And this work will be in progress for several more days. I was encouraged, in fact, to see last night an amendment proposed in Washington that would cause the new legislation to be, quote, consistent with American obligations and agreements. Once the Senate has passed its version of the bill, the two bills will proceed to a conference process where the language will be discussed and modified until a single bill is agreed upon. This consolidated bill in the United States Congress will be then voted on by both chambers, and when passed, the consensus version of the bill proceeds to the President for his signature. The stimulus package is, as yet, only in the middle stages of this process, and we expect that legislation will undergo additional revision before it is passed into law. Mr. Speaker, this government is concerned about the possible effect of such protectionist measures that could have on Canadian industries. That's why we're working with our friends and allies both in the United States and in other countries to ensure that we continue to enjoy prosperous trading relationships. Canadian ministers and officials at all levels are engaged with their U.S. counterparts on this matter. Ministers of our government, as well as Canada's ambassador to the United States, have expressed Canada's concerns to the new administration, the legislatures on Capitol Hill, and other U.S. stakeholders. They've emphasized the need for a coordinated approach to stimulate the North American and global economy, and in particular, the importance of avoiding protectionist measures that could exacerbate the global economic crisis. We know our U.S. partners want the same outcome for their citizens as we do, as do all countries with whom we trade. Canada is fortunate at this critical time to be represented by Ambassador Michael Wilson in Washington. Mr. Wilson is highly regarded in Washington, respected, experienced, and connected. It was a privilege to be with then Finance Minister Wilson when the Free Trade Agreement was put together, established between Canada and the United States. I know that Mr. Wilson, the ambassador, is fully seasoned in these matters. The intricacies, you know the word I mean. The fine points, there we go, of the trade agreement, and knowledgeable in diplomacy. We've been encouraged by his efforts, by the efforts of our ministers in this dialogue, and the results they seem to be producing. President Obama has publicly expressed his desire to avoid passing legislation that would result in a trade war. And, as I mentioned, just last night the U.S. Senate approved an amendment requiring that the bill respects the United States international trade commitments. We agree with President Obama's conclusion that protectionist measures risk triggering a trade war that is in no country's interest. The Minister of International Trade stated in Parliament that the U.S. and Canada, as G20 and NAFTA partners, have committed themselves to keeping their borders open to trade, including for projects covered under the economic stimulus. We are in a collective effort to restore and stabilize our economies. This government is continuing to remind our U.S. friends that our collective objective of combating the global economic crisis must prevail over the pressures of protectionism. Canada is not alone in its unease about these provisions and is joining others raising concerns about retrenching behind market access barriers. In the United States, major stakeholders, including leading U.S. associations and U.S. Industry leaders, have also expressed serious reservations about the inclusion of expanded Buy American provisions and will continue to argue for open markets. We're fortunate to have the United States as our closest friend and ally. The arrival of a new administration signals a fresh chapter in Canada-U.S. relations, and we are beginning that chapter with vigorous, constructive exchanges with our U.S. partners to combat this downturn together. Mr. Speaker, with the United States administration just sworn into office, we are renewing our long-standing relationship with the United States. In doing so, Canada and the United States have a great advantage on building on a strong, historic partnership. One need only look to our long cooperation in the World Trade Organization to illustrate this point. Canada and the United States were two of the original signatories to the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or the GATT, the predecessor to the World Trade Organization. More than 60 years ago, in 1947, Canada and the United States supported and signed on to this fledgling body, which ultimately went on to lay the foundations to the rules which to this day govern much of the international trade and commerce in the world. In 1994, in response to a Canadian-led initiative, the GATT became the World Trade Organization, or the WTO. At the heart of the World Trade Organization are various WTO agreements negotiated and signed by 153 of the world's trading nations. These documents provide the legal groundworks for international commerce. They are essentially contracts binding governments to keep their trade policies within agreed limits. Although negotiated and signed by governments, the goal is to help producers of goods and services, exporters and importers to conduct their business while allowing governments to meet social and environmental objectives. Canada and the United States are committed to the multilateral trading system and are engaged in the WTO's current Doha Development Agenda, or Doha Round, as it's more commonly known. A well-functioning, rules-based trading system is in the interest of all trading nations, including Canada. Rules are essential to help us in our goal of securing access to foreign markets for our exporters and our service providers. We also keep our own market open in order to have access to imports, thereby allowing our producers and consumers a greater variety of goods and services to choose from. The recent financial crisis, which began in one part of the world, has spread worldwide to truly become an economic crisis. Some observers even comparing this to the Great Depression of the 1930s. An unfortunate byproduct of these times of economic stress is that countries may fall prey to the temptation of protectionist tendencies. During this time of global uncertainty, it is of utmost importance that we resist the protectionist pressures that may accompany economic uncertainty. Canada stands firm in the belief that the road towards greater economic growth and security is through maintaining open markets. That's why at the G20 meeting in Washington last November, Canada demonstrated tremendous leadership. We pushed for progress on 4 initiatives to address the causes of the global financial crisis. Canada pushed for initiatives that were ultimately endorsed by the G20 leaders. We pressed for action to address the causes of the crisis, commitments to strengthen domestic financial regimes, an agreement to conduct transparent international assessments of national financial systems, and, Mr. Speaker, Canada pressed for a commitment to resist protectionism and maintain open markets. That was our Prime Minister in Washington, the G20 meetings last November. We succeeded in our efforts at the G20 meetings. Mr. Speaker, let me quote from the G20 leaders' statement, which noted that the leaders, quote, underscore the critical importance of rejecting protectionism and not turning inward in times of financial uncertainty. In this regard, within the next 12 months, we will refrain from raising new barriers to investment or to trade in goods and services, imposing new export restrictions, or implementing WTO inconsistent measures to stimulate exports. We have worked closely and effectively with the United States over many years in the G20, in the WTO, in NAFTA, and elsewhere. If we value our friendship with the United States, and we certainly do, then we must do what only friends can do: stick by our principles and urge our friends to stick by theirs. President Obama has signaled his administration's desire to re-engage heartily with the rest of the world. Provisions in the current version of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, making its way through the Senate, may threaten to undermine that goal. Mr. Speaker, some members have suggested that the government adopt a if you can't beat them, join them approach, but that's not what friends do. We must keep up the pressure, and we will, to encourage the United States to take the right road, because it's actually the only road that is going to lead us towards economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Calgary Centre.
House today. Le libre-échange est vraiment important.
Free trade is very important, and I have a question for my colleague, because it enables individuals and companies on both sides of the border to sell their goods and people to purchase these goods without any government interference. Now, I'd like to ask my colleague a question that deals with the steel industry.
What would be the effect of American protectionism in the steel industry? And I think he has a good answer for us, and I would be pleased to hear that.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
I thank the honourable member for his question and for his efforts, both as an industry minister and a foreign minister, to assist and promote the interests of Canada at international levels. A remarkable job, as we're all very proud of. With regard to the question of steel, because it's one that's come up and a number of our members are affected, we have even in Manitoba, A number of concerns regarding the United States' position on protectionism and steel. Canada is a trading nation, and we're prosperous because our goods and services that Canadians produce and export around the world bring benefits to Canada as well as to other countries. When those open markets are threatened, this is a concern to all Canadians. On the specific issue of iron and the steel sector, we know that the North American steel industry is very closely integrated. Steel shipments between Canada and the United States are almost of equal value. Steel companies have highly specialized factories on both sides of the border designed to produce specific steel products. Fabricated and semi-processed products moves both south and north across the border to be processed or sold as finished goods. Therefore, threats to existing market access in this sector would disrupt, if not and not enhance, the effective and efficient use of manufacturing resources and the highly skilled labor in North America.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the honourable member Calgary Centre a quick question. He's chairman of the Committee on International Trade, and we've heard a lot today about the importance of engaging legislators in the U.S., not simply focusing on the administration or on the White House, but focusing on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue and working the legislators, because they're so powerful. I mean, there's 435 congressmen, there's 100 senators, and really when you look at trade and protectionist policies that can have such an effect on Canada and on our economy, we really ought to deepen those relationships. Would he agree, as chairman of the Committee on International Trade, that the committee ought to go to Washington very soon and have very structured meetings with as many legislators as we can, legislators particularly in the Trade Committee and the Appropriations Committee and some of the other key committees, to make the case that the American or the Canadian economy and our Canada-U.S. trade is actually really good for the United States economy as well. And there are 7 million jobs, American jobs, created by the Canada-U.S. trade relationship, and we ought to be making that case not just during a crisis, but as we move forward. We should be making that case fervently and building those relationships.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, again, I thank the honourable member for Kings Hants, who is, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, the international trade critic for the Liberal Party. I think it's clear that the government's watching the U.S. legislative process very carefully. Our ministers and officials are fully engaged in reminding our American friends of the integrated nature of our economies and our mutual interest in avoiding protectionist measures. I think this is an excellent suggestion. With the new Parliament, we have just reconvened committees, but I think it's an excellent opportunity for individual members, for committee members, particularly those experienced in international trade matters, to converse and to meet with their American counterparts. This is an issue that I think is wide open in the United States. I think there are those that remember the Depression and the impact that the effect that protectionist measures had on the economy of the United States at that time. We should learn by experience. I think we could also learn by some of the experience of the various members, particularly on the International Trade Committee. I think it's I welcome the suggestion, and it's one we should pursue in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Of course, we support this motion, and why wouldn't we? It's what we've been doing all along. I'd like to make a couple of observations and solicit my colleagues' comments on them. As I said, we've been doing what the motion suggests all along, long before they brought it up in the House. And what's troubling to me is the political convenience, and that's all it is, political convenience of misleading the House, misleading Canadians through statements from the other side of the imaginary issue that they have that we've been doing nothing. We've been doing an awful lot, and my colleague brought up in his speech. We've had a very strong relationship with the United States for many, many years, and that will continue, regardless of who's in the White House and regardless of which political stripe they wear. And that hasn't changed, and it's not going to change. the political convenience of their kind of comments is really very, very misleading. The other thing, and the government House leader brought it up earlier about cooperation in the House and so on, and how we need to do a better job, or trying to do a better job, and we are. And then we hear comments from the member for Vancouver Centre, which frankly are just tiresome twaddle and partisan prattle. And it does not serve the purpose of cooperation in the House. It does not serve the purpose of taking a worthy motion and moving it forward like we should be doing.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate the learned comments of my colleague from Edmonton. I don't much pay attention to prattle. I looked at the substance, and we have fortunately seen some substance from the opposition benches on this issue. I think there are mutual concerns that we share in this regard. I frankly welcome the opposition motion today to give us the opportunity to express our concerns about the potential of American protectionism. Naturally, we're going to have some who would take partisan political advantage, but that's all part of politics, and it's good that we have people like the honourable member to keep them on their toes. Thank you for your comments.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary Centre for the great job that he does. Not only as a member of our Alberta caucus, but he's a great Albertan. He's a great parliamentarian. He's been here for a very long time. He's also a very astute businessman. He knows the value of relationships. So I'd just like to bring up and just ask him what his comments would be in the fact that the previous president, President Bush of the United States, broke a long-standing tradition, and rather than visiting Canada first, which is what most presidents do in their first official foreign visit, President Bush at the time decided not to come to Canada. Instead, chose to go, I believe it was to Mexico first for his visit. And now that the relationships between Canada and the U.S. seem to be a little bit better, the newly, freshly minted and elected President Obama is going to choose Canada and reinstate that tradition. And I just want to ask my colleague, given the fact that he's got is a very astute businessman and knows the value of relationships, if he could just elaborate just on how important it is to Alberta for our agriculture sector, for our energy sector, for our manufacturing sector, how important that relationship is with the United States.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre, a short answer, please.
Great. Well, obviously, I think this is something that we've recognized perhaps more in the past 20 years than we have throughout the history of both countries, and that is the integral relationship between our economic markets. Obviously, the trade between Western Canada, Alberta in particular, with the United States has been the engine of growth for the country for the past 20 years, and we hope it will continue. I'm very pleased with the relationship that is developing with the new administration, and of course delighted that President Obama chose as his first foreign visit to visit Canada and return to a tradition that our two countries have shared.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Ajax Pickering. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak on this important motion before the House today. While the specter of protectionists in the United States have been lessened in view of the development last night in the U.S. Senate, this issue remains in more general ways a matter of concern. The Buy American provision of the American stimulus package reflects the genuine fears held by many Americans in the context of the current economic difficulties facing their nation and the world. However, as experience has constantly taught us, the kind of protectionism that was envisioned in the stimulus bill prior to the amendment passed last night is precisely the kind of counterproductive measures that would worsen the crisis and not contribute to a workable solution for all who are affected across the world. When in Canada, must be especially vigilant when protectionism raises its head in the United States. It was President John F. Kennedy who said that geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends. This, of course, very true, and our interdependence has been, for the most part, mutually beneficial. However, at times like this, when fear and uncertainty are prevalent, this close relationship with its interdependency can create vulnerabilities, which are very challenging when protectionism is promoted. There is little doubt the United States remains the single most powerful economic force in the world. That which affects the United States like a stone dropped in a pond will ripple outwards and affect those far beyond their border. It will also disproportionately affect those who are the most interdependent and who are geographically closer to the United States. Canada is one of those countries. I am reminded of comments by former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, who stated when he was living that living next to the United States was like sleeping next to an elephant. One is affected by every twitch and grunt. While the Senate has indeed amended the U.S. stimulus bill, the grunt remains something of concern. The protectionist rhetoric that has been heard within the U.S. Congress and across the country is precisely the kind of talk heard during the Great Depression of the 1920s and 30s. The Buy American provision, which was fortunately mitigated last night, were eerily reminiscent of a smooth Howley, which was a resolution which, in the minds of most economists, a major contribution to the Great Depression. The smooth Howley radically increased tariffs on almost 1,000 manufactured items and agricultural products, causing an even further decrease in the value of stock markets in indices, and it prompted regulatory measures across the world. This measure did not resolve issues either in the United States or abroad. It actually dramatically worsened them. The government of the day had the opportunity, no less, to lobby then-President Hoover not to pass this legislation. The President was not partial to the legislation, yet the government of the day was silent to the detriment of both nations. While the current stimulus package has been amended and it appears that most egregious protectionist measures have been removed, I am encouraged that the government to remain ever vigilant on this file. While the Senate and the new administration of the President Barack Obama has pulled back from the protectionists, there is still very much in the minds of millions of Americans that this spirit of withdrawal and defensiveness. The Prime Minister asserts his understanding of the Great Depression and certainly argues that it was trade barriers, not stock markets crash, that caused, in part, the Great Depression in the 1930s. While we're not here to dispute his assertion, it leaves me to ask, why has this government not been more proactive in ensuring that protectionist provisions were not included in the initial U.S. stimulus if it was aware of the threat posed by them? Canada has greatly benefited from its relationship with the United States, trade in particular. We are linked through countless agreements, most notably among which are the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreements and the North American Free Trade Agreements. The North American Free Trade Agreement has revolutionized continental trade and investment and helped unlock our region's economic potential. Yet, at the same time, the relative costs of Canadian productions and service are increasing due to ongoing U.S. concerns about border security. The Canadian Trade Commission expanded in 2003 under the previous Liberal government with 40 consul generals, 40 consulates, trade offices, and honorary consuls located in major commercial centers across the United States, providing Canadian business a network supplying the information, advice, and support needed to advance their commercial interest, with increasing emphasis on cultivating foreign investment and science and technology, partnership opportunities for Canadian firms to integrate into U.S.-led and other global supply chains. All of these realities confirm what most U.S. already knows. Our economic interests are inextricably linked to those of the United States. When we move away from a predominance of trade with Great Britain following the Second World War, we turn to the only logical alternative, our neighbor to the south. Since then, we have arrived at a time where 60% of our imports originate from the United States and 40% of our exports flow to them. We should consider ourselves fortunate that in prosperous times, while other countries push aggressively to establish increased and improved preferential trade links with the United States, Canada enjoyed preferential access to the American market. The long-standing arrangements was at risk with the stimulus bill being considered in the United States. And while the offending measures have been removed from the bill, we must continue to monitor closely the emergence of such sentiments among Americans. We need continued actions from this government, and we need it to be proactive and not, as it is in the case, reactive. We on this side of this House recognize that there are hesitant to do so. And they have been hesitant for a very major economic decision since the start of the crisis. However, it is time to be vigilant and unafraid to assert our position in advance of protectionist measures. In the words of the great thinker Soren Kierkegaard, it is perfectly true, as he stated, as philosophers say, that life must be understood backwards, but they forget the other proposition, that it must be lived forwards. We cannot afford to forget the lessons of the past. Canadians' livelihood are at stake, as are values of our natural resources and the values of our partnerships with the United States. But it is not simply enough to act now on information that we have had for 70-odd years. We must act now to prevent this sort of reaction from occurring in the future. With the dawn of the new administration in the United States, Canada must act to establish the sort of relationship with the United States where our position is well known and clear in advance of any protectionist measures. President Kennedy's words noted earlier are profound. We share a common border and have much in common. While not always in agreement on many issues, we are neighbors and friends, the United States and Canada. Our vast continent, with forests as old as time itself and resources scarcely imagined anywhere else in the world, is still very much a new frontier. There are new winds of change blowing across America. President Barack Obama is a symbol of such change. His willingness to hear our concerns and modify his position is evidence of this new reality. Let us remember we share so much that we must always work together for our mutual best interests and for the great benefits of all our people of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Esquimalt, Juan de Fuga.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague who gave a wonderful presentation on the challenges before us, how he sees that Canada-U.S. relations can be improved, not only in trade, but on the social issues that affect both of our countries. We know that we're both facing demographic challenges, an aging population. We know that we have huge health challenges because the pressure that's being applied to our healthcare systems vastly exceed the increase in GDP. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, does he not think that there are opportunities for cross-border collaboration in terms of being able to link up the universities, other post-secondary institutions, think tanks, to be able to get the best and brightest of what we have in our country, the best and brightest of what they have in the United States, and develop a formal mechanism upon which those groups within our respective countries can collaborate more effectively to share the research and development in the sciences and social policy fields that will enable us to grasp the best and brightest of what we both have in our countries and apply them to the mutual challenges upon which we face.
The Honourable Member from Davenport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for an excellent question. And I know he's somebody that I admire, especially for his advocacy on issues of human rights, universal health, education. These are things that he's been certainly a long time member of this House has been fighting for that. And I think he's absolutely right that there is an opportunity here with the new Obama administration for Canada to work together with the U.S. on partnerships, on issues of social justice, not just between our two countries, but around the world. And there is opportunities as well to exchange. Canada has greatly benefited, of course, from our universal health care. This is something that U.S. now recognizes. It's also very vital for them. It's something that President Obama also wants to move to, a health plan to also to cover the most vulnerable in his country. I think that is a smart and wise thing to do. So there are things we can, in fact, learn from each other. And we hope that we should use this opportunity to work collaboratively with the new president, because he certainly wants to work with us and also with partners around the world.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks, his tempered yet helpful remarks. There has been some suggestion that given the fact that the U.S. is our largest trading partner and accounts for some 75% of our trade, that we should be looking abroad for new trade opportunities, with Europe, with South America, with Asia. And I'm wondering what his views would be in terms of Canada becoming more aggressive in seeking out these opportunities. There's some that do suggest that there's a huge risk involved in hanging our hat on one partner as opposed to perhaps diversifying our trade opportunities. I'd welcome his comments.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague as well for the question. I think it's a good one, but we also have to, if the government is really serious about, in fact, diversifying our trade, which I think is an important thing that Canada should do, then we have to also look at our partners as well and what relationship we have with our partners. In particular, if you look at Brazil, India, these are very important countries. Also in China, we have to have closer relationships and much more workable relationship with these countries if we, in fact, are diversify our economy. We cannot do this at the same time as attacking, not working with our partners. So we have to be there to work with them. I'm pleased that the investment has been made over the years of countries like Brazil into Canada. As president of the Canada-Brazil Parliamentary Association, which just got elected today, I just want to state the fact that is a country that is an emerging market that we have ignored for too long, and we need to get back into the game and to say to this very large partner in the Americas that we want to be there as well, that we want to participate, we want to work with them in partnership. I think there's an opportunity to do that here. You have a new parliamentary secretary for the Americas, I think, and also the new Minister of State for the Americas. We should use those tools, work together to make sure we diversify our economy, because it's to the benefit of all Canadians, not just the government, it's the benefit to all Canadians across the country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise and speak on this important motion introduced by the member for Kings Hants. There's no doubt, and I think we only need to look to history to prove it, that there's a tremendous cost to protectionism. When we take a look at the last time that the world, and certainly North America, faced a tremendous economic challenge, one of this magnitude, it was just after the stock market crash of 1929. And the U.S. responded with a series of protectionist measures that had a huge detrimental impact, the scope of which, many argue, actually created the Great Depression. And today, the similar lure of protectionism, an oversimplified argument that if we just insulate ourselves and just trade amongst ourselves and close the doors and batten down the hatches, that an international storm will pass us by, is luring once again certain elements within the U.S. Congress. And the Congress has a long tradition, unfortunately, of protectionism, particularly when times get tough, and therefore you would expect that the government would have been right on top of this, that the government would have, at the earliest opportunity, as soon as the president was sworn in fact, much before that, anticipated that that would have been the response. Unfortunately, that was far from the case. What we traded was sort of a conservative idolization of Republicans that had them criticizing Republicans because of the tremendous honor and esteem in which they held them. We replaced that now with a complete lack of contacts that they have with Democrats. And the result of that is that Canada, in both situations, has been left unprotected and our interests largely undefended. I want to speak first about the Buy American clause. Now, obviously, the developments that came out of the U.S. Senate, supported by President Obama, are very encouraging. The fact that there is now going to be respect for foreign trade agreements is good, but we can't drop our vigilance. The reality is that the protectionist forces are very large, that we haven't been effective to this point in time. The government has really failed to advance our interests and to ensure that that this whole debacle didn't happen in the first place. And it's very easy for that very loosely worded language to develop into something that's far more concerning. But one of the things that I wanted to speak on as our party's critic for public safety and national security was a secondary threat to trade between Canada and the U.S. That's non-tariff based, that potentially could have an even bigger impact, an even larger detrimental impact. And I'm concerned that the government has largely been silent on the issue of security issues and how those have really created massive barriers to trade. In particular, if I could, Secretary Napolitano on January 30th of 2009 ordered a comprehensive review of U.S. vulnerabilities along the northern border with recommendations as to what could be done to strengthen it. In her statement, she said, and I quote, "What are the current vulnerabilities, the overall strategy for reducing those vulnerabilities, the requirements, the programs, the budget, and the time frame for improving security along this border, and what level of risk will remain once programs are completed?" Her announcement was accompanied with a very remarkable statement, and one that I think is greatly concerning. She said that the effect that terrorist threat had on the Canada-U.S. border was greater than on the U.S.-Mexico border. This is a dramatic shift, and I don't think we've ever heard that kind of language used before. And it's enraged, once again, all of this talk of, in the United States, of the terrorism in Canada and the great threat on the border. This has a really profound implication for our ability to move goods and services, and it's prompted some U.S. newspaper editorials to, quote, call the northern border America's weakest link and, quote, an easy entry point to launch attacks on U.S. soil. That was in the Washington Times on January 29th. Talk like this is not only detrimental to Canada-U.S. relationship on trade and continental security, but it's further made worse by the laissez-faire attitude taken by the Conservative government. It's hard to know exactly why the U.S. has turned their spotlight onto the northern border, especially considering their more habitual focus on the south. But as Martin Collicott, a senior fellow at Fraser Institute and former Canadian ambassador, wrote in an article that appeared in the Ottawa Citizen yesterday, Secretary Napolitano's decision reflects to some extent the interests of protectionist elements in the United States prepared to use security measures as a means of slowing down the movement of imports from Canada into the United States. Now, one would expect with a statement as concerning as that the government would act swiftly, that they would speak out and that they would ensure that Canadian interests were protected and that the American government understood that this sort of talk was simply misguided and, frankly, a little ridiculous. The reality, though, is the government did nothing. The response has been complete silence. It's almost as if they're ambivalent to the issue. And yet this report, which is to be tabled, is going to be done so on February 17th of this year, just a few weeks from now, immediately before the meeting that the Prime Minister have with President Obama. This presentation that will be made by Secretary Napolitano, this statement of where they're going with security on the northern border, the border with Canada and the U.S., will have profound implications for Canada-U.S. relations and for trade, and we're completely missing in action. It's unsure what the Prime Minister will even do to react once this statement actually comes forward. So I would certainly submit that while we're considering protectionism in the form of this Buy American clause, that we should also similarly expect the government to be speaking out on issues of security and the free movement of goods and services across our border. I would also like to speak, if I could, about the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative. This is another area of great disappointment for me in this government. The reality of the implementation of the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative is to see tourism between the tourism dollars in Canada reduced by some $2 billion since it's been brought into force and effect. The requirement for citizens of the United States to have a passport to enter Canada has been severely detrimental. The point of fact is that only about a quarter of U.S. citizens hold a valid U.S. passport. And therefore, it makes it a very difficult decision for them. If normally they would be going into Canada for a day or a couple of days, if they have to get a passport beforehand when some 75% don't, they're making a decision not to. And where is the Canadian government been on this issue? Again, almost completely silent. Well, a number of U.S. northern governors and senators and congressmen have been recognizing that their states have been adversely impacted, and that while they were expecting to have more cooperation from the Canadian government, they've been deeply disappointed by the lack of voice and the lack of courage of action that the Canadian government has had. And that's an area, too, that I think we desperately need to act on, especially when we consider that some 300,000 people cross the border every day. Madam Speaker, if we consider that trade in the context of our country is so greatly impacted, in fact, by what happens with the United States. In fact, that east-west trade is far less than north-south trade. That protectionism and lack of action by this government to deal with the security issues that I've just talked about puts in jeopardy bilateral trade of some $577 billion a year. That's about $1.6 billion each and every year in goods and services that cross the border. If we're going to ensure the vitality of our trading relationship, indeed if we're going to ensure the strength of our economy, we need to have far more action by the government than they've taken to date. Simply being reactionary is unacceptable. And I commend the member for King's Hants for bringing forward this motion, allowing me and the members of this House the opportunity to talk about this important issue and to put the pressure on the government to take action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Miss Quaimalt won de Fuca.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for his excellent speech. I'd like to pose to him three general areas and one specific part of that Canada can take a much greater role in which the government really, I think, has felt wanting in. The first thing is energy security. The second thing is on the issue, obviously, of the environmental crisis before us. And the third is security in general. The first one deals with how does he not feel that Canada and the United States can do a much better job of actually engaging and integrating into a trans-border energy grid that will improve both of our countries. And lastly, on the issue of security, this is still a huge challenge for the government. Mr. Obama, the U.S. government, as well as ours. Mr. Obama has said he's going to do things differently. He's going to start engaging with other countries and groups, particularly those in the Muslim world. He will try to talk to people that previously have been excluded from the previous U.S. administration. I believe that's fundamentally important that our country start to talk to people that we previously have not spoken with before. Speaking with them doesn't condone what they've done, but excluding them certainly doesn't enable us to be able to get to the table to resolve issues. And within that, there are groups that exist that we haven't spoken to that are not monolithic. They're absolutely not monolithic. They're parts of different, they're elements of these groups that are very different. For example, the Taliban is not monolithic. Hamas is not monolithic. They represent different parts and different areas of the Middle East. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, does he not think that our government, instead of eviscerating foreign affairs, should do a much better job of actually talking to groups they've previously not spoken to before, to be able to engage in these seemingly intractable issues that need to be addressed in order for us to pursue a safer and more secure world?
Honourable member from Ajax Pickering.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the member for the question. I couldn't agree more. In fact, Canadians, one of the greatest sources of pride Canadians have is that Canada is a force for balance and peace in the world, and that Canada traditionally has played a role as being seen as an honest broker, an independent third party in things that are going on in the world. And it uses its goodwill and the notion that it isn't a satellite of any other power to be able to exert its force in a way that really punches above its weight. And this has trade implications as well, because at the end of the day, trade is all about the strength and force of our relationships. And if we're not working on those relationships, if we're not demonstrating in meaningful ways that our first objective is to take a fair and balanced approach in how we deal with international affairs, then we can greatly hurt our ability to trade effectively. And the member also commented on energy security. I completely agree. I won't reiterate what he said other than to say that I agree with it. And lastly, with respect to the environmental crisis, we just heard today that the measures, the scant measures taken by the Conservative government, for example, in the transit credit, have resulted in absolutely no reductions. That yet again, it was placebo policy. The difference in this case is that it actually cost us a lot of money to do, to get to nowhere. And, that might have been fine when the United States was so far behind in ignoring environmental issues. But now that we have an administration in the United States that has put the environment at the center of its economic growth and development, we risk falling behind the Americans tremendously and allowing them to create the jobs of the future. I mean, if we thought that the Internet was a source for growth and new development and innovation. It is nothing compared to the post-carbon technologies that are going to come. And we shouldn't be allowing the Americans to be developing that technology and those jobs. In the last 3 years, we've given up the opportunity to lead in those areas.
The honourable member from Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech today and his insight. On the whole issue of security and on the whole issue of public safety, one of the concerns that I hear from a lot of business people is that American concerns around homeland security have led to a thickening of the Canada-U.S. border. And the Smart Borders initiative that was introduced by the Chrétien and Martin governments has in fact stalled under the current Conservative government. I'd appreciate the honourable member's views on that and what we ought to be doing to get that agenda back on track so that we have seamless movement of people and goods and at the same time maintain a good security for both Canada and the U.S.
Honourable member from Ajax Pickering has 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an incredibly important issue. When I sat down with GM, which has their headquarters just to the east of my riding, their first issue was just-in-time delivery and the ability to get goods and services across the border. And the honourable member is absolutely right that things have completely stalled out. In fact, we've seen almost no progress in 3 years, almost a reversal. It's so much harder for them to get across the border. And really a disappointing silence from the government, a refusal to take action. That's something certainly I'm going to be working on as critic, and I know that I'll be working with the honourable member on that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the motion from the member from Kings Hands. And the motion essentially urges our government to intervene with the American government in fighting attempts to build protectionist walls between our economies. And I want to say this, I've got great news for the member from Kings Hands. Our Prime Minister and Conservative government are way out in front of this issue, and we've actively been engaging the new American president and his officials in opposing protectionist measures. So essentially, we're already doing what the motion asks our government to do, which of course begs the question, why is this motion in the House? I can only speculate as to the political motives behind that. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising that our Conservative government would take the threat of protectionism so seriously. Over 75% of all of our trade is with the United States. Any attempts to put up artificial barriers in violation of the NAFTA agreement would pose huge financial challenges for Canadians. And that's why our Prime Minister has acted so quickly in engaging the Americans on this issue. Madam Speaker, just so Canadians understand how extensive our efforts have been in addressing the challenges facing our manufacturing industries, I'd like to mention a few of these. As you know, the steel industry is petrified about the posturing of the American government concerning setting up new trade barriers. They're a Buy American proposal. And what we have done is we understand that the Canadian steel industry is under intense pressure because these are very challenging times for employers and employees. Global economic conditions have deteriorated to the extent that the International Monetary Fund is forecasting a mere 0.5% world growth in 2009. However, there's also a broad worldwide consensus amongst economists that Canada will outperform all the other G7 countries. And why is that, Madam Speaker? There is an answer to that question. And it's largely due to the measures taken previously by our Conservative government and the sound competitive financial system we have in place in Canada. Some of the measures that we've undertaken are as follows. We started off by reducing taxes, and of course that program we started back in 2006, shortly after we were elected, and in each successive budget we've reduced taxes to Canadians. In fact, the total value of the tax reductions is somewhere in the order of $200 billion over 5 years. Now, Madam Speaker, that's perhaps the defining distinction between us and the opposition parties. When you ask a Liberal in this House, they'll say they would prefer to have their hands in the taxpayer's pocket, and they actually spoke openly against the tax reductions that we have incorporated into our economic action plan. The other thing we've done is we've paid down debt by $37 billion. Now, there are some in the opposition benches that have suggested paying down $37 billion was squandering the taxpayers' money. We believe it's a wise investment. It's what the average Canadian does when they receive a little extra money. They pay down their house mortgage. Somehow, that doesn't make sense to our opposition friends. And just before I proceed, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to state that I am going to be sharing my time with the member from London West. Another thing we've done is we've established our Advantage Canada plan to make our economy more competitive in the global marketplace. We've given the Bank of Canada additional power to inject liquidity into our lending institutions. And we've increased local, regional, and national investments by accelerating our massive infrastructure program, the largest such investment ever in the history of our country. And finally, we've provided more financing for mortgages and for car and business loans. This is to free up more financing, more credit, so that our economy can get going again. Now, that's not to say that we're out of the woods, Madam Speaker. The International Monetary Fund is forecasting negative growth for Canada in 2009. Canada, as we all know, is not immune to this global economic situation. Now, our government recognizes that the steel industry is a cornerstone industry in our modern economy. And in this regard, Canada is no different. The presence of the steel industry has enabled other sectors of our economy to prosper and flourish. And among those industries are the auto industry, the construction industry, the pipe and tube industry, and the fabricated metal industry. All of these purchase steel that is further manufactured into finished goods. Madam Speaker, a number of my colleagues have already highlighted how important that steel industry is to Canada. Believe it or not, in 2007, the Canadian steel industry alone employed 30,000 people and had revenues of a whopping $16.8 billion. The industry has major facilities in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. In 2007, the Canadian steel industry also exported about 49% of its total shipments, and about 90% of those exports went to the United States. Hence our concern when our American cousins start threatening to raise those trade barriers again. Is the steel industry important to our economic well-being? Absolutely. And that's why we're not taking protectionist threats from the U.S. lying down. We've been engaged, Madam Speaker. What is clear, Madam Speaker, is that the steel industry in North America is highly integrated. And that's what happens when different countries work together to cooperate and expand their mutual trade opportunities. This integration has been increasing thanks to the benefits of the North American Free Trade Agreement. This integration has gone even further with the consolidation that the steel industry has undergone over the past 3 or 4 years. And you know what? Our Conservative government has been addressing the steel industry's issues for many years, and we continue to do so. My colleague, the Minister of International Trade, is actively engaged with our American counterparts to address potential trade irritants. These include unfair trade, government support for the steel industry in various countries, in other words, subsidies, China and its steel policies, climate change policy, and the movement of manufacturing out of North America. And I would add, Madam Speaker, that our government and the industry have worked collaboratively on these issues in the past, and we expect to do so in the future. Now, I think all Canadians know that Canada did not start this worldwide recession. It might take some time for the opposition for that to sink in, but in fact, Canadians know that. But our government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, continues to take steps to cushion our economy against the blows that many countries around the world feel from this economic crisis. We've responded by providing new powers to protect our banking system. Moreover, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance engaged in broad consultation with Canadians and industry leaders when drafting the economic action plan. that was tabled in the House on January 27th. Our action plan proposes measures amounting to $29 billion of stimulus in 2009 alone. That's the equivalent of almost 2% of the size of our economy. This is good news. We've covered many bases. We're reducing taxes. We're spending a lot of money on infrastructure to give our economy a shot in the arm. And we're also protecting those who have lost their jobs due to the economic crisis around the world. We've enhanced EI benefits, and we've enhanced training opportunities for those who have lost their jobs and want to find new places of employment. Our action plan also includes supporting shipyards with $175 million and the procurement of 98 new Coast Guard vessels. So we're getting the job done, Madam Speaker. I'm excited about the economic action plan. Of course, we're also addressing this trade challenge we have from the United States, and I'm confident as we move forward that we're going to be able to address those challenges. We've established a working relationship with the new administration in the United States. As you know, the President of the United States will be visiting Canada. It's his first visit to a foreign nation, and I'm pleased that President Obama has actually followed a former precedent to do that. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this with you, and I'm trusting that the opposition will cooperate and collaborate with us as we move forward in building our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Member from Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that the member has a tough job because the government has done so little on the issue of protectionism that it's necessary to sort of fill the speech with mostly information about the budget. But I'm wondering if he could answer specifically why there hasn't been a response from the government on the statement made by Secretary Napolitano. These statements are deeply concerning. They're actually stating that the terrorism threat is greater on the Canada-U.S. border than it is on the Mexican-U.S. border, and the government hasn't responded at all. This report is going to be delivered around the same time that the President visits the United States. We have a very limited window, and the government's complete lack of response almost indicates ambivalence. Can you explain the lack of action in this area?
The honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed that that member isn't focusing on the very motion that is before us today, which is the motion that requests that the government move forward with ensuring that trade barriers are not erected by the United States. And that is the motion. And I would be pleased to comment a little bit about some of the things that our government has been doing. As you know, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has been engaged in this issue. We know that our international trade minister was in Davos and is continuing to engage with many of the trade representatives from around the world, including the United States. We've heard from the President of the United States that he opposes trade barriers and protectionism of the sort that's being proposed by the House of Representatives. We know that there's been some amendments made in the House of Representatives, and we also know that the Senate is really concerned about this proposal of Buy American, which would restrict trade with Canada. So I believe we're making significant progress, and I'm pleased the Prime Minister and our government are engaged in this very, very serious issue.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
From Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, the Conservative government's admitted today that the Buy America Act is legal. The Parliamentary Secretary did that a few hours earlier. So we've made some progress in trade education here with the Conservative government. But, Madam Speaker, the member from Abbotsford talked about the fact that the budget may have some infrastructure funding. May, Madam Speaker, because we don't actually trust the Conservatives to bring this in. But he didn't raise, of course, the irony that if there is infrastructure money that is spent from Canadian taxpayers, that money can go to buy overseas third world steel. In other words, Canadian taxpayers' money, because we have no Buy Canada policy in place, will be used to fuel jobs in other countries. Now, there's an irony there, Madam Speaker, a real irony. Now, President Obama didn't say what the member purported him to say. He's actually said that the economic stimulus package and the Buy American provisions in both the House of Representatives and the Senate bills are going to go through, and he's going to sign off of them in 2 weeks. They are legal. Buy America is legal, why isn't this government bringing in Buy Canada provisions so that Canadian taxpayers' money can go to fuel Canadian jobs?
Well, member from Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, that question clearly betrays the NDP ideology behind every position they take on trade. As you know, Madam Speaker, the NDP is alone in this House of Commons in speaking out in favour of building silos of protection around the world, including Canada. They oppose free trade. They opposed NAFTA, for crying out loud. They don't believe in free trade. Well, Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation, one of the greatest trading nations in the world. In fact, all the evidence proves that since the North American Free Trade Agreement was adopted and ratified, trade between Canada and the United States has almost tripled. The greatest news, trade news, Canadians could have expected. We far exceeded the expectations that we had when NAFTA was actually implemented. So, Madam Speaker, I know his ideology puts him into a straitjacket. You'll never get any other kind of a position from the NDP or from that member. But I'm pleased to say that we've been able to garner the support not only of our own party here, the Liberals support us, the Bloc support us, Canada's a free trading nation, and quite frankly, we've got to do everything we can to maintain those trade relationship ties with our American cousins to the south.
Hear, hear.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable
resuming debate.
West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the proud recently elected Member of Parliament for London West, it is with great pleasure that I contribute to this very important debate. Before I get to the topic at hand, though, I'd like to make a few comments as this is my first speech in this magnificent chamber. Madam Speaker, when one does a maiden speech, one of the appropriate things is to thank their family, and I can be no different. My wife, Shadid, is a successful businesswoman in her own right. Her advertisement, she runs the oldest flower shop in Canada. It started in 1869. My wife was an immigrant to this country, of proud Portuguese parents, born in Africa, came to Canada just to find me, and has been a successful entrepreneur, past president of the Portuguese Business Professionals Association. My daughter Claudia is also a successful business person, owner of a chocolate shop, a Belgian chocolate shop called Bernard Callebaut. And she's married to a fellow, Chedomir Ivanisevic, whose father came from Croatia to our country. He's of Serbian descent, and he came to Canada for better opportunities. Chedo is a firefighter, and he and my daughter have given me two wonderful grandchildren, Maya and Katya. I'll tell you a little bit about my city if I can. London, for those who don't know, is the 10th largest city in Canada. We have a well-balanced economy. We have an internationally respected healthcare system with hospitals throughout, training hospitals, and major breakthroughs that go on in London Health Sciences regularly. It is a major transportation hub. We are uniquely positioned within 1 hour of one major U.S. border point and within 2 hours of two other major U.S. border points. London is uniquely positioned with three highways, highways 401, 402, and 403, and we're literally in the center of them, Madam Speaker. And I tell you that because as a transportation hub, the need for good road service is critical. We have strong rail service serviced by CN and CP. And finally, we have London's International Airport, which is one of Canada's busiest airports. Madam Speaker, just a little bit more, if I may. As I'm here, through many of my experiences in life, I'm reminded of a book written by Robert Fulghum entitled, All I Ever Really Needed to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. Unfortunately, many people told me when I was running for office that I was just working hard to get into Canada's largest kindergarten class. Well, I can see sometimes why there is a sentiment out there like that, but I think that generalization is inappropriate for the majority of members. Madam Speaker, in my short time here, I've quickly seen the efforts, sacrifices, and energy members spend on behalf of their constituents. Having said that, I believe we can all do better. Just as in kindergarten, you get further ahead in life by building up those around you than tearing them down. That is why my good friend of many years, the member opposite from London North Centre, and I established early that together we could achieve more together than if we worked against each other. Our constituents have made it clear that they appreciate our positive, cooperative style more than the destructive partisanship that often prevails. I think we could all achieve more if we work this way. I sincerely hope that will happen more often in this House. And I'm not hesitant to say that the member from York South Weston has contributed to this debate in a thoughtful way with dialogue that is positive and well-intended. I'm sure this has been noticed, and I believe his constituents have seen that as well. Madam Speaker, in kindergarten, you learn your manners. You learn that when someone else is speaking, you wait your turn and listen to what they have to say. You won't find me heckling in question period or debate, because no matter how much I disagree or agree with what you're saying, if it's your turn to speak, and you deserve that respect, and I hope members of this House feel the same, Madam Speaker. In kindergarten, we learn to say thank you as well, and I want to acknowledge and thank Sue Barnes, the former Member of Parliament for London West, for her many years of service. Her family made many sacrifices for her to do that, and I thank them as well. Madam Speaker, perhaps one of the big things we learn after kindergarten is that as we all get older, and what we did back then forms us into what we are and who we are today. When I leave this place, as we all will someday, I hope to be able to look back and say I learned a lot, that in some fashion I made a contribution, and most importantly, that I helped make the lives of others a little bit better. I ask for your indulgence for one more analogy, Madam Speaker, and now speak directly to the topic at hand. Today we are talking about trade, but this too we learned about in kindergarten. We learned that sharing toys, sharing resources made us all better off. We could hoard our toys, but we didn't. My granddaughters sometimes do, though. But we don't hoard our resources because it doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense when we're all adults either. I firmly believe that trade has made us better off, richer as a society, and to tear down those relationships now would be a tragic step backwards. That's why I welcome this opportunity to discuss how much trade means to the Canadian economy, and most relevant to this discussion, how much the North American Free Trade Agreement has contributed to Canada's prosperity. I bring this up in our dialogue around the European Free Trade Agreement because it is important to understand how this agreement has enhanced Canada's economy and how future trade deals will continue to secure a positive economic future for Canadians. Madam Speaker, Canada's history is founded on trade. Canada is and must be a trading nation. We have an extremely well-educated, innovative, and progressive population. However, our domestic market is relatively small, and therefore Canada is not considered a major player on the world stage. Well, that's our reality. But our market is only about 1/10 the size of the United States. Therefore, Canada needs the opportunities which international trade provides if we are going to realize our enormous potential. In these difficult economic times, international trade will continue to be a major contributor to our success in overcoming the challenges we are facing. How much do we depend on trade? Well, in 2007, Canada's international trade was equivalent in value to more than 2/3 of our economy. An extraordinarily high number of Canadian jobs are linked to trade. In 2007, the value of our trade with the United States was equivalent to more than 46% of Canada's gross domestic product. This couldn't be more important than in cities like London, Ontario, where we see thousands of tons of goods travel between Canada and the United States every day by truck, rail, and air. Healthy trade is vital to the survival of cities like mine. Madam Speaker, this trade represents a lot of economic activity and a lot of Canadian jobs, jobs that depend upon open borders and the preservation of international rules that keep them open. That is why the Conservative government supports an ambitious trade agenda in the World Trade Organization. It is why we value our trading relationships, and it is why we are continuing to expand Canadian opportunities by negotiating new trade agreements, such as those with the EFTA and Peru and Colombia. It is also why this government is working so hard to maintain the free flow of trade within the North American market at this time of economic crisis. No matter how much we diversify North American trade, it will always loom large within our international trade priorities. Trilateral merchandise trade amongst the NAFTA partners has more than tripled since the agreement entered into effect, reaching almost $1 billion in 2007. In terms of Canada-U.S. trade, about 1/3 is now said to be intra-firm, which means that it takes place across borders, but within the same company. No doubt a great deal more of Canada-U.S. trade involves building things together, different companies on different sides of the border contributing expertise, goods, and labor to the manufacturing process. Madam Speaker, London is filled with multinational companies. These companies use our local expertise for parts of their operations, and we rely on the expertise of their foreign branches for job stability. They can't do it alone, and nor can we. Just look at General Dynamics Land Systems and Trojan Technologies, to name just two, who export significant products throughout the world. Without international trade, London could not survive, and I would suggest, Madam Speaker, most cities across the country could not survive and prosper without free trade. Let's not forget that NAFTA has opened doors between Canada and Mexico as well, and since signing on to NAFTA, our merchandise trade with Mexico has almost quintupled. Let's take a look at investment levels, which have seen a dramatic rise. In 2007, foreign direct investment in Canada reached just over $500 billion, and almost 58% of this investment came from our NAFTA partners. In other words, about 6 out of every $10 in foreign direct investment in Canada, investment in communities across this country, came from NAFTA. Investors view Canada not only as an important market in its own right, but as a gateway to North America. NAFTA also contributes to Canada's success on the world stage and is a valuable platform that Canada uses to reach the rest of the world. That's why we're pleased as well that the London International Airport has been approved for the cargo transshipment program. Opens up huge opportunities for all Canadian companies, but especially those in London. Many benefits that Canada enjoys by being a partner in NAFTA, and it's not just large corporations. In fact, 94% of Canadian exporters are companies with fewer than 200 employees, 73% of fewer than 50 employees. These small businesses rely heavily on doing business within the North American marketplace. They rely on this government to provide the right conditions for them to succeed and to prosper, and this government will continue to deliver. For a country the size of Canada, which needs access to world markets to guarantee prosperity, it would be worse than naive to think that closing our borders to trade would boost the Canadian economy. In fact, the opposite is true. Any jobs created by turning inward would be vastly overshadowed by the jobs lost if our ability to export was curtailed. We'd be naive to close our own markets, and we'd be grossly negligent if we stood by while our trading partners closed theirs. We intend to do neither. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I have shown how our Canadians have benefited from the NAFTA experience. I hope people have realized that in talking about the importance of trade to Canada and the economic gains and job creation and spin-off effects for all of Canadian society, that NAFTA has mattered in a positive way. These are important reasons why our government will continue to defend against protectionism and ensure that we make the most of our current trade agreements and continue to seek ways to enhance Canada's trading position on the global stage. And finally, Madam Speaker, it is a sincere privilege for me as the member of London West to sit in this House, and I look forward to continue to work with my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to compliment the member opposite for giving the House an opportunity to see the dimensions of our discussion. With the facts that he's given, he's recounted our dependency on all of those issues which address international trade. And of course, Madam Speaker, one is tempted to ask the obvious question. Given that the government has a recognition of the importance of trade with the United States in particular, he mentions the NAFTA partners, but with the United States in particular, given the dependency of Canada's GDP on that bilateral exchange with the United States, as well as the intra-company exchanges that contribute to our wealth, why would the government not have foreseen what is developing in the United States? And I'm not talking about somebody being prescient. All one needed to do was to follow the primaries campaign in the United States, and indeed the election just completed in the United States, and see that in fact there were forces developing there that inhibit our trade potential. Why does he think that the government's belated language today is a good policy of inaction in the face of challenges which we must continually nurture?
The honourable member from London West.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question as it was put. A couple of things I would say. If we go back to at a time 2007 when we showed surpluses, we reduced our national debt by some almost $40 billion. We've reduced taxes for Canadians across the country. And I think what that does, and I say this as a past president of my London Chamber of Commerce, when you understand the impact that business has, and you understand how important it is as a responsible government to reduce taxes and to reduce your debt, it's no different than a homeowner who has to reduce their debt, has to ensure that they take personal responsibility for themselves. I sincerely believe this government has taken personal responsibility. It's why we got into our economic crisis the way that we have later than every other industrialized country in the free world, and why I believe sincerely that we'll get out of it sooner, Madam Speaker.
Any comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to compliment the member for London West for a good maiden speech in this House, and welcome him to the House, and also welcome him to the Standing Committee on International Trade. I look forward to working with him and other members of the committee on trade issues. And I'll ask him a polite question, given that he had a polite speech, about the lack of a Buy Canada Act. Now, I'm getting some heckling, Madam Chair, but I am trying to build a relationship here, and I hope the Conservative members would allow me to do that across the aisle.
Ask the member to get to his question.
we've been talking about the fact that the Buy America Act is legal. We know that it is under NAFTA. We know that President Obama is following his own mandate. Does he not feel that a Buy Canada Act to build Canadian jobs would be effective here in Canada?
The honourable member from London West.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for the polite tone in which that question was asked. And I'm sure that in future all of his questions will be equally polite. I'm confident of that. I would say to Madam Speaker that even President Obama has been extremely clear that he is concerned about the protectionist measures that have been introduced initially in the U.S. Congress, and which is why he is going to be speaking to the Senate in terms of trying to amend that legislation. In terms of what one has to be careful of is that when you establish protectionist policies, all you ultimately do is create a downward spiral to your business. And in fact, what happens is, again, we are no longer drawers of water and hewers of wood. I might have that in reverse, but I would say to you that we'd rely on trade to make this work for us. And I would say to the honourable member that it's not useful to have a protectionist policy such as a Buy Canada, because 80%, even in automobile trade, 80% of our automobiles go to the States. What would happen to this country if we couldn't export those cars that we make to the United States? That would be devastating to this country and to our economy. That would be brutal.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Today I'm here as you might say I'm a stand-in for the great member from Sault Ste. Marie, and I'd just like to inform his constituents that he's not well. He's burning the candle at both ends, and he's not able to do his speech. He had it ready, threw me some notes. I kind of feel like I felt once during last term when I got here with about half a minute to go and I didn't really know what I was going to say. Papers are flowing all over the place, but I think I'll got a little more experience now, so hopefully I'll be okay. Free trade, NAFTA, is a debate that's gone on in this country since we had the debate to either have NAFTA or have the free trade agreement with the United States or not. We've heard certainly today in the House many reasons for the idea of having open borders and free trade with our neighbor. On the other hand, there are many people who feel that the agreement initially as signed and with subsequent agreements such as NAFTA have been detrimental to the prosperity of our country. I suspect the answer lies somewhere in between, and I would lean more to the detrimental side than to the other. However, having said that, it's true, the agreement has opened up jobs, but on the other hand, we've lost something like close to 300,000 manufacturing jobs in this country alone. We've gained jobs, but often jobs have been created that are part-time, that are not well-paying jobs. So the net result, we analyze it, some analysts have looked at the agreement, is that as a result of free trade, the average working family, if you like, those people who have to make a half a decent living to survive are worse off than they were before. If we look at the idea in the area of agriculture, and I'll come to that a little bit later, I believe although there have been some advantages, I think that there have been many instances where it has really hurt our farmers. And then I will actually talk a little bit about the agreement and what it may be leading into, and that is a security and prosperity partnership. As I came into the House today, I brought my bundle of work, as I usually do, and I happened to notice a letter from Mr. Harvey Armstrong of Kaslo, which is very timely. I was about to answer the letter. However, maybe I'll be able to comment a bit on what he says here and share it with my colleagues in the House. On the second page of his letter, he's concerned about the budget and has suggestions as to where we should go. And he said, I quote, it's time to act as an independent country rather than an appendage of the U.S. I have two thoughts here. One is to renegotiate NAFTA, in his words. Eliminate Chapter 11. Corporations shouldn't have the right to sue governments and supersede national laws. Trade tribunals lack adequate transparency and accountability. and consistently reflect a strong pro-corporate bias. I'm not sure if many people in Canada know the fact that since we negotiated NAFTA, that corporations on both sides of the border can sue local governments. There has been a case of a Canadian corporation suing the California government because of its strong environmental laws. There are a number of documented cases where American corporations have sued, and other corporations from other countries are suing our governments because of restrictions that they wish to impose on the environment or in the idea that they want to protect their citizens. So it seems to me ludicrous that we've allowed our negotiators to sign an agreement that allows foreign corporations to sue our governments so that our tax dollars go to pay out or to finance the legal proceedings to protect our citizens. It doesn't seem bizarre. So I think Mr. Armstrong, when he says to negotiate NAFTA, might have a point there. I mean, which country in the world, other country, has signed away an agreement to allow corporations to sue representatives of the people? And I'd like to go further if we look at the other contentious point of the whole NAFTA agreement, and that is the clause that says that we are locked into selling our oil and gas to the United States at a locked-in price, that we cannot cut back on our exports unless we cut back on our domestic consumption, which basically means we've locked in our energy flow south to the benefit of our neighbors to the south. We have and continue to be a provider of raw materials to our neighbors to the south without having any control. And yet, what's bizarre, and if you look at what's happening in our country, east of Ottawa, we import 90% of our oil from offshore. So on the one hand, we're selling our oil cheaply, it's flowing to the States, we're building pipelines, and yet here we're importing oil, 90% of our oil from other countries and areas of the world that may be potentially dangerous, and not in the future we may not be able to get our oil. Now, Mr. Armstrong also talks about NAFTA, and he says, get NAFTA out of food and agriculture. And, well, I think, as I said before when I started my speech, I don't think it's one way or the other. I think we have to look at this, but I believe that we in Canada should be looking at any trade agreements we do through the lens of Canadian. In other words, is it in the best interest of Canada to do this or this agreement? We've seen the recent bill that was in the House that was passed, unfortunately, that now allows European countries to bring in more the shipbuilding industry and take away jobs here in Canada, so that what I would say would be to our detriment. An agreement is signed, we lose Canadian jobs, and our industry continues to downslide as a result of that agreement. And I don't think that's right. I think if we look at agriculture, there's a couple of things that stand out in my mind, and I talk about this a lot. One of them is the whole idea of dumping I use the example of American apples in our country. Because of NAFTA, we have allowed the free flow of fruit and vegetables across the border. And what has happened from time to time is that heavily subsidized agriculture, or the apple industry in the United States, has dumped apples that are below the cost of production, produced below the cost of production, on Canadian markets. Now, there is a tribunal that exists to regulate this. However, by the time we get things in motion, by the time the lawyers are hired, and often it's too late. And by that time, the apple producer has lost money. And what has happened as a result of this? We have many in British Columbia, here in Ontario, Nova Scotia, that have gone out of business. In the area that I represent, a lot of apple and fruit growers are converting into grapes because they're not able to make that living. And one of the reasons is because we have this agreement. In our province, and I'd like to remind other members that before free trade, we had something like 1,000 onion producers. Now we have maybe a handful. So, we can see that we're getting cheap produce in our supermarkets, but there's that many farmers that have lost their livelihood because of these trade agreements. And I don't think that as we move on to explore export markets and we explore different markets for our produce, that we should be doing that on the backs of those producers here in Canada. Let me refer a little bit to the cattle industry and refer to a report that was published in November of last year by the National Farmers Union entitled "The Farm Crisis in the Cattle Sector Toward a New Analysis and New Solutions." And I'm pleased to report that we've talked and we've discussed, and we will have this report before our Ag Committee, and we'll be able to have an in-depth look at it. But what is one of the areas in the report is saying, what is happening? What has happened to the effect that before the Canadian-U.S. agreement was signed in 1989, our cattle producers were making close to around, and I checked this last night at the banquet talking to some folks, around $200 a hundredweight. Now, given, when you level the different, the year and the dollar, they're making less than 100. Exports have tripled, primarily the United States, to around $33 billion a year. They've tripled during this time span. Our cattle producers are making less than they were 20 years ago. Costs are going up, and we're going to be talking about that in committee. Costs are going up. Exports have gone up. We've created new markets. But they're making less money, and many are being forced out of business. I have a phone call that I have to answer from a constituent of mine near the Karamias area, in the Similkameen area. You can't make it anymore as a business. You can't make it because of the high cost of input and the low cost that he's receiving for his goods. So why did they fall? Why did these prices fall? Well, it does coincide with our signing of NAFTA. Because what happened, according to the report, in May of 1989, Cargill opened its High River, Alberta beef packing plant. Its entry into the country's beef packing sector marked a dramatic acceleration in the transfer of control in the industry from a relatively large number of Canadian-based packers operating a large number of plants to 2 U.S.-based corporations that have concentrated production into a few huge plants. Also in January 1989, I quote, "We implemented the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, thereby shifting Canada-U.S. market integration into high gear." Now, what has happened as a result of this, and this has happened in other sectors, the more takeover there has been of Canadian business, the more difficult it has become for the primary producer in our country. Another aspect of a follow-up of this whole agreement in the cattle, its effect on the cattle industry, is what we call captive supply. When the big players like Cargill can hold and feed a number of cattle and then let them out in the market when the price is right, and thereby undercutting the producer who is shipping his cattle to auction. These are some examples, and as I said, we will be debating this in Agriculture Committee, and I know that many people have read the report, and it will be interesting to get some good feedback on this. The other item when we look at free trade is the pressure when we look at the negotiations going on at the World Trade Organization. And last night I had the honor of being invited to the banquet, as many of you have, my colleagues have, to the Dairy Farmers of Canada. And they've been here for the last few days talking to us and saying, please do not give in to world pressure to modify or destroy our supply management. And I would like to make the plea, please do not give in to world pressure, not only to destroy our supply management, but to water down or withdraw or disintegrate our state trading enterprise, and namely the Canadian Wheat Board. It's our business to do what we want to do, not from pressure from the WTO on supply management and the Wheat Board. So I'm hoping that our minister and our government will stand strong in defending our interests against this pressure. As we move on, we see other effects of these free trade agreements, and my colleague from Burnaby New Westminster has clearly outlined many times in the House the negative effect of the softwood lumber agreement. And I've seen the devastating effect in my communities, in the forestry communities that have suffered, because we've chosen not to follow through with the legal process that we had, but to sign the agreement and lose money, and we see the effects of what's happening now in our forest communities. So then we come to the topic of buy Canadian, buy American. Is this protectionism? Is it not? Well, we've seen it's my understanding that the agreement that has been, the discussions that are going on in the United States in regard to Buy American do fall within the framework of the free trade agreement. So if that's the case, and they can have that and look towards that, so the question is, why can't we, still maintaining our ties and maintaining trade, offer preference in certain industries to local Canadian procurement? And then at the same time, instead of pushing and raising the voice against the violation of this agreement, work with our partners to ensure that if in fact the policy goes through in their country, that there is an exemption for Canadian steel, and if a policy in fact goes through in our country, so that we exempt the industry that's supplying our citizens here in Canada. I have a question that I posed to my colleagues. Here we are in these hard, tough economic times. We want to support industry, and yet I've seen in my home province of British Columbia that we've purchased ferries to go between Vancouver Island and the mainland from outside of the country. Shame. And we have a shipbuilding industry here on both coasts. The argument, of course, is, well, we've got them for less. Well, of course we got them for less. The reason we got them for less, because people who are building them are probably making the equivalent of $2 an hour in some country that's just on the way to being developed. You know, of course we can get them for less. But at the same time, our Canadian workers and our Canadian people and their families suffer because of this kind of policy. You know, we talked about food security in Agriculture Committee, and we had a unanimous report with the exception of one item. Everybody agreed on food security, on various recommendations. One of them was, well, why don't we in Canada have a national procurement policy so that federal government institutions should make a preference or have as their priority to buy Canadian? And we all agreed on that. We all agreed on it from all the parties. And we do on many, many items in our committee. The response we got back from the government and the department was, be careful of our trade obligations. And yet, we've seen our partner to the south, in spite of the trade obligations, we've had our borders stopped. We've had the whole BSE crisis. We've had tariffs slapped on other agricultural produce. We've had different tariffs slapped that exist to this very day on goods being shipped down to the south because they decided to do that within this trade agreement. So I guess what I'm saying is I think that especially in these tough times that we are in at this day today, that it's important, Madam Speaker, that we look and try to support our industry as much as possible. How can it be that our Department of National Defense is has a contract to get military trucks to a U.S. company that operates in Canada that will build them in Texas? Meanwhile, their plant in Chatham, Ontario, which is completely capable of doing this work, is laying off hundreds of people. Sometimes it's hard to imagine why our own tax dollars are not being used to support our industry and our workers. And you ask Canadians, in a recent Vector poll, 9 out of 10 Canadians said governments should favor Canadian-made goods in public transit. Stronger domestic procurement has also been supported by groups like the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters and the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. And in recent months, over a dozen municipalities have passed resolutions committing them to maximize Canadian content when purchasing goods and services. So, Madam Speaker, I see the sign. I'm almost finished. Not too bad for a spontaneous speech, I would say. So, thank you. Thank you. I would just like to close with the latest latest dispute about the American steel policy, we have to look carefully. Rather than calling trade war violation of agreements, let's see what's behind this. And if we look at some of the articles, here's one in some kind of on internet, Starcom. I never read these things. Anyway, it's here. It's talking about what might be behind this, and what might be behind this American policy or behind our policy are the strong American corporations who have offshore plants in other countries who would very much love not to have a Buy American policy so they can continue to make steel in other countries and to bring it into the United States. And the article assumes or presumes that maybe they are behind foreign governments such as ours lobbying the Americans to do away with this policy. A point of view I think it's worthwhile exploring, and I would suggest to our government and to our minister that we look at that. Are we being duped? Are we being, as Canadians, once again, being duped by the multinationals who want to ensure that they have a free access to the American and Canadian market without any kind of control either by the Americans or the Canadians? Alors, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm ready to take questions. Thank you.
Honourable member from Selkirk, Interlake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from the NDP from British Columbia Southern Interior for his speech. And I represent a riding that has a huge cattle industry, a large hog industry, and so U.S. protectionism has definitely hurt our industry. Also, one of the largest employers I have in my riding is Gerdau Ameristeel with over 700 staff, and there's a number of other steel companies in my riding that are surrounded in the Selkirk area beside Gerdau Ameristeel. So this whole debate about what's happening with the Americans and the whole protectionist attitude is very disconcerting to the people in my riding. Now, it's great to hear the dogma coming from the New Democratic Party saying that it's okay to have protectionism, but yet not realizing that this type of mentality, Madam Speaker, the isolationist theories that have been floating around since the dirty 30s actually exacerbated the problem in the United States during the dirty 30s and forced the entire world into a global recession. We don't need to turn back the page and go down that path. You know, he was talking about the concerns of the cattle industry, and we look at what happened with the RCAF group. Well, it was the Conservative Party that stood up and made sure that we were represented at hearings. Myself, along with my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound, were at judicial hearings and as well as court proceedings and appeals in Seattle and Portland and in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, to ensure that the Canadian position was represented well, since we weren't seeing it come from the other parties. And this went back when we were still in opposition, never mind now that we're in government, standing up for Canadian producers. Now, agriculture is really dependent upon trade. We have to have trade rules. NAFTA, WTO, those things are important to over 80% of our producers are dependent upon strong agriculture trade around the world. And you look at the philosophy that they're saying that the Buy American is okay. And if that's the philosophy, Madam Speaker, if they're saying Buy American's okay, then they must be saying that cool is okay. The country of origin labeling is okay as well, because that's what that is. That's Buy American policy that the American government is forcing upon Canadian producers. And that has caused a real injury to producers of cattle and hogs. We're seeing prices plummet, and it's a really sad day that the NDP are going to stand up in this House and say that we want to have a Buy American policy so that we can continue to force injury on Canadian producers. Shame on the opposition.
The Honourable Member from British Columbia Southern Interior.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a bunch of garbage, you know, in respect to my former colleague on the Ag Committee. You know, that's partisan rhetoric. And I, you know, as far as what happened in the Depression, well, we should study the history and look at the fact that it was a lack of infrastructure, and there's other factors that happened in there. In regard to the cool, of course, I agree with him that we have to fight this, and we're going to be doing it on Ag Committee. You know, there's a difference between encouraging Buy Canadian and supporting a Buy American policy. It's not the same thing. We can encourage a Canadian policy and have fair trade with our neighbors. There's nothing wrong with that, and have a back and forth, and we've done it, and we will continue to do so in this country. So I think that, you know, this knee-jerk reaction and the call about dogma, as I said, it doesn't make any sense. We can still be nationalists. We can still be nationalists. We can still want the best for our country and the best, and to try to encourage more jobs in Canada without completely opening up our borders and letting those corporations, which they're doing, and I've pointed out in agriculture, and we know that in other industries, and completely let them take over so that eventually we have no control. Surely, Madam Speaker, there has to be a fine line between there, and surely that has to be based on what's in the best interest of Canadians. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend my colleague on his excellent speech, which he delivered very well. I have a question, Madam Speaker. How can one explain this lack of empathy on the part of the Conservative Reformist Party towards Canadian workers? And we might find some kind of an answer in the fact that we see the neoconservatism of Adam Smith, and that they don't believe in intervening to help a struggling economy or to help workers who have lost their jobs. The Honourable Member for British Columbia and the Interior. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first of all apologize for having not made part of my speech in French. I didn't have enough time when I was writing it. I don't know how to explain to my colleague how to explain this lack of empathy on the part of the government vis-a-vis workers. As I've listened to speeches made this week, I've been saying to my colleagues, it's as if these people lived in a glass bubble. It's on another planet. If they were to look at what is happening in my riding, they don't understand that there are people, for example, who work in the lumber industry who are losing a job, that there are people who have to live in their trucks, and they have to start the truck from time to time just to keep warm. Yes, there is this whole neoconservative policy, the Friedman School, which says that regulations, talks about regulations and privatization, and says that the government has no right intervening in this in the private sector. As there were several people who stood, I'll give you the opportunity to ask another question.
And I was at the Davos conference, and economists from around the world were there, including Joseph Stiglitz, who won the Nobel Prize in economics, and is certainly not an ideologically rigid economic mind. And all of those economists were fearing the U.S. protectionist elements that can put in place barriers to trade, that can lead to retaliation around the world. Every one of them said that that is one of their greatest concerns at this time. Now, President Obama this week had actually recognized this, that what was happening in Congress and the Buy American provisions, as they were stated, were in fact damaging and dangerous in terms of creating that environment. He spoke out against them. What I can't understand, well, in fact, what he said quite specifically is, I think it would be a mistake at a time when worldwide trade is declining for us to start sending a message that somehow we're just concerned about ourselves and not concerned about what world trade. That's what President Obama said. President Obama is doing more to stand up for Canadian workers than the New Democrat Party of Canada. And why is it that the New Democrats are willing to sacrifice Canadian jobs on the basis of their rigid ideological perspective that protectionism is best? They should put their ideology away for a little while and defend Canadian workers who need someone who will stand up to Congress at this critical time.
The Honourable Member from British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. It appears that the Conservative Party are in complete agreement with the recent statement made by the Honourable Member. I think first of all, if we look at what's been happening and the economists who are gathering, we look at those people, the elite that are represented in the Council of Chief Executives in our country and the parallel organizations in the other 3 NAFTA countries, we see who's driving the agenda. And of course, if you're driving the agenda, you don't want to have any kind of government having any kind of a control over, or partly a control over the economy. So of course you're going to be talking out and saying that this is not right. But I'd like to remind the honourable member that people in both of our countries are elected, and they're elected on various platforms, and they're elected to do something, and Obama was elected to ensure that he tries to get the best for the American people. Having said that, nobody is saying that we shut the borders down, and it's completely false to say that all we're doing is basing or something on a protectionism philosophy. All we're saying, and many Canadians are saying, well, let's look at it. Let's look at it before we sign everything away and make sure that there are some Canadians that we can maintain jobs here, and maybe we should have some Buy Canadian in the steel industry, and maybe we should have some exemptions in this agreement with the United States. That's all we're saying. Thank you, Madame.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the motion that in view of the growing protectionism in the United States, that this House calls upon the government to intervene forthwith and persistently with the United States administration and the Congress in order to protect Canadian jobs and urge the United States to protect its international agreements, including the Canada-U.S. Trade Agreement, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the World Trade Organization. I'm reminded by my colleague of the words of President Obama 2 days ago, in which he said, and I quote, "I think it would be a mistake, though at a time when worldwide trade is declining, for us to start sending a message that somehow we're just looking after ourselves and not concerned with world trade. I think we need to make sure that any provisions that are in there are not going to trigger a trade war," unquote. Madam Speaker, this is not the first time that the protectionist impulse has found expression in the United States, a protectionist impulse that is not unrelated to the economic crisis besetting the United States, if not the global economic meltdown as a whole. Indeed, in the months following the great stock market crash of 1929, and amidst the fear and uncertainty of that period, protectionist forces in the United States pushed for legislation that would shelter local industries and jobs. The result was, as we recall, the Smoot-Hawley Act that hiked tariffs to all-time highs on some 70 agricultural products and 900 manufactured items. Now, economists are divided on whether the law, which touched off at the time retaliatory measures from both Europe and Canada, whether it turned a deep recession into a protracted depression. But on one thing, they do agree, that these protectionist measures took a bad situation and made it worse. For example, and one example here, between 1929 and 1934, world trade declined 66%, and much of that weakening can be placed squarely at the foot of the Smoot-Hawley Act. Fast forward now to the 1980s, when the Government of Canada sought at the time improved access to the United States markets to improve productivity, employment, encourage foreign direct investment, strengthen the competitiveness of Canadian firms in global markets, and to ensure the steady improvement of living standards for Canadians as a whole. Accordingly, in May 1986, Canadian and U.S. governments began to negotiate a free trade agreement. By October 1987, this 20-chapter agreement was finalized, and it came into effect on January 1st, 1989. This agreement included a schedule for the elimination of all tariffs and trade between Canada and the U.S. by January 1st, 1998. Now, admittedly, the implementation of this agreement generated employment losses in some sectors and employment gains in others. But on the whole, the economies of both countries became more integrated, exports flowed to the United States, and in turn, there was more U.S. investment in Canada and the like, which brings me to the NAFTA, the second of the three great trade agreements, where in January 1994, Canada, the U.S., and Mexico launched the North American Free Trade Agreement. Now, many of the same issues that were raised in the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement surfaced again with regard to NAFTA. and found expression in the discussions and debate in this House. Canadian businesses wanted Mexico to open up for them, while organized labour and workers feared that Canadian businesses would relocate to Mexico and take advantage of lower labour costs and lower environmental standards. Canadian nationalists at the same time wanted assurances that Canadian sovereignty would be respected, that Canada could protect its culture, its water, its resources, and its standards on health, safety, labour and social programs. Some provinces also worried about the impact prospectively of NAFTA on specific regional industries, be it British Columbia's softwood lumber or Ontario's car manufacturing. On the whole, I think one can say, Madam Speaker, that the agreement did bring economic growth and rising standards of living for the citizens of all three countries and establish a strong foundation for future growth, however imperfect and inadequate some of the dimensions of that agreement may appear to be. This brings me, Madam Speaker, to the third of the final agreements, the WTO agreement, where the WTO serves as an international organization representing 153 member states and 95% of total world trade. Its mandate is to supervise, to liberalize international trade. It operates under a spectrum of rules which Canada and the U.S. Contributed to, and basically you have a rule of law trade relations system. Now, Madam Speaker, what the three agreements, what these three path-breaking developments really have in common, and which should underpin now our multi-layered representation to the United States and Canada with respect to this protectionist impulse, are the following. Number one, these are not just agreements on free trade, that which I have cited and referred to, but in fact they have ushered in a culture of free trade, a global culture of free trade. Number two, they reflect the highly integrated nature of both the American and Canadian economies and the harm that protectionism would have on our industry, commerce, and the economy of both countries. For what must be appreciated, Madam Speaker, is how unique the bilateral trade relationship is. I will just quote certain data here. The cross-border flow of goods and services adds up to almost $700 billion in 2008. The U.S. absorbs roughly 4/5 of Canadian exports and supplies nearly 2/3 of its imports. The Canadian market, in return, takes up more than 1/5 of U.S. exports and provides 1/6 of its imports. The most important data I'm here to appreciate is Canada is a larger market for U.S. goods and services than all 27 countries of the European Union combined. Third principle here, Madam Speaker, and that is the importance of the rule of law underpinning the culture of free trade to which President Obama has referenced on more than one occasion. And finally, the fourth principle here, the internationalization of free trade, that free trade is not just a bilateral norm, it is or even a regional norm, but it has become an international norm underpinned by a whole framework of international law. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the American president may be said to be a rule of law president. We saw this when amongst his first executive orders was an order to ban torture, to order the closing of Guantanamo, and to ensure that the struggle against terror would be anchored in the rule of law. We saw this when during the electoral campaign and then again in his inaugural address, the President spoke of the rule of law underpinning American foreign policy, international relations, United Nations multilateralism, and the promotion of human security. We see this also in his eschewing of protectionism, which could trigger, as he put it, a trade war in favor of global free trade. And so I want to recommend, Madam Speaker, that the rule of law not only underpin our bilateral relationships in the matter of free trade, but the entire Canada-U.S. relationship in the matter of international law, foreign policy, and diplomacy as a whole, in two respects. And I will close with these examples. First, President Obama has spoken of the importance and indeed his commitment to the prevention of genocide. And as we meet, Madam Speaker, we are confronted with two incidences of genocide in the 21st century. The state-sanctioned incitement to genocide in Ahmadinejad's Iran and the genocide by attrition in Darfur. These remind us of the two great lessons of the last 60 years since the Genocide Convention was adopted on December 9, 1948. Number one, that the Holocaust and the genocides that followed in the Balkans, Rwanda, and Darfur occurred not because of any machinery of death, but because of a state-sanctioned incitement to genocide. And the second lesson was that these mass atrocities occurred because of indifference and inaction on the part of the international community. And so, Madam Speaker, we should convey our willingness to work with President Obama. Number one, to invoke the rule of law principle, to invoke the remedies under the Genocide Convention to hold Ahmadinejad's Iran to account. In other words, the Genocide Convention and its obligations are not just a policy option. They are international legal obligations. And as joint state parties to the Genocide Convention, we should work in order to combat the crime that has already been committed under the Genocide Convention, namely the direct and public incitement to genocide. The second, with regard to Darfur, we should work together with the American president to combat the genocide by attrition in Darfur, invoke the responsibility to protect principle under the rubric of the rule of law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
4 minutes before adjournment for questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed listening to the member's statement. Obviously, I know that he's an advocate for human rights, and obviously one that's quite passionate about that. But frankly, with respect to U.S. relations and we see the Buy America bill right now, I just wanted to indicate to the member, and I'm sure he's aware of this, but just to underpin some of the efforts that have been going on. We know that, for example, the member from Leeds-Grenville, the member from Edmonton-Leduc, the member from Yellowhead, the member from Leslac St. Paul's, indeed the member from Malpeque, the member from York West, we've been in direct contact with colleagues from across the aisle, Democratic members, members of Congress, members of the Senate, members, Republican members. We have been in contact right to the very highest level, including the House Leader of Congress last year when the members from Yellowhead and Edmonton-Leduc met with Speaker Nancy Pelosi and specifically put forward Canada's issues. As well, we know that Ambassador Michael Wilson has been forcefully putting forward Canada's message, as has former Ambassador Frank McKenna, who's been working very hard, putting forward Canada's message. I think this is a great time for Liberals, for Conservatives, for all Canadians, for all members of this House to get together and to say to the Americans, we are your friends, we work together, we're stronger together, we have one future, it's tied, and I hope this member agrees with that point.
The Honourable Member from Mount Royal.
Madam Speaker, that in fact was reflected throughout my remarks. But the point that I was trying to make is that when we make representations to the United States, number one, these representations have to be on a multi-layered approach to both parties in Congress, to the non-governmental organizations, to the public sectors, and the like. The second thing is that when we make this approach, we have to underpin it with the rule of law principle, because that is the commitment that underpins everything President Obama does. Unless we speak that shared language, unless we speak with respect to those shared values, we will not connect in a way that we wish to have our advocacy be effective. And I'm saying we should enlarge our approach with respect to invoking the rule of law principle to other dimensions of our bilateral relationship, so that President Obama will see that he has in Canada a partner with respect to the pursuit of justice as a whole, of which the matter of free trade is one important component part, but not the whole of the pursuit of justice. And when we are seen to be pursuing the whole of the pursuit of justice in concert with President Obama and the administration and the Congress, I think we will succeed better on this issue and will succeed as well on the other issues that I referred to in my remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est 18h20.
It being 18:27, pursuant to the order adopted earlier this day, all questions to deal with the opposition motion are put, and the recorded vote, shall be deferred until Monday.
It being 6:27 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, February the 10th, 2009 at 3 p.m. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Okay. The House is now adjourned. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières has 4 minutes. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period of January 29th, 2009, I put a question to the Minister of Canadian Heritage dealing with the 375th anniversary of Trois-Rivières. Trois-Rivières has been celebrating its 375th anniversary since the beginning of the year. Trois-Rivières has received $2 million from the Government of Quebec. The city itself has contributed to the organization of the activities, and we are still waiting for recognition from the federal government in order to obtain financial support for this event. Now, what I can see through all of this action, and I see that following a number of meetings, city resolutions, the number of questions, calls, meetings by 2 ministers, what I see following this is that there is confusion between the issue of Trois-Rivières, a cultural capital, and Trois-Rivières. These are two, the corporation, the cultural corporation is very different. The corporation requested it to become a cultural capital. That was over a year ago, and received this title. And during that same year, the corporation organized the 375th anniversary. It has a president and a CEO, and this corporation is organizing festivities in order to highlight the 375th anniversary of the founding of Trois-Rivières, which is the second oldest francophone city in North America. So this is a major event, and it's very important for Trois-Rivières. So having received this title as cultural capital, they believed that the $2 million was granted, but for the 375th anniversary, the city of Trois-Rivières has not received anything. So that is why, Madam Speaker, I am still dissatisfied with the minister's answer. What has gotten the debate or what has stimulated the debate, and there was a comment in the newspaper, we heard that following my election in a Conservative government, I will commit to putting $2 million into funding for this celebration. So you can imagine all of the hope that raised among the people of Trois-Rivières. They said the government will provide us with some support. Now, following the pressure that I brought to bear, I'm the member for Trois-Rivières. I represent the Bloc Québécois. The Conservative candidate did not win the election, and assistants have said, well, Trois-Rivières didn't vote the right way. So, I'd now like to ask the minister to explain to me whether this confusion will end someday, and whether the city of Trois-Rivières, of 130,000 people, will receive the funding it needs to organize the festivities for the 375th anniversary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to respond to this question for the honourable member. Obviously, Trois-Rivières came forward last year, Madam Speaker, and they requested from the federal government support of $2 million. And they'll receive $2 million, and I'm sure it will be a great celebration enjoyed by all in partnership with the federal government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just last year, the mayor from Trois-Rivières, Mr. Yves Levesque, thanked our government when we announced that they were eligible for funding of up to $2 million from the Cultural Capital Program. And I'm going to quote directly from him. The mayor, Mr. Levesque, said, "This prestigious title will allow us to finance a series of cultural activities in the context of the 375th anniversary of Trois-Rivières." That's our commitment, Madam Speaker. We intend to follow through on that commitment. We intend to see this event through and assist Trois-Rivières in celebrating what will be a great celebration for all Canadians, the 375th anniversary of Trois-Rivières. We'll be there standing shoulder to shoulder with them, wishing bonne fête to the city of Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières has 1 minute. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's in fact the same confusion that we're seeing again. A number of cities in Canada have been designated cultural capitals, but they didn't have any commemorative activities. So it's an unfortunate coincidence in this case for Trois-Rivières that they obtained the designation of cultural capital and are celebrating the 375th anniversary. Now, I heard the comment with respect to the quote from the mayor. He said, yes, thank you for the title of cultural capital. This prestigious title will help us to finance a series of cultural activities for the 375th anniversary celebrations in the context of this, which is occurring in 2009.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, thank you again. Just to be clear, Madam Speaker, the city requested $2 million to assist them in the celebration of the 375th anniversary. They'll receive $2 million from the federal government. We are partnering with them to help them in making this a grand celebration, a celebration which will be enjoyed and celebrated by all Canadians, and we look forward to that.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.
What is Whistler celebrating this year? Whistler was made a cultural capital